I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself. You don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them. You don't prepare for your own meat. You don't own your own land. You don't have a seed growing in your window. So when you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis, and bury it, the jackal, Anubis. I'm cool, keep them heaters and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on life, hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees, and still be Hotep and ask to rig Nasheed. 6 in the morning, I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this, because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not diametrically opposed to anybody. I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, we're in the heart of the South right now. Fishing. Who knows how to fish?
Black people,
hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands down, hands down, hands down, hands down.
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
Oh, what up, what up, what up, what up, what up? I got stuck looking at Tristan Thomas.
Are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
Let's listen to a few more bangers. Let the show get popping. Like, subscribe. Peace. Thanks for the birthday love.
If you ain't Sinetta, no time for that interview, dog. I put my shit out for niggas, I don't send it to blogs. Clan kill off the Buddha, not being discreet. One puff, this big pops and projectiles. Between the sheets. Sun run, cold game, bring your cleats. The best flow blow, Eskimo, penguin feet. Don't need no blunt to burn. You run the turf with 10 niggas on the block. That's a punt return. Ayo, Dolomite prototype soldier with the solar light. Saber and he hold it like he hold a mic. Golden ice spenders, sipping on that overpriced poltergeist spirits. Ripping at the open mic, quote the nice lyrics like Mama moved mean overnight. Golden motorbike holding on some Tron shit. That nice neon kit is on it. The king's libation with exotic liqueur. The queen's vibration like a Sada Shakur. A lot of decor, imported foreign threads, they ain't got at the store. Nubian Kush, black top pottery jars, 39% THC, the quality pure. Old rappers try to spit ain't hot as before. It's like I'm 5 flights above, busting shots at the floor. Cats switch up they style when they ain't got it no more, cause they gotta keep their product in stores to feed their kids. See what that weed did? Yeah, yes man agreeing on everything we said. I smother the mic like it's the love of my life. Don't get sliced and beat with the butt of the knife. Brother polite, I say I'm animalistic, cause I still be in the hood with my hand on my bitch. The Hebrews think I'm cannibalistic, E5 divination, channel the mystic, audio visionary. Let's play poetical Pictionary, picture me, burning down your missionary. Yeah, then I sends you religion. That red dot on your head, that's Hindu tradition. Invisible, independent, intrinsic shit. I'll bring it all to an end.
All them ends, invisible, indivisible.
Getting your brain, mental anguish or manifesting physical pain. Wizard remains to dance in the chemical rain. Breathe slow, then I'm up out of this physical plane. Got military machinery that exercise, weaponized greenery. Shine at a jeopardize the scenery, son. Bruh, the beam 10 times your distance. Inclines convention. Stop rising with no trend line resistance. The parabolic breakout. I'm F-16 with the aeronautic fake out.
The God killer. The God killer. The God killer. It's the God killer. The God killer.
That's who it is.
The God killer. The God killer. It's the God killer. The God killer. The God killer. The God killer. It's the God killer. The God killer. The God killer. The God killer. It's the God killer. Okay. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Yeah. We still chilling doing it live.
Black people, I love.
How y'all doing? Peace to the people. Shout out to the chat. I see y'all in the building. Thanks for the belated birthday love. It's good. What's up, though? I just bought a ticket to that debate because I just be wanting to support. Appreciate that, Juan. I just bought a ticket to this debate because it's going to be good. And it's going to be cracking. Jabari, hold on, though. Now, all we about to do is some quick fact checking while we watch real quick. You see, this is crazy right here. Now, yeah, let me promote the debate for Sinetta. Show them how I get it in. Show them how the archers show up, man. Come on, man. Let's get this popping. I ain't asked for no link, even though Si out of pocket. Si, you know damn well you out of pocket. You supposed to send me a link every motherfucking time. But I ain't one of the people you think about. See? You think about motherfucking moderators and people who just shout out to them. But I'm saying you out of pocket, bruh. But I don't be tripping. I support. I don't ask for nothing because I feel like support is if I throw one, then you gonna buy one of mine. But where we at? Let's go to the link. Well, I wouldn't mind having a discourse with Asar, but as I was telling Si, bro, we ain't just about to debate on one word unless that's what you want. Because that's all we disagree on is whether Kemet means black or not. I mean, you know, if Kemet means black or if Kemet to you can mean black or what have you. But we don't disagree on all that other stuff. Hold on. Damn. Oh, hold on. I'm trying to find the source. All right, let's watch this video. Excuse me. Let me go back and find this video. The way into the debate. So let's look at this discourse and let's kind of fact check it a little bit. And this is the debate that happens today at 3 p.m. Pacific time. That's what it told me. I got you with that, Rich. Keep banging, Cameron. Keep banging on them.
If you're conscious and awakened, you heard about Signator TV. If you're conscious while you're hating, some of us think too small, just too afraid to fall. If you're conscious and awakened, you know that the studio gets deep. Black news and history in the making. Let's get up from the fall, wise up and take it all.
Good evening, peace and blessings to Brother Jabari and Dr. Richard Carrier, PhD.
Let's check this
I want
out.
to let you know, Doctor, I sent you a link that you can send out to your supporters.
Yeah, I just did.
Okay, good. So I sent you 2 different links. Okay, so family, here we go, man. We winding down until this is going to be.
Oh, did I share the debate
one
link?
of the biggest debates.
Hold on, I said I was gonna share the debate link. That's gonna happen today. Let's see real quick. Gotta make sure that's official. No, Sonetta ain't giving me no 10%. Let me see. I was just doing this out of love. Feel me? Cause Sai really, hold on, Sai really the only one who give us this information. I mean, do this for us. I did share. That's the link to register for the debate today. All right, let me pop out the chat. Here we go.
Of the century here, and I got Brother Jabari Osaze, who is a young master teacher when it comes to ancient Kemetic. But make no mistake about it, he is a historian. He have a degree in history work. He's a historical teacher. Make no mistake about it, he is also a college professor. Jabari, did you get that title yet? He is also a college professor. What college you teaching in again?
I teach at Hunter College, part of the City University of New York. Yeah,
so this is going to be a respectful dialogue. I already know we got 2 respectful gentlemen up in the building, and also we got PhD Dr. Richard Carrier in the building. How you doing, sir?
Doing well. It's tired for me. It's tired because it's been a long work day, but
yes, prepared for this up and coming battle with you and Brother Jabari.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Okay, Brother Jabari, I'm gonna step back and allow you to start this conversation. Let's get some weigh-in going on. Prepare.
Right. Well, let me say good evening to you all first. Good evening to the Sonata TV Studios Black News 102 audience. I'm always honored to speak to you. This is an audience that really talks about important issues, and most of those issues have to do with history. So it's exciting always to speak to a wide audience of folks who are doing their own study. And I also want to say greetings to Dr. Carrier, someone whose work I respect and have actually read extensively. And I think that we have been on a collision course for a while. And so that is interesting. I want to talk to you at some point about the things that you've written about me and the things that and your relationship with Garfield Reed, because I think that that's where much of that critique has come from.
So here we go.
And so that's part of what I'd like to start with. My understanding is that you were given a lecture of mine to analyze. Is that correct?
It's been a while. So I think it was a video, right?
Okay.
It was a video you did.
Right. So Garfield Reed sent you the video.
Oh yeah, right. And that's how
he hired you to critique it.
Right. I was not aware of any of this until that involvement. So,
but there's a question I want to ask. He hired you to critique it, right?
Yeah. To give an assessment of it, whether it's positive or negative.
Okay. I just thought that was very interesting. And I also thought it was interesting that he decided to do that during Black History Month, but that's not.
Hold on, though. So this be crazy. Now, I'm not saying that that's okay. That is what it is. But do you think, is this a bias or non-bias? Man, this is paid. This is propaganda. If it's paid, a paid refutation, refute this, here go $100 or whatever he said. You know, I just said that.
Not neither here nor there.
Well, I'm not going to visit his motives.
Right.
But this is the sort of thing that I do, right?
Right.
That's what scholars do. Is we get paid to do things like this, is to check papers and see papers and lectures and see if they hold
I'm
up.
not a smile,
right?
Theories and critique them and so on. That's very normal in the field. It's not really that odd. But I don't keep track of the timing of when he did
right
like that.
Here's the challenge that I had, and this has nothing to do with your motives at all. I understand what you were trying to do, but here's the challenge that I had. He paid you to read my material and to come on and to try to debunk me. And then he said to me at the last moment, well, you can come in and talk with him too. He didn't offer me any remuneration. So can you see how this is a challenge, right?
Well, Kerry, not gonna fall for
honestly,
that.
I don't know anything about any of that, so I can't comment on it.
Okay, good. Okay, all right. So I wanted to ask you a little bit about, obviously, in our discussion, the topic of our debate is Christianity crafted out of Kemetic myth? And I want to sort of get your take on where you think the origins of Christianity are. I want to get your take on how familiar you are with ancient Kemet, how much study you've done on it. I read your book on the historicity of Jesus. I actually enjoyed it considerably, I have to say. But there was only like one paragraph on Kemet, right? One paragraph. So
yeah,
I just wanted, and I know the topic was not Kemet. I get that, but I want to get a sense of.
Hold the book up. Let me see his book.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yes.
What do we
So I mean, I don't know, but I'm watching, and I'll just pay attention to the discourse. And at this point, Carrier feeling some little bit of hands put on, because he got pointed out as a hired gun. He tried to, that's what we do. That's what scholars do. Whether my interpretation of your text would have been positive or negative, that's what we do. Okay. And then so next, now we on to him only having one paragraph about Egypt in his book. And that's kind of crazy. And let's see what goes on.
Okay. Yes.
Well, he knows his book.
Yeah.
On the historicity of Jesus. A really good book. I enjoyed it. But I want to ask you about how much analysis you've done with regard to the similarities. Let's call them similarities right now, although I'm making another argument. The similarities between ancient Kemet and the Christian narrative.
Yeah, actually, I've done extensive research into where Christianity got all of its ideas and its evolution over time, in the course of which, when there are connections to Egypt, I learn about those and find out about them. When there are not connections to Egypt, those aren't there, right? So, in general, most of Christianity, let's talk first century Christianity, original Christianity, because it starts absorbing more pagan ideas in the later centuries, right? So, and I imagine we might talk about that in the debate. Like, so for example, the appropriation of Isis and Horus statues as Mary and Jesus statues, right? Totally happened, but that happened centuries later. That wasn't anything that they were doing at the origin of the religion. But if we're just talking about the first century, the beginning of the religion, most of what we mean by Christianity is Jewish. So it comes from Judaism. Now you can go further back, centuries back, and talk about how much surrounding cultures influenced Judaism, and Egypt would be one of those cultures, but not the only one. But that's different from what influenced Christianity. So Christianity mostly grew out of Judaism. I'm sure the Christians didn't even know any pre-pagan connections to the Judaism they borrowed, because it was centuries old by then. And then the rest of it is mostly borrowing this package of ideas called the mystery cults, which was a Hellenized version of local tribal cults. So we have a Syrian version, we have a Persian version, we have an Egyptian version. It's the same package that spreads with the Greek colonists, but it's very Greek, but it also borrows a lot from local culture. So, for instance, Osiris mysteries was different from native Osiris religion. It was a merger between Greek ideas and local native Egyptian ideas. And so you could find the same thing amongst many other cultures. And when Judaism did the same thing and created Christianity, it borrowed the same package, but it's borrowing the generic package. It's borrows a few little things from Egypt, but it's mostly just borrowing the generic package that all the cultures bought, not just Egypt. So it's getting this general idea in. And so then you see other things in there. So, for instance, the ending of Mark and the ending of Luke both borrow in different ways from the Romulus myth, which is a Roman imperial myth. It's Italian tribes worship that. So they're picking from a lot of different influences. And so, yes, sometimes Egypt is a piece of that vehicle, but it is not the primary. I mean, primarily it's Judaism. After that, it's Hellenism. And then there's little pieces of other tribal and native cults from around Judea at the time, which includes Egypt, but also includes Syria, Mesopotamia, Persia, and even European cults as well.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying that one of the major sources of Christianity is what we would call the mystery traditions, right?
Yeah, I would say the primary is Judaism, right?
Okay.
So we can't elide that. But yeah, definitely the next biggest influence is the general mystery religion package, which influenced all religions. So like even Osiris cult, the mystery cult of Osiris at that time, is basically the same. The Egyptians did the same thing. They took this generic Hellenistic package and generated this new version of the cult that
he messed up with that. Damn, Jabari hopped up on this. I already know how the brain will do you. Did he just say that? Listen.
Which influenced all religions. So like,
I don't know if Jabari was done writing or if he just threw his pen down. Like, I don't even need to write because he just said that. Look,
even Osiris cult, the mystery cult of Osiris at that time, is basically the same. The Egyptians did the same thing. They took this generic Hellenistic package and
he just threw his pen down. I don't know if he was finished, but he was like, "What you say?" Listen, look.
Yeah, I would say the primary is Judaism, right?
Okay.
So we can't elide that. But yeah, definitely the next biggest influence is the general mystery religion package, which influenced all religions. So like even Osiris cult, the mystery cult of Osiris at that time, is basically the same. The Egyptians did the same thing. They took this generic Hellenistic package and generated this new version of the cult that merges these two ideas. And that's what happened in Judea. The same package went to Judea. Certain Jews borrowed these ideas and Judaized them in the same way that Osiris cult was Egyptianized, right? So that's the influence.
I told
it's
you,
this
look,
generic cultural
Jabari,
influence.
He can't hold it in. He can't hold it in. He did you just say the Osiris cult was Egyptianized, bro? This dude messing up everything.
Hellenistic package and generated this new version of the cult that merges these two ideas. And that's what happened in Judea. The same package went to Judea. Certain Jews borrowed these ideas and Judaized them in the same way that Osiris cult was Egyptianized, right? So that's the influence. It's this generic cultural influence that independently, but in parallel, influenced Egypt and Sumer and
that was hella funny.
Mesopotamia, and these other different cultures within the Roman Empire.
So let me ask y'all something.
So you can find examples.
So he gonna teach y'all today that the Osiris cult was originally Hellenistic. It was the Greeks. The Greeks made up the Osiris cult, and it was Hellenized. Or is he trying to say the other way around? Hellenism is taking over. I thought they was taking over stuff, then saying that they was at the roots of it. So, but listen to how they break this out.
Examples of links where they take specific things that come from Egypt, but mostly it's this generic Hellenized package that also is like the Egyptian religion was also influenced by at the same time. And so that's why you have Mithraism comes into the Roman Empire. That is a sort of Hellenized version of Persian religion. So you have the Jewish religion follow the same course. So they're all following in parallel into the same level of development. So that is the position that I'll be taking, because that's what all the scholarship and the evidence I've found supports. But when there's like little specific details, if you've got good evidence, there are cases that you can show adoptions from Egyptian religion.
You said that the Osiris cult was Egyptianized.
Yeah, let's hear that.
Are you?
Well, it's an Egyptianized version of the mystery cults, right? So the mystery cults come out of.
So he is maintaining that contention, just like we said. He said the Osiris cult is an Egyptianized version of the mystery cults. That's your boy's source. This your boy Garfield's source. Garfield, will you put your money on your man today? Who we gonna send the money to, and whoever gonna say who won, send the money back to the person who won it? You trying to say that his argument, boy, it's Jabari about to beat the brakes off that. And he about to try to double down right now. Listen.
Who are adopting the imperialist culture and equipping it to their own religion, or a merger of both. Those things we don't know, because we don't actually get to talk to the people who are actually doing these things. But we know the empires themselves were interested in these mergers, and we don't know to what extent the locals actually supported them. It seems like that they did. So there seems to be mutual interest by both the imperialist powers and the local conquered cultures to see these through, to see these sort of merger religions where you have a combination of the Hellenistic mystery model and local Egyptian religion, for example, or local Syrian religion, and so on.
So can I ask, who would you say is the primary deity that is part of this Greek mystery tradition that then you describe as?
Yeah. The package doesn't come with that, right? So we got to talk about the bones versus the flesh, right? The bones don't give specifics; they're just generic things like baptism as an initiation ritual, generic feature. Now, then you layer the skin on the bones, which is all the specific details about baptism. So, like Christianity, it Judaized it, so it's a Jewish water ritual that they've brought in. And you could probably look at Egyptian cult, and you can see there were probably similar rituals in pre-Hellenistic Egyptian religion that they adapted into the baptism. And we know by that point, the Hellenized cult, baptism meant baptism into the death and resurrection of the savior figure. And the savior figure is generic. You could just plug anybody in there. So you could plug, a Syrian god, you could plug a Persian god, you can plug a Jewish god, or you can plug an Egyptian god.
Could you name
that's how Osiris and Isis got in there.
Can you name some of the saviors that are in the Hellenistic?
Yeah, so the principal ones, the oldest ones we know of, are Bacchus and Demeter. We know of others.
So Jabari trying to make him pinpoint something down, because he's making this claim that Osiris is just the Egyptian version of something that was Greek. He's proposing it in that way, even though that ain't how I understand Hellenism. Hellenism is taking something that was theirs and changing it in the Greek and saying now this was ours. That's how I know. I could be wrong, but I'm not in this debate. I'm just watching. But so Jabari trying to make him pinpoint a deity, because how could you say, okay, they got this package that they send out that say you got a god, you got to do this, but the names ain't on the package. Well, he's trying to make him say, who is Osiris being immolated? Like, who is Osiris in this?
So we know, for instance, Jupiter Dolicanus, Hercules Melkart, Zalmoxis was a Celtic version of this. It's possible Romulus. We're not really sure. We don't have really good evidence that Romulus had a specific resurrection or savior cult with it. It seemed to be more of an imperial conquest cult.
And when you describe Bacchus, are you making a distinction between Bacchus and Dionysus?
No, Bacchus Dionysus you can think of as the same deity under different names, and so, and that has his own ancient history where there's multiple religions merging in, that gets even older. But you can even see some cross pollination between Osiris cult and Bacchus cult as well. There's a lot of borrowing by cultures all over the place in every direction.
And do you think that in description of the origins of Dionysus / Bacchus, do you think that some of the understandings of someone like Herodotus might be helpful?
Well, Herodotus is a problem. He's a problematic source, right? So Herodotus writes a lot of things to build symmetries rather than to be accurate. And there's been a lot of like scholarship lately on the historical methodology of Herodotus that we've been calling into question how much we can trust what he says. So you have to use him very critically.
But I agree with you. For example, he says that the blocks of the Great Pyramid were funded by, I don't know if you're familiar with what he says about how they were funded.
Oh, I can't recall, no.
Okay, he said they were funded by a king prostituting his daughter, which there's no...
Right, yeah, no, that's a good example.
But hold on, though. Jabari is doing what he's supposed to do. He's showing you that he ain't familiar with the stuff. If listen, look at the body language. I just know how to read shit. I know what your brain's saying that it ain't saying out loud. So his hands is open like a trap. But Richard Carrier don't see the trap. And as soon as Richard Carrier say the right answer, Jabari's hands is gonna close. Got him. Watch this. I'm just telling you.
To use him very critically.
But I agree with you. For example, he says that the blocks of the Great Pyramid were funded by, I don't know if you're familiar with what he says about how they were funded.
Oh, I can't.
So see, this opening in between Jabari's hands is the span of Brother Richard's knowledge on Egypt. I put everything on the art of body language that if Richard Carrier would have said the right answer here, there would have been no reason for Jabari to clap right after this. Because Jabari like, okay, got him, watch this. I'm just analyzing it from a different perspective. Peep game.
I can't recall, no.
Okay, he said they were funded by...
See, got you. You didn't know that. So now I can start smiling too, because I'm showing people you don't even know Herodotus. I knew this answer. Jabari wouldn't have been able to clap right here on me.
There's multiple religions merging in.
Let me show you.
That gets even older. But you can even see some cross-pollination between Osiris cult and Bacchus cult as well.
No claps.
There's a lot of...
Let me give y'all some art of discourse. Somebody open their hands like that, and y'all building, and they ask you a question, don't let your answer provide a clap. How about that? Make them rub their motherfucking legs. Or put their hands to their head. Or raise them up in the air. It's all body language. How you know when somebody don't know something? They stick their arms out and raise their shoulders. And then they make that noise. And then they raise their eyebrows hella high on their forehead. I'm analyzing from a different way. We're going to do the Smash Rockwell analysis.
Cultures all over the place in every direction.
And do you think that in description of the origins of Dionysus / Bacchus, do you think that some of the understandings of someone like Herodotus might be helpful?
Well, Herodotus is a problem. He's a problematic source, right? So Herodotus writes a lot of things to build symmetries rather than to be accurate. And there's been a lot of like scholarship lately on the historical methodology of Herodotus that we've been calling into question how much we can trust what he says. So you have to use him very critically.
But I agree with you. For example, he says that the blocks of the Great Pyramid were funded by, I don't know if you're familiar with what he says about how they were funded.
Oh, I can't recall.
It was not, I think it was the pharaoh, he called Cheops Khufu. Yeah, exactly. Obviously, we're talking about the Great Pyramid. He said Khufu prostituted his daughter to build the Great Pyramid.
No.
Okay, he said they were funded by a king prostituting his daughter, which there's no
Right.
source
Yeah. No, that's a
whatsoever.
good example. Of
But
right,
I'm not
yeah.
talking about his descriptions of cultures that he's not part of. I'm talking about his descriptions of the culture that he was part of.
Yeah.
Do you think that his descriptions of Dionysus and Bacchus are helpful in understanding its origins?
It depends, right? So, so Herodotus, for example, Herodotus has an agenda. He has many agendas, but one of the agendas is that he wants to sell this idea that all religions are the same. So he's already starting with this ideology he wants to sell.
Hold on.
Is that all the...
See, that's a presupposition. And what evidence do you have to presuppose that? Herodotus didn't say that. So I'm just pointing that out. So in order to form his argument, he needs to presuppose that Herodotus is writing the histories to make all the religions seem like one thing.
Which there's no
right.
source
Yeah, no,
whatsoever.
that's a good example. But
right, I'm not talking about his descriptions of cultures that he's not part of. I'm talking about his descriptions of the culture that he was part of.
Yeah.
Do you think that his descriptions of Dionysus and Bacchus are helpful in understanding its origins?
It depends, right? So, so Herodotus, for example, Herodotus has an agenda. He has many agendas, but one of the agendas is that he wants to sell this idea that all religions are the same. So he's already starting with this ideology he wants to sell. Is that...
See, everything he said, he just conjectured in order to build his point. But let's let him go.
All the gods are the same gods, but just under different names, right? And so when he goes and looks at a culture, he says, "Oh, I recognize all these gods." And so then he talks about how all his gods are really those gods under different names. Now, this is where things get problematic. To what extent did he change the actual stories of his own religion to match his narrative? That's harder to answer. That's why we need sources outside of Herodotus to kind of like figure out to what extent is he accurately representing his own religion. Now, there's some things he says
no sense. That argument is so pokey holes in. So you trying to tell me? See, you got to think that these texts are being analyzed by us thousands of years later, but the text was intended for the people living at that time. So you trying to tell me you could misrepresent Christianity right now through Christians, right? And get away with it in a historical document? You see what I mean? So he could misrepresent the Greek tradition to Greeks and have that work be heralded as a work to be regarded as good. He's just trying to form an argument like he in debate class.
Can't have made up, right? But it depends on case by case. And I think if I assume you're getting to the dismemberment issue, right? So there's the myth of dismemberment, right? That's a big deal in Osiris cult, and that's very ancient, I believe. So I do think that's pre-Hellenistic influence. But we find the dismemberment motif in Romulus cult already in like the 3rd century BC. That's Italian. And we see it in Bacchus cult, 5th century or so BC, possibly.
And
earlier.
you don't see the dismemberment concept in ancient Kemet prior to?
No, I think I think it is. I can't say. I haven't checked how far back it goes.
Man,
so,
hold on.
But
all these things that you haven't checked and the debate is today, bruh, you went and got the wrong person. Jabari gonna put handlebars on dude. Y'all doing this y'all making Jabari the man on purpose. Because this easy work. You gotta go check that, bro. Let me go back.
Bacchus cult, 5th century or so BC, possibly.
And
earlier.
you don't see the dismemberment concept in ancient Kemet prior to?
No, I think I think.
Who in the chat? Everybody who watched my page, I'm proud that everybody who watch my page can answer this question correctly. Every name I see could answer this question correctly. And he said he got to go check. Do you see the dismemberment tradition in Kemet before you see it with Romulus and Remulus or whatever in Rome or what have we? You got to go check that.
It is. I can't say, I haven't checked how far back it goes. So, but I do think that would be an Egyptian thing.
Might be
But
helpful.
If we're seeing it already, like we're seeing it hundreds of years.
Look at Jabari, like it might be helpful to go do some research on Kemet, right? He said something.
There's the myth of dismemberment, right? That's a big deal in Osiris cult, and that's very ancient, I believe. So I do think that's pre-Hellenistic influence, but we find the dismemberment motif in Romulus cult already in like the 3rd century BC. That's Italian.
Bro, he went to the 3rd century BC, and he trying to put hands on Kemet. This is gonna be hella funny. What happened? I don't know. So he going to the 3rd century BC against Jabari. Oh man, that's ugly.
And we see it in Bacchus cult, 5th century or so BC, possibly.
And
earlier.
you don't see the dismemberment concept in ancient Kemet prior to.
No, I think I think it is. I can't say, I haven't checked how far back it goes. So, but I do think that would be an Egyptian thing. Might be helpful. If we're seeing it already, like we're seeing hundreds of years. Well. Oh, I'm sorry. What were you asking?
It might be helpful to talk to someone who focuses mostly on Kemet to get some things.
Well, so that's the thing. So, like, if what you want to talk about is pre-Hellenized Egypt, then yes, you should get an Egyptologist. My expertise is Hellenized Egypt.
Got him again. So he just said if what you want to talk about is pre-Hellenized Egypt, you should go get an Egyptologist. Well, go get an Egyptologist because that's how you're going to beat the brakes off you. See, you can't limit some will say no, it'd have to be right in the time period when they was making Christianity. But if an old ancient story went into your tradition, it wouldn't matter, you know what I'm saying, how long before the story was created. So he could go back to the old kingdom with these traditions, and dude just basically admitted he ain't gonna be able to say nothing about that.
That's the period in which Christianity arose. So I know Egypt during the Hellenistic period. That's when it's been heavily influenced by Hellenization and so on. And there's a lot of other developments that have changed because the pharaohs are gone, and there's like a lot of things have altered by that point. Right. But the point with the dismemberment is that we see this popping up in multiple.
So Jabari just need to get better with his poker face. That's all. A little bit better poker face.
Cultures across the Mediterranean centuries before Christianity. So it's possible that this is an Egyptian idea that got disseminated through cultural diffusion to many cultures. But that happened centuries before Christianity, right? So, so that's an example. That's totally possible because we know, for example, a lot of Judaism, they get ideas from both Mesopotamia. That's where you get their particular flood myth comes from Mesopotamia rather than the Egyptian flood myth, which is very different. But at the same time, like pork taboo and circumcision were Egyptian cultural elements before Jews brought that up, right? So they did take that. That is cultural diffusion from one of their neighbors. So they're borrowing, and this is, again, centuries before Christianity, but they're borrowing from everybody. And then it's the same with Zoroastrianism. So like resurrection, the general resurrection of Israel and the apocalypticism of Judaism, which we take as fundamental to Judaism now. That's Persian. That comes from Persia. They borrowed that from Zoroastrian religion. So everything, even Judaism, is this sort of amalgamation of cultures from all of its neighbors and conquerors. And so there's a little bit of Egypt in there for sure, but it's not the primary thing, and it's not like it's all comes from Egypt, right?
So here's another thing: Jabari is letting him talk, and when Jabari interjects, Richard Carrier stops and he addresses the interjection. The problem is going to be the opposite when Richard Carrier tries to interject on Jabari. Jabari keeps going, hold on, wait, let me finish. And that's just something I noticed.
Pieces of it come from Egypt, and then that's Judaism, and then we get to Christianity, and we're centuries later, and it's mostly getting it from Judaism, and then the next biggest is Hellenization, and then there's a little bit of there's probably a few little borrows and lifts from.
Here's the challenge that I would have with you. I truly believe, and thank you for outlining your thinking around this. By the way, Dr. Carrier, I don't know if you realize this, but you agree with me much more than you agree with most.
Actually, I would not be surprised by that. I think I brought that up in the I can't say about quantity, right? So,
right.
But certainly, like not everything you say is. I don't disagree with everything you say. That's absolutely true. But I do take issue with the key methodological failures that I did.
I think part of the challenge that you might actually experience is that I've been reading the ancient Kemetic text. I've been familiar with ancient Kemet extensively, right? So when you pose that something may be Hellenic, and I can prove to you that this is a concept that long predates the Hellenes.
If you've got that actual evidence, right?
Then you have some challenges, right?
Well, yeah, and that would be an example of something that would hold up, but that doesn't rescue all the other stuff that doesn't hold up, like the.
And I would also express to you, I would say to you, I know that you've done several things here that I want to take issue with. First, you say that Herodotus tries to describe all religions as the same so that he can sort of describe his own tradition as primary, right? But in actuality,
not as the same, right? Like he thinks he's talking ontology. He thinks the gods actually exist, first of all. He thinks that they're the same gods, right?
Well, what happens?
Then these different cultures come up with different ways to represent and talk.
Let me ask you this though: what happens when he tells us that his religion comes from ancient Kemet?
Well,
not that ancient Kemet borrows from.
Yeah. You mean just Greek religion in general, right?
Yeah.
This is the problem that I have.
Specifically, the deity that you're referring to, Bacchus Dionysus.
Yeah. So exactly. So
because that's different than what you just said, right? You said that.
No.
So
that's a good example.
Give me a sec. I wanted you to unfurl a little bit, but I want to explain where I'm going here. For it. I think that what you've said is that he tries to describe all religions being the same so he can compare them to his own.
That's not
accurate.
In actuality,
well, you can correct me, but in actuality, what I think I'm hearing, what I think I read in Herodotus and others, not just Herodotus, I wouldn't give you just one source, but what I think I see them saying is their tradition comes from Kemet. And I think that what you'll begin to see is you're looking at one of the most influential civilizations of the entire period that we're referring to, right? And so when you look at the quote unquote mystery traditions, my argument is that Christianity is directly influenced by Kemet, and then I'm using the term influence to be polite, but I'm going someplace else. Influenced again indirectly through the mystery traditions, because if you look at the mystery traditions, there are sort of regional or cultural differences, but the general theme is very similar. The general theme of, if you look at Attis, if you look at Dionysus, if you look at these traditions, you're going to see many similarities. And I think that you're describing this as something that's Hellenistic, and that's perhaps because
I think you're overgeneralizing.
Your focus is on Hellenistic Kemet, and my focus is long before Hellenistic Kemet. And so we see the dismemberment, for example, long before there are Hellenes. Long before we see that in ancient Kemet.
That's why I gave that as an example.
Savior narrative. You don't see a robust savior narrative. By the way, if this isn't the functional and most important aspect of Christianity, I don't know what is.
There is no personal savior in pre-Hellenistic.
I let you go for a while.
Well, so it's kind of true that Jabari let him go for a while, but not letting him respond and on some letting you can finish after he say his response. I mean, this is the problem is, why do friendly discourses go easier than debates. In friendly discourses, nobody ever be like, you cutting me off. If your partner say something, then he just get to say something. But I don't know. I'm just tripping off this.
Wow. Let me unfurl a little bit here, and then you can disagree. When we actually look at the concept of a savior that is murdered and resurrects so that we all have access to heaven, if that is not the most fundamental principle of Christianity, I don't know what is. All the other things that we mention, in some ways, are superfluous. They're not as important as that fundament. If you take that out of Christianity, it's not Christianity anymore. You could take baptism out, and it would still be Christianity. But if you take the Savior, the resurrected Savior, out of Christianity, it is not Christianity in its origins or in its current iteration. And clearly we see that this archetype has a Kemetic origin. Clearly. So
Yeah,
let me just show you.
It's actually Sumerian, but okay. It goes
Well,
back
I mean,
further.
I'd like for you to give me some dates on where you see it in Sumer.
So what's Sumerian? Hold on, let's go back.
Clearly. So
Yeah,
let me just show you.
It's actually Sumerian, but okay. It goes
Well,
back
I mean,
further.
I'd like for you to give me some dates on where you see it isn't the functional and most important aspect of Christianity. I don't know what is.
There
If
is
there's
no personal savior
let
in
me
free
finish.
Hellenistic
I let you go for a while. Let me unfurl a little bit here, and then you can disagree. When we actually look at the concept of a savior that is murdered and resurrects so that we all have access to heaven, if that is not the most fundamental principle of Christianity, I don't know what is. All the other things that we mention, in some ways, are superfluous. They're not as important as that fundament. If you take that out of Christianity, it's not Christianity anymore. You could take baptism out, and it would still be Christianity. But if you take the Savior, the resurrected Savior, out of Christianity, it is not Christianity in its origins or in its current iteration. And clearly we see that this archetype has a Kemetic origin. Clearly. So
Yeah,
let me just show you.
It's actually Sumerian, but okay. It goes
Well,
back
I mean,
further.
I'd like for you to.
So the archetype of the resurrected Savior is actually Sumerian, is what Dr. Richard Carrier puts forth, and let's hear how this goes.
Give me some dates on where you see it in Sumer.
Well, the 1700s BC, we have the Sumerian tablets that establish.
And what date do we see the pyramid text of Kemet?
Yeah, but it's roughly the same time, right? Or shortly after, right?
So you don't think that we
see? He's guessing. Right is a guess. You got him guessing, bruh. This dude guessed. I would say you tell me.
Isn't the functional and most important aspect of Christianity? I don't know what is.
There is no personal savior in free Hellenistic.
I let you go for a while. Let me unfurl a little bit here, and then you can disagree. When we actually look at the concept of a savior that is murdered and resurrects so that we all have access to heaven, if that is not the most fundamental principle of Christianity, I don't know what is. All the other things that we mention, in some ways, are superfluous. They're not as important as that fundament. If you take that out of Christianity, it's not Christianity anymore. You could take baptism out, and it would still be Christianity. But if you take the Savior, the resurrected Savior, out of Christianity, it is not Christianity in its origins or in its current iteration. And clearly we see that this archetype has.
Getting something completely wrong is not playing anyone. Elder Yahweh, peace to you. Getting the answer completely wrong can't be, you can't say that he playing somebody. To play somebody is to be elusive with your answer. But to say I don't know, and to ask the opponent, right? That's not playing a person.
Has a Kemetic origin, clearly. So
Yeah,
let me just show you.
It's actually Sumerian, but okay, it goes
Well,
back
I mean,
further.
I'd like for you to give me some dates on where you see it in Sumer.
Well, the 1700s BC, we have the Sumerian tablets that establish.
And what date do we see the pyramid text of Kemet?
Yeah, but it's roughly the same time, right? Or shortly after, right?
Why would he say that?
You don't.
So think about what he said. Think about the logic of what he said. His brain, he don't even got neurons that fire off to help you answer the question logically in a few moments and seconds. Cats should start freestyling. Because that help you, your brain figure out the problem in a timely fashion. You didn't have nothing to help you work this out. So think about the age of the pyramids is the first thing I would have thought about if I didn't know this answer. Right? And I would have said, okay, I know the pyramids is older than 1700 BC. That's what one of my neurons would have said. Then it would have said, I know they didn't scribble on them afterwards. So the writing of the text probably line up with the dating of the pyramids. He couldn't even just do that real quick in like a split second.
Sumerian tablets that establish.
And what date do we see the pyramid text of Kemet?
Yeah, but it's roughly the same time, right? Or shortly after, right?
So you don't think that we see the pyramid? You think the pyramid text and the Sumerian tablets?
So let me show y'all something. It's called Google Face. You got to learn debaters Google Face. He got a good poker face, Google Face. But unfortunately, when you wear glasses, screen reflection, give up your Google Face. And when shit starts switching in the glasses, see, y'all got to know how to analyze. When shit starts switching in the glasses after a question, and you trying to keep poker Google Face, watch this.
Clearly. So yeah. When we, the general theme of, if you look at Attis, if you look at Dionysus, if you look at these traditions, you're going to see many similarities. And I think that you're describing this as something that's Hellenistic, and that's perhaps because
I think you're overgeneralizing.
Your focus is,
so in the reflection, you can see the StreamYard right now. Watch this.
Is on Hellenistic Kemet. And my
so he just switched. Now they're going to look down the type. Damn, we need to catch people in the park. Say, put down your phone and let's talk. Because they're going to switch screen. I seen it happen in the glass reflection. Now they're going to look down the type. See, this Google Face. You got to catch people Google Face. You must be used to all that Googling.
Focus is long before Hellenistic Kemet. And so we see the dismemberment, for example.
Stupid look downs. Damn, you don't got no not look types. Let me show you how to Google without looking, bro. You gotta look down. You're gonna get caught up. Let me see if I can pull this off. Come on, man. We gotta get our let me put myself on the screen. This dude can't even Google without looking. You must be used to all that Googling. Let me see. I guess they ain't gonna let me make it bigger. I'm gonna make this thing screen bigger. Forget it. I was gonna show myself not look Googling. Okay, you gotta look at the screen still, Rich. This is the toughest environment to be in. So you gotta Google this
long before there are Hellenes.
So here go another thing. We all know when the human is taking in information. This, you know why your eyes get big when you're surprised? Because you're trying to take in more information. That's just a human physical reaction. So when somebody don't know something and they peeping game, you're going to see their eyes get bigger. Even if they act like they knew it, just watch them eyes get bigger.
Long before. We see that in
that's
Kemetic.
why I gave
We
that as
see
an
the
example.
savior narrative. You don't see a robust savior narrative. By the way, if this isn't the functional and most important aspect of Christianity, I don't know what is.
There
If
is
there's
no personal savior in pre-Hellenistic.
I let you go for a while. Let me.
There is no personal savior in pre-Hellenistic Egyptian. What is he talking about?
Unfurl a little bit here, and then you can disagree. When we actually look at the concept of a savior that is murdered and resurrects so that we all have access to heaven, if that is not the most fundamental principle of Christianity, I don't know what is. All the other things that we mentioned, in some ways, are superfluous. They're not as important as that fundament. If you take that out of Christianity, it's not Christianity anymore. You could take baptism out, and it would still be Christianity. But if you take the Savior, the resurrected Savior, out of Christianity, it is not Christianity in its origins or in its current iteration. And clearly we see that this archetype has a Kemetic origin. Clearly. So let me just show you.
It's actually Sumerian, but okay. It goes
well,
back
I mean, I'd like for you to give me some dates on where you see it in Sumer.
Well, 1700s BC, we have the Sumerian tablets that established.
And what date do we see the pyramid text of Kemet?
Yeah, but it's roughly the same time, right? Or shortly after, right?
So you don't think that we see the pyramid? You think
he couldn't even find his mouse? You got to keep your hand on the trigger, Rich. You have to look over for the mouse. I know this is a smash analysis, but I just be trying to see how I got you out there. Look.
And the Sumerian tablets are contemporaries.
The Sumerian tablets, I believe, are earlier than the relevant pyramid texts, the ones that talk about the death and resurrection of Osiris.
And you're suggesting that those early Christians were reading Sumerian tablets instead of...
No, that's why you're hugely conflating and overgeneralizing a zillion
things. I want to understand your position.
Well, let him talk then, Jabari. Damn.
You've said like 5 things that are way overgeneralized. It would take a while to untangle them all.
Okay.
I can't do that here. I don't have the time to do that.
Okay.
But I think, first of all, you need to be... What would be helpful from you for the debate is I need you to be more specific.
All right, let's stop. So this is a debate. So in all actuality, you're telling me exactly what not to do. Why do I need to be more specific for you? Obviously it's not a problem to be, Jabari specified everything, but the language, he tried to correct himself because I need you to, this is a debate. What you need me to do won't be acquiesced. You messing up more by telling me what you need me to do so that you can win the debate.
I don't think that we see the pyramid. You think the pyramid text and the Sumerian tablets are contemporaries?
The Sumerian tablets, I believe, are earlier than the relevant pyramid texts. The ones.
So now let's stop. Anybody agree with what he said? That these Sumerian texts that he's referencing, well, he already gave a date, so he messed himself up. He said 1700 BC. So even if there are texts that predate that, maybe he could have been like, I just said that at the weigh-in. Here go another one I found last night. I'm going to drop the link in a few more minutes. They need to stop saying the Sumerian tablets. There are over 1,000 Sumerian tablets, which inscription is he speaking of? It's a Nana's descent into the netherworld. Now, what's the date on that, good brother Lugal? Peace to you. He said 1700 BC, Lugal. So whether you got another date he boxed himself up unless he gonna just wiggle out of it at the debate. Like, man, that was the way in. Here you go.
The death and resurrection of Osiris.
And you're suggesting that those early Christians were reading Sumerian tablets instead of.
That's why you're hugely conflating and overgeneralizing a zillion
Well,
things.
I want to understand your position.
Like you've said like 5 things that are way overgeneralized. It would take a while to untangle them all.
Okay.
I can't do that here. I don't have the time to do that.
Okay.
Now, what that response right there is crazy. I'm sorry. That ain't it. The limited time angle is cool, but if he said 5 things that you don't have the time to unfurl, just unfurl 1. Hey, somebody, let's make sure the moderator's getting that debate link up for Sa. That's our happy holidays to Sa over here on the Magi Arches. We helping. Because I got mine and I want to watch that. I probably watch that. Try to see how I can watch it on the TV. Anybody figured out how to watch Zoom on their TV? Just probably download the Zoom app.
But I think, first of all, you need to be what would be helpful from you for the debate is I need you to be more specific and not overgeneralize. So, like when you said like Herodotus says that all Greek religion comes from Egypt.
Oh, I didn't say that.
That's not what he said, right? No,
I didn't say that.
He said certain specific ideas came from there.
Well, I think I can find a quote where he did actually say that. So let me know if you don't even know Herodotus that good. But let's hear what he says.
But is he right? Because Herodotus has a specific interest to make that up, right? Now we also at the same time know that there is influence from Egypt into Greece. There's influence from Mesopotamia into Greece. There's influence from Persia into Greece. So all these cultures are influenced.
Thank you.
So you just need to be more specific as to what your claim is. And then you need to be more specific to what evidence you're referring to. And I'll give you another example real quick before I have to go. I don't have a lot of time. But
go ahead.
So the savior angle, right? So in the original Egyptian religion, Osiris defeats death. And then and through that illustrates.
He's saying stuff so wrong. In the original Egyptian religion. Oh, I'm going to share the debate link. Let me share it one more time. It's right here on this video, so I could click this. Here. Copy it. Put it up. Yeah, I'm going to be in that thing, arrows up. Let me see. There we go. And again, I ain't getting nothing for promoting that, so go on and hit me with the nice cash app, Si. You know how we do. Shout out to you.
So you follow the same rituals that pharaohs can then defeat death, right? So it was really only open to certain select people, mainly pharaohs and their families, are the only ones who had access to this.
Man, oh my God, this dude messed up everything. Listen, if you don't have to know nothing about ancient Egypt, like some of the good, who are the good, like Chef will probably put hands on Richard character. Chef is really good with logic. His brain work. He can think of some things that'll box you up. Now look at this.
Osiris defeats death.
Listen to how easy you don't have to know nothing about ancient Egypt to hear the flaws in this argument. Just listen.
And then, and through that illustrates that you follow the same rituals that pharaohs can then defeat death, right? So it was really only open to certain select people, mainly pharaohs and their families, are the only ones who had access to this.
So his argument is the only one who had access to the original. See, he got to remember what he said. He said the original ancient Egyptian religion didn't have that. Then he talked about when it had it, it was only pharaohs who had access to it. Damn, I hope Jabari go into TLA and just hit him with some primary. That's so much rubbish that I can't. E.A. Wallace Budge is turning over in his grave. For real, he like, what did he just say? Let's hear it again.
Right. Now we also at the same time know that there is influence from Egypt into Greece. There's influence from Mesopotamia into Greece. There's influence from Persia into Greece. So all these cultures are influencing them. So you just need to be more specific as to what your claim is. And then you need to be more specific to what evidence you're referring to. And I'll give you another example real quick before I have to go. I don't have a lot of time. But
go ahead.
So the savior angle, right? So in the original Egyptian religion, Osiris defeats death.
So he started by saying in the original Egyptian religion, we could talk about that too, because we know originally it was all broken up. We got different tutelary gods for each nome. So when you say original, Osiris wasn't even there yet originally. Let's talk about it.
And then, and through that illustrates that you follow the same rituals that pharaohs can then defeat death, right? So it was really only open to certain select people, mainly pharaohs and their families, are the only ones who had access to this.
You think the only people who could turn into a wazir was the pharaohs and their families? Damn, he could just win the debate on that all day. So I could win the debate right now. Y'all want to see me win the debate? Let me see how many times I'm gonna have to press the keyboard. I'm gonna count. It's gonna be the click to get. I'm gonna have to click to minimize this. The click to the TLA. The click to enter. Then I'm gonna type 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so that's about 8. Then I'm gonna click. It's gonna be. I could probably debunk this dude in 10 clicks. Now, you know what's going to be the problem is when I fumble and bumble on the transliteration. Let's see if I can debunk him in 10 clicks. I go to first click. All right. Oh, I see. I didn't consider this going to a new screen, so I won't go to it. Now, I'll waste a click. Second click. Now, I go to third click. We in the TLA. Let me see if I can do it in 10 clicks. These ain't clicks. I'm minimizing the screen. Well, I gotta click this. I didn't think about that. 4, 5. So I just wasted some clicks. I gotta do it in 10 clicks. Oh, that was 1, 6, but I ain't counting that because that wasn't on. That's 6. Now this 7. Now these ain't clicks. Because this is typing. W-I. That'll be the right transliteration. 7. Nope, this ain't the right transliteration. They use J's. I just clicked. No, I didn't click yet. That still ain't gonna be right. And so this was messing me up. But anyway, 9. I'm gone. Anyway, I'm gonna put W-I-S. This is what I had in there. I got that. So I'm gonna go like this. There's gonna be 1,000 things, but I want to show you something about this term with seer. So I guess I should go 10. We can look at the W. Oh, I see how they did it. They got it. They just got it. I see the name right here. WSIR. Now it's gonna be over 2,000 entries. We'll see these both got clicked, so you can see that I've been doing my research on these. See, there's gonna be, because it's red. There's gonna be 2. Now look at this. The first thing we need to learn about Osiris that debunks Richard Carrier just right here, hella easy. Don't you see 2 entries for Osiris? Well, every entry you see on the screen is for Osiris. But for the one named Wasir, the chief deity in his own name, you see 2 entries, right? What is one of them represents the god Osiris, the Neteru Osiris. What does the other one represent? Osiris, the deceased. Now, I want you to understand, you could misunderstand that. Not Osiris when he is deceased. but the deceased human being in his Osirian form. Well, how would you know this? By reading the 2,300 or something. Let me see, what's my memory doing? 2,300 something attestations of it. 1,000, this 1,840. Which one got 2,300? Osiris? 2,900. Remember that. By going over some of these 2,908 attestations of it. All right? Now, notice this. We got less attestations of humans when they turn to Wasir. So first, all you got to do is go here, and we'll go to one of the oldest attestations, right, of Osiris. Probably be Unes or Pepi. What is this? It says a rock tomb of Hemet Ra in the Old Kingdom. This is a sacrifice given by the king, a sacrifice given by Anubis, lord of the necropolis, who is in front of the hall of worship, a sacrifice given by, not by, but to Osiris. They say by. Hotep D Nisu. Hotep D was there. So we're giving offerings to Osiris in the same funerary tradition in the Old Kingdom. Right? But this ain't somebody coming to Osiris. But this is just showing that go back all the way to the Old Kingdom. So your 1700 date is already beat up. But let's go back to this. Osiris the deceased. This is the human when he's deceased turning into Osiris. And where does that happen? I knew this off the top. I said it was going to be Unes. Right? So where was the first time a pharaoh actually turned into an Osiris or a Wasir? At least in the TLA, we got it in Unis. We could go over here and go to the cotext, excuse me, and read it. We could come back here and go to the text, get sources on it. Saqqara, Unes, pyramid text. So he's beat by everything he said. The pyramid text here is outdating what he said it dates back to. Osiris dating back that far, and people turning to an Wasir also goes back to the pyramid of Pepi. Let's see what it says. You have come to your Ba Osiris, mighty Ba among the Ak spirits. Probably Ak. Excuse me. Mighty in his place, whom the 90 in the princely houses protects. Osiris Unes. Uh-oh. Now right here, but Unes is a pharaoh. Let's see when some normal people in regular common people tombs start turning to Osiris. All of these is Osiris Unes, the Old Kingdom. So that's not hard to do. Have the sources on the screen. It ain't gonna be like he just showed it right there. Since you got them so boxed up, you can put the sources on the screen. Just do some theatrics and have fun. Boom. All of these Uneses. All of these times they're talking about being the Osiris. Look how many times it is him. If it keeps starting with him, I'm just skipping to the next page. All right, here go Teti. Osiris Teti. Osiris Teti. They still royal. Let's get to some people that ain't royal. It's going to just say the tomb is going to be a commoner. Commoners, they do have non-royal tombs. I took a whole class on it. Non-royal. Well, a whole section. So I'm excited to watch the debate today. We're still going through Pepi the First. And we're trying to see if we can find in this time period, somebody who was not a king turning into Osiris. But we're getting all these Peppies. So let me keep just skipping through the Peppies. Peppy the second. Oh, it's Peppy the first. We on attestation number 300, and they still was just Peppy and Teddy. All right, Marin Ra. That's a pyramid. All right, pyramid of Neith. There we go. Let's go Neith, but that's not a commoner. Pyramid of Neith. Let's look. This is just not really a pyramid. It's a royal tomb complex, but it's royal. You want to find it in non-royal tombs. Nevertheless, they turn it into a SARS in the Old Kingdom. We had attestation 430, 440 something, and we still in the pyramid of Neith. In the 500s. Peppy the second. All right, here we go. Now we got up out of there. Now we in the Papyrus New. Now Papyrus New, that's going New Kingdom. So let's go back first. Prior. Old Kingdom. So I'll go from Peppy second to what? Anybody in the Middle Kingdom? Middle Kingdom. A snake magical. All right, got him. What? Yeah, okay, cool. There you go. There you got it. Checkmate. So here in the Middle Kingdom, it says whenever they put in, it's like filling the name, basically. It's for the, that ain't what it means, but it's for the name of the nominal, I don't want to say nominal. It's for the name of the person who turned into an Osiris. Okay? So all of these before, this is Neonk Pepi, but the sacrifice the king gives to Osiris, Neonk Pepi isn't turning into an Osiris. Here, this person is an Osiris. This is the powerful and useful. This is powerful and useful for the Osiris in. Let's go back. That in represents whoever name you're going to fill in the blank with. Let's go look at the text. Middle Kingdom on a coffin and a sarcophagus. Middle Kingdom. It ain't giving us no specific dates though. But we can see that you turn it, if you could say that this is going before 1700, if you could date this papyrus to 1700, you could show right here how early people that were not royal could become an Osiris. I'm gonna get ready to open up the Zoom.
When at the same time we have other similar savior cults. So we go back to the mysteries of Eleusis, for instance, which go back to pre-written. Goes back prior to the written history in Greece, where it's a different myth, but it's a.
Now y'all giving them that? It goes back to prior. You don't, man, please. It goes back to prior than written history. Then how you gonna source it for the debate? If you could source something that go and you could say, no, we need the first time it was written down. We could say it go back as far as we want to say it go back. But you can't be saying it go back before written history. So my Greek written history, that's just 1000 BC. Let me share this. Let me get some people in the chat. Shout out in the Zoom if y'all want to participate or build, go and click the link. But yeah, this debate ain't gonna I don't think he's gonna do good. Oh yeah, let me share that book link too for anybody who ain't got that book yet. Go and cop that Black Like Osiris and support I appreciate y'all. Guess what? It'll arrive by December 28th. Let me see. Let me put the link. Now Garfield mad that the Greeks said the Egyptians was black. They go black like Osiris link. If you ain't copped it, go and get that for somebody, man. And I already shared the Zoom link, so click that if you feel like it. Appreciate all the support. My book's still number 8 in Egypt, in new releases for Egyptian history. How about that? Egyptian history, you made that up. That category. I was trying to pin the link, but it ain't letting me. I don't see no little dots next. Only one I don't see the dots next. Don't hit that link.
And the different salvation method too. It's a method where they give you a secret code so that when you die, and they give you a map, and so you find the gatekeeper of hell, and you give them the right code, and then he lets you into paradise, right? So it's different, but it's still salvation concept. And it was tied to citizenship of Athens at the time, but then it started expanding to just anyone. And this is when the Hellenistic cult began, where just anyone could join the cult and get in on this salvation technique. So that idea of a personal savior, that you can actually merge with the God, and the God himself will rescue you, that actually comes out of the Hellenistic model. But then, of course, you have all these other cultures that have similar.
Why is he saying that? I don't know why he's saying that. Let me go back, make sure he said what I.
Keeper of hell, and you give them the right code, and then he lets you into paradise, right? So it's different, but it's still salvation concept. And it was tied to citizenship of Athens at the time, but then it started expanding to just anyone. And this is when the Hellenistic cult began, where just anyone could join the cult and get in on this salvation technique. So that idea of a personal savior, that you can actually merge with the God, and the God himself will rescue you, that actually comes out of the Hellenistic model.
So that you could merge with God and God. I mean, we just got through showing you could be an Osiris way before Hellenism. You merge with Osiris. This is part of Osirian symbolism. This is why they use the bed that man. But for real though, what is he talking about? That come out of Hellenism? So merging, I don't believe he said that.
It's a different myth, but it is the different salvation method too. It's a method where they give you a secret code so that when you die, and they give you a map, and so you find the gatekeeper of hell, and you give them the right code, and then he lets you into paradise, right? So it's different, but it's still salvation concept. And it was tied to citizenship of Athens at the time, but then it started expanding to just anyone. And this is when the Hellenistic cult began, where just anyone could join the cult and get in on this salvation technique. So that idea of a personal savior, that you can actually merge with the God, and the God himself will rescue you, that actually comes out of the Hellenistic model. But then, of course, you have all these other cultures that have similar ideas of dying and rising gods, and they get adapted, right? So like originally there was, in some cultures, for instance, it's an agricultural metaphor. But by the time the Hellenistic cults come along, they turned it into a personal salvation metaphor. So it's you personally, not your people, but you personally can get salvation by merging with the God through baptism and communal meals, right? So this whole model of salvation is a Hellenized idea. Now, if by the time we get to Hellenized Greece,
I mean, Jabari writing down so much stuff right here because he messed that all up.
Yes, then we get this merger of the Hellenistic system and the Osiris cult, and you get this personal salvation cult with baptism, which replicates the death and resurrection of Osiris. That did not exist before Hellenization of Egypt. And the communal, the baptism as a model where you're undergoing the death and resurrection of Osiris. That I'm not aware of any evidence of that predating the Hellenized.
The baptism as a model. Say that one more time.
For example, look at Apuleius. There's a whole chapter in Apuleius, the Golden Ass, where he describes this ritual where when you get baptized, you are metaphorically living through the death and resurrection of Osiris, and you're born again, literally born again. The word's in there, and then that secures you a place in paradise. And so that is the way the salvation model works. Now that's the Hellenized model. That is not the way it worked in the pharaonic times, where it was just magical rituals that people would perform on the corpse that would allow you to emulate what Osiris did, which is these are different models altogether. And so if you want to understand like Christianity, you have to understand the exact form that it's borrowing from, like where it's getting. Why does it have baptism?
Ain't nobody hit the link yet. Y'all want to build, hit the link. I ain't tripping though, but I'm a leave it up for a minute. Did I not pin the link? Hold on, let me put the link. Maybe I did. Hit that link, man, if you want to. There you go. It wouldn't let me pin it, that's right. I messed that up. All right, there go the link. There go Yahweh, Elder Yahweh. Shout out for Elder Yahweh for hitting the link. I know he about to come in and support Richard Carrier. Man, what's up with the blind support, Elder Yahweh?
Man, what's going on, Smash?
How you doing?
Good.
You gonna support? Oh, go ahead.
No, what was you gonna say?
You gonna support Richard Carrier out the blue, out the blind, huh?
No, it ain't out the blind, man. This is what I keep trying to tell y'all. I tried to tell Sonetta this. I tried to tell everybody this has been listening since he came out with that title, Jabari did. And I keep trying to tell y'all don't listen. Y'all ain't doing y'all research. Y'all not doing y'all research. Right? Richard Carrier has been talking about this topic for years. Y'all not doing y'all research. Black Line Supreme in the chat said, oh, I got his personal number. I could talk to him. I could just dial him up. You ain't never talked to him about that, obviously. Listen, if you go online and just look up Richard Carrier in ancient Egypt, he got blogs from years, 3, 4, 5, 6 years ago, dealing with some of these topics that Jabari keep bringing up and clapping like a chessy cat, like he got him.
He got him.
I keep trying to tell y'all, man, this dude is playing possum, though. Y'all not listening to what I'm saying. Now, y'all ain't got to take it. Call me an old head if you want to. Y'all out there with the Google fingers.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all out there with the spirit fingers. Go ahead and just Google it.
All right, but it go down today at 3 o'clock Pacific, so that's about 6 o'clock Eastern. I mean, I'm going to just get some popcorn, piece the camera, and I see you in the building.
I got my ticket, man. I got my ticket. I can't talk this much about the debate and criticize Jabari on as much as I do and don't watch the debate. I got my ticket, right? So y'all go cop that ticket. Because after the debate, whether y'all think win, lose, or draw, I'm going to come on. I'm going to tell y'all.
You got to mute yourself, Judas. I'll mute you.
Yeah. And I'm going to tell y'all, here's the linchpin to this argument. And I think a lot of people don't understand because y'all, they not you, but they don't study the basis of Christianity. This DM Murdoch zeitgeist argument that Jabari trying to remix is going to fail him. And the reason is because none of that is the basis of Christianity. And that's what Richard Carrier is going to show. It's not about the dying and rising Savior. He just told y'all what the foundation was. And I'm telling you what he's going to show in his debate. He just said it. And you was like, I don't know why he's saying that. Why is he saying that? Because it's the foundation of Christianity. And here it is. It's about a Savior God dying, resurrecting for the sins, the personal sins of the world. There is no religion that does that. None. That's why it's unique.
Well, you got a good point there, but some of the aspects of that, I mean, you know, salvation through another, and one being your savior who got the direct line on God, that's the overlying architecture to that. They threw a few new accessories on it and it looked a little different, and so I give you that. But the overall infrastructure is the same, you know what I'm saying?
Well, we could argue infrastructure, whether whether a garage is the same as a skyscraper.
Yeah, well,
I mean, you got to frame the building.
Yeah, you gonna say, but
pour a
they both got
foundation.
rooms. If we start, they both rooms. You know, they both host rooms, and that's where we
Right.
can see the similarities.
But
But
you
what
can't
about the
say it. But,
Coptics? What about the
similarities is not the same, and that's why I keep telling
Oh,
people.
let's be more specific then. Okay, so you're right about wait. You said something about Jesus. What Jesus got in particular to him that the Osirian symbolism don't have?
And what about the Coptics?
The Torah.
Well, the Torah. Whoever said Torah, that's true. But even in Torah, you can argue that off as wisdom literature. So you can't really make that argument, right? You can see wisdom literature going all the way back to the sayings of Fatah, right? You could talk about wisdom literature that was created, came well on the scene well before written Torah, right? Or even the oral tradition of the Torah.
Can we stick with the dying and resurrecting? I think that's the most important thing.
Right. And so when you talk about the dying and resurrecting Savior's arguments, you don't have any of these deities who are saving their people from a life of eternal damnation, wiping away their sins, right? Jesus said, go and sin no more. He said, today you will be with me in paradise, right? In my Father's house, there are many mansions. If it were not so, I would not have told you. But you can only get there through repentance and washing away of your sins.
Isn't that the extra thing that Smash Rockwell was talking about?
No, it's not. Because if he says it's extra, then that makes it unique. Because there is nothing else like it.
Well, that's kind of like what I was referencing. Now, we know there are savior traditions in a lot of cultures. We could probably name 10 to 20 of them, right? But they all got the same underlying principles, so to speak. Some of them revolve around the Trinity, some of them don't. But we got this one guy who comes back and just save everybody in these traditions. Now, how he does it is different in all of the traditions, and this is what
Give me one.
Well, particularly the one I'm familiar with is the Kemetic tradition. Now, in the Kemetic tradition, Osiris did not resurrect back into the corporeal or into the physical world. He resurrected as a monarch into the afterlife, and then others would merge, if you want to use the word, merge with Osiris or become the natural. We had that for a long time. Now, in the Christian tradition, you don't become Jesus, so there is a little bit of difference there.
But it's not the same.
But the overall principle of a savior allowing some sort of salvation for, well, let me say this, the salvation, so to speak, if we have to put it into Christian sort of like terms, in ancient Egypt would be ma'akaru, or being what's called true of voice and becoming justified. If you were not ma'akaru, you could never turn into a waser, and be in a state of being a waser is possibly equal to like being allowed into heaven in the Hebrew tradition or what have you, in the Christian tradition.
Can I ask you a question? 1 second. Can I ask you a question? Didn't Set go with what is a saw on a solar boat to the isn't it to the gates of hell?
So, now Set had did nefarious things on that trip, if I'm not mistaken. And one of the traditions, Set had turned into the black pig, and
Yep.
so and had to be warded off by Heru, I think, on one of those trips. But there are multiple tales of that, and so that's kind of like crossing over. But what was you about to say to what I was saying?
But do we know why he turned into that black pig though? Do we know why he was called that black pig?
I really don't. Do anybody? I mean, I never read an explanation.
And I'll tell you, because Set was bought in by the Asiatics.
Oh well, I don't know about that.
And because they viewed them as swine.
Can't prove that, man.
It's unclean.
So Set wasn't brought in by the Asiatics, but he had became synonymous with them at a point in time. Some of the earliest, the temple
that black
to Set
pig association in their story, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about Asiatics.
That's a possibility. It would depend on where we date the story. You know what I'm saying? If we date the story from the time period of the Hike Stokes, then you could be right.
Quick question. I got a question. Hold on. I got a question.
Hold on. I just want to give my correlation because why I brought up that state, because I thought Set took a saw to the gates of hell, and then Jesus had to go.
The way you saying it is crazy. Like the gates of hell. Yeah. There was a gates of hell.
To hell. I mean, not the gates of hell, but I would say the underworld in Kemetic, in the sense that they had it. I wouldn't say hell,
but it wasn't gates. Yeah, it wasn't hell. You feel me? It was the Amdu.
Yeah. Right. I say hell because that's a Christian thing. Excuse me. But my whole thing is like, didn't Jesus have to go to hell?
But he just told you you can't make that correlation.
But the correlation is the underworld.
You're just going to try to force that square peg into it's not.
Because it's the underworld. What's the difference?
No, it's not. It's not.
That's my question. What is the difference, though?
Well, the difference is in hell. In certain aspects, it's a place of eternal damnation.
No, I'm talking about the Egyptian concept.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The Egyptian concept is not it wasn't a place of eternal damnation where he could be taken to the gates of hell.
Yara.
Yes.
Yeah. What are you? Hold on. What are you? Are you a Hebrew Israelite, or what is your tribe? What tribe are you?
I don't consider myself not from a tribe. Not from a tribe.
What are you? What do you consider yourself?
I consider myself an Israelite based on the conversion of my faith. That's what I do.
So were there Israelites?
So I really practice Yahwehism.
Okay, were there Israelites in the first century?
Absolutely.
Were anybody record Israelites in the first century? Who recorded Israelites in the first century? Outside of the Bible, who recorded Israelites outside of the Bible?
Who recorded Israelites outside of the Bible?
Like has Josephus mentioned Israelites outside of the that's what I'm talking about, like historic.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Who
Tacitus does. Tacitus.
What did he say about Israelites? What did he say? Was it Jews or was it Israelites he mentioned?
That's a synonymous term.
What you mean?
It's a synonymous term during that time. Jew just really means from. Hold on. Jew is really an affiliation to a geographical location that just means from Judea, right?
So
when people
in Rome, hold on. So when he was talking about Romans and Jews in the Roman Empire, he was talking about a place. What was he talking about?
He was talking about Jews, people who had an affiliation or considered to be that. Because there were some who considered themselves to be Jews, but that's because more so they were from the land of Judea, right? That was the province that they lived in. You had Israelites that lived all over the known world at the time due to the Assyrian captivity. So
okay, were they? No. My question. Hold on. When did Judea end? Wasn't it like?
You asked
500, 600 years way before?
Judea has never ended. I don't know what you mean. Judea has never ended.
Okay, so during the Roman Empire, there was a Judea, right?
Yes.
A land. Okay.
But you gotta get to your point because you asked him hella questions.
I apologize. So my point is, in the first century, majority of your those who believe in the Torah, right? Your ancestors during that period of time did not believe that Messiah have came yet. So why do you believe that the Messiah, if your first century people did not believe that?
Well, that's not, I mean, that's a false statement. You have some that believed and some didn't believe.
No.
Why we
According
listen,
to Richard
hey,
Carrier,
I need you to
I'll go
slow
ahead.
down.
But you got to
I need you
mention
to slow
Richard
down.
Carrier because you say you believe in
No,
Richard
I need
Carrier.
you to
Go
slow
ahead.
down and stop. Right, you're going too fast because you're not listening.
Okay.
You said the first century specifically.
Yes, sir.
Yeshua himself is from the first century. We have
Exactly.
the Bible. Usually, the what we read in the Bible itself, from Paul to Mark of Alexandria, right? We know who has authenticated letters. Those were people of the first century. So
Yes,
that whole movement began in the first century.
I
So
agree.
when you say they didn't believe in the Messiah, there are some that did and some that didn't.
Let me put it this way.
They're not a monotheistic. They were never monotheistic. And
All
that's
right,
the
but let me
problem
put it
with
this
a lot
way.
of people.
G, come on, G, come on, man.
Hold on. Let me put it
What
up.
are you trying to put?
According to Richard Carrier.
Let's let Dr. Daniel LaRoche get in real quick.
God, I just want to bounce in and bounce out. Okay, real quick. Jonathan, congratulations on your book. My question for you, Jonathan, is why did you name your book Black Like Osiris versus Black Like Osar?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And it had a lot to do with marketability and the ability for a teaching moment in one of my first chapters as I led people along the ride. To put Black Like Wasser, if you just seen that pop up on your Amazon or even on your YouTube stream, that's for the knowledgeable people. And I don't want to lose the people who don't even have the impetus to click and say, what that mean? You see what I'm saying? Some people just gonna be like, you lost me because I don't even know what your book is about because you just said Black Like Asar or Wasser. I don't know what that means. Now, if I say Black Like Osiris, it's more marketable and it could bring more people to want to click and see what the book is about. If they're interested in the subject, they'll buy it and they'll find out. But then before they could get to the second chapter, they'll learn of the original name of Osiris is Wasser, and then I often I'll give them Asar too, and then interchangeably throughout the book, I use all three titles. But it was more of a marketing thing and an opportunity for a teaching moment. You know what I'm saying?
I got you. And just one comment about the debate. Osar's been around for over 5,000 years compared to Christianity and Jesus. So Carrier's going to be wading into deep waters. Jabari has the advantage, and hopefully he'll execute. And that's all I have to say. I'll turn it back over to G. Have a good day, gentlemen.
I'll say real quick, G. Last I'll say my first book I wrote was highly specialized, and I thought it was cool to be on it. Like, look how much I know, you know what I'm saying, but more or less to deal with the subject matter to where if you don't know this stuff, I ain't even tripping. I'm just writing this for the people who know it. And I'm a little bit older now, and I feel like that's not the best approach. So even if you look, I tried to write it all the way to people to the age from 12 years old could still be able to consume the material and come away with, I don't, until it's only close to 150 pages. It ain't intended to be exhaustive or nothing like the last word on it, but I want it to be more digestible to a wider audience. That's all.
And that's good because it's good to meet the people, particularly the young people, so they can reach it. So thank you and congratulations.
Appreciate you. Thanks for stick around. Thanks for tapping in. Now G Lacan, is back on you.
Yeah, real brief. I'll be real brief. Hey, Mr. Daniel, I apologize to you, man. I didn't know that was you. But Yara, like I was saying, according to consensus, there was 0.3, but I would say about 0.3, not even 1% after the death of Jesus, right? After the death of Jesus that believed that he was the Messiah, like 40, 50 years after. So those people who believe in the Torah did not convert it into believing that Jesus was the Messiah. So I'm saying by consensus, if you was in the first century, you would be going with the low percentage not even the minority, very low percentage of believers that Christ was the Messiah. So according to Richard Carey and Bert was that Bert Ehrman. So it wasn't that many Christians by the end of the first century. It's like less than 10,000 compared to millions of Jews.
Well, that's incorrect based on what we know from the writings of Josephus. Josephus tells us that there were at least 1 million Jews who, based on what we understand to be the prophecies of Yeshua, that actually fled up into the areas of Pella, right? And there were at least 1 million Jews that fled that way. But I don't argue that, you know, it's still a very small percentage. That's
not even 1%. That's what I'm saying. It's not even 1%.
Yeah, I mean, if you say 1%, I don't know where you even gather the numbers from that to say 1%. Like I said, Josephus talks about there's at least 1 million Jews that fled to Pella based on the prophecies of Yeshua. Simply saying, when you see the Romans, come in, you know, flee head for the hills, basically. So basically, that's what they did based on his prophecy. And we can see that in the book written in Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John. And so, but I'm talking
about what the scholars say. I'm just going by what the scholars say. You know what I'm saying? Reading Josephus' work, they saying they're saying there wasn't even 1% of believers in the first century. Not until later in the second and third century, you see Gentiles taking over that Christian belief system. And then the Jews was being prosecuted during the times of Constantine. He was killing them all. So your people being killed.
I agree. Like you're saying a lot, but I do agree. I don't necessarily disagree with everything you said. Right. We do see. I mean, there's accounts of Christians being prosecuted in the scriptures by Paul himself before his conversion. So we know that was happening. You know, at least 7 years. We have some accounts now that Paul was writing probably closer to 40 CE, which is about 7 years after the death of Christ.
50, 60. Nah.
Well, no,
Paul never seen Christ, right? You agree with that, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter whether or not he's seen him or not, because the issue is whether does that still make Paul a contemporary? The answer is yes, it makes him a contemporary of Christ, because we know he was prosecuting Christians during that time. And so that's easy for us to understand. And this is the reason why Paul was even prosecuting those who were Israelites, his own brethren, because they were following after the faith of Christian, quote unquote, this new Christian way, the followers of the way. They were following Christ's teaching. So he was very aware of who Yeshua was and who Christ was. That's evident. That's his whole purpose of persecuting them. And I mean, scholars don't disagree that Paul existed.
They don't agree. They don't disagree with that. You're right. They don't disagree with that. But what they do disagree with your notion is I'm just going by because you mentioned Richard Carrier, and you've been on him from the beginning. He's been saying whatever, but you also, if you read his book, he would say like it wasn't that many believers of Christ in the first century.
That's not an argument. I don't.
It is an argument. I'm just for you.
For what?
I'm saying by the consensus. Those who was there, your rabbis, your whatever, and the average people who was underneath that faith of the Torah did not think this man was anything.
I don't disagree with that. I don't understand. So like I said, I don't understand your point.
Your new Hebrew people, you guys are too Christian. You're too Christianized.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Because you believe that he's the Messiah, right? Do you believe Jesus is the Messiah?
I believe there were many messiahs.
So is Jesus the last Messiah?
I believe so.
This is the perfect product.
Okay. So you a Christian? That's all.
No, I'm not. I don't follow the Christian faith because Christians believe. Hold on, that's great, but Christians believe that Christ is God. I don't believe he's God. That's another big flaw in your argument. I don't believe that he was God. I don't believe he ever espoused to be God. Right? So that's a big flaw in your understanding. So when you call someone a Christian, you have to first ask, do they believe is Christ God?
Okay.
Right.
Hold on.
So
I
you
hear
have to follow. You have to ask that question. Second of all, as far as Christianity is concerned, yeah, it was a very small sect, a group of people that believed that's who he was, right? That he was the Messiah. And so because of that, yeah, it did start small. And it's not until after we see Paul himself going into Asia Minor, it actually began to spread more fervently, right? And then you start to see Constantine, who picks up this understanding of what Christianity is, and that was just basically to assert or to quell the growing faith, because they were losing money. The people in those temples, people weren't coming to sacrifice anymore. They weren't coming to bring money to those temples, to those Greek temples that were paying the coffers of Constantine.
Ethiopian Christians also. Let's pull it back here with the Coptic Christians. Let's discuss those Christians and how the influence of Kemet might have influenced those peoples. Or how
further than that. You can't.
Are you talking about the Axumites?
Hey, hold on.
Yeah, smash.
Go on and hit the Cash App with $20 and you get the signed. Look, I'm showing y'all. You get the signed copy right now. Put your address in the Cash App, and that's the sign. That's damn near cheaper than but you gotta pay for shipping. Maybe like 25. You feel me? I ain't even tripping. You could be wherever.
Gotta pay for the shipping, man. That shipping costs go up.
Exactly, but media shipping is probably like $3-4 a book. I'll send y'all that. I got like 5 copies right here. I'm waiting for a box of 100 to come. Then I'm gonna do an online book sign and try to start something new. But I just gotta shamelessly promote, because we do the work really to support the families. We disseminate it, right? And when we talk and we argue like this, we gotta learn how to put it in a package and get it out to the families. But I didn't mean to cut y'all out. And peace to everybody on the panel. Y'all got the floor. Go ahead.
Hotel smash, and congratulations, brother.
Thank you.
Peace, absolutely.
Peace.
Hey, you cannot go just to the Coptics. You gotta go further back than the Coptics.
Where are you going back to?
How this happened? Well, let me say this real quick. First of all, I never said I have Carrier's personal number. I said I have access to him when I can ask him questions when I want to, and he will respond to me. That's what I said.
Okay. So do you agree with Carrier?
Second thing is, this is why people who put theology over academics should not be in this conversation. If you have not read the Harris Papyrus, if you have not read the hymns of Aten, if you have not read the hymn of Asar, the Maracati manuscripts, if you haven't read the coffin text, you have no idea on what you're talking about when it comes to if the authors of Christianity used Kemet to create their manuscripts.
Absolutely, we can. Absolutely, we can.
Don't ask me for transmissions when
absolutely we can. If you can't prove transmission,
bro, you've been talking. When you cannot tell me who wrote the New Testament, you can't show me one author of the New Testament. So don't ask me for transmissions. When you can show me who wrote the New Testament, I will show you how it was transmitted.
Is that all I need to do?
Don't use that poor argument.
Is that all I need to do?
That's all.
Because I mentioned it earlier.
That's all you need to do.
We already most scholars agree. Hold on, most scholars agree.
You can show a lot though.
Watch this. Most scholars agree.
One author of the New Testament.
I'm going to do it for you right now.
Go ahead.
The consensus of scholars agree that Mark, who was considered the Bishop of Alexandria, we know when we get the term of Alexandria, we know that's a Greek renaming, right, of a city in ancient Kemet. So we know that during those times that Mark, who they call the Bishop of Egypt, is the actual author of the book of Mark.
That's
now
false.
You can date.
That's false.
Watch this. You saying it's false. You're saying it's false. Hold on, bro. You're saying it's false. You asked me. You asked me for an authentic author. Hold on.
Unknown.
You asked that they are not.
They are. That's
The
the
consent. No, they're for the book. They are
right
not.
now.
You're
Let's
talking
bet
about
money
the
on it.
Q
Let's
source.
bet money on it. Let's put money on it.
You're
How y'all
talking
gonna
about
prove
the
it if
Q.
y'all bet? How y'all gonna prove it if y'all bet? How
You're
y'all gonna
talking
prove
about
it?
the Q source. He's talking about a Q source.
Smash $1,000 right now, and then look up and see if all the authors of the New Testament are anonymous. Put your money up.
I'll put it up right now.
Hold on, I need a holder's fee, man. Hold on. I need a 1% holder's fee.
Right.
I'm just playing.
And when you do this,
that's cool.
Watch this.
I'm
And so
joking,
when you
dog.
and when you do this, you're not gonna be able to show us a hypothesis because that's all you're doing. You have no evidence. Hold on.
So you're really trying to say the person who wrote Mark is Mark?
That's what.
Hold on, bro.
There's no evidence of a Matthew. There's no evidence of a John. Period.
I didn't say anything about a John.
Hey, you cooking Black Lion, but your volume lower than
I
his.
didn't say anything
make your
about
argument
John.
not.
He
You know,
said, show
if you could
him
turn your
one
volume up,
author.
Black Lion.
And this is where they begin to backpedal. He said, show him one author of the Gospels. Mark is authenticated by many scholars to be what they call the actual Bishop of Alexandria. They know that most of what's written and most of the Gospels are taken from what they call first a Q source, which he may be referring to, that we don't know where the Q source actually comes from. But when you start looking at the other books, they directly go to Mark, which we know is a real person.
They're talking about upgrade.
Now, if you want to argue whether or not Mark of Alexandria was the same Mark that's mentioned in the biblical narrative, in the Gospels, put your money up, son. Put your money up and show me where I'm
So
incorrect.
this Mark of Alexandria is the Mark from the Bible?
That's what I'm saying. That's what scholars agree to. And you always have maximalists and minimalists that disagree, but he says show him one author. This is all I'm saying. He says show one author, and I'm gonna give him some time to Google it. I'll wait.
All right, so you think I hear y'all went into the long discourse on it, but your stance is not Richard Carrier's argument. Are you just mounting this?
No, I mean he brought that argument to me. That's saying if you can't go back all the way to the hymns of Aten, he doesn't have to argue the hymns of Aten because none of those texts, even though they predate the biblical narrative, they don't have any transmission into the actual Gospels.
Some of them
and
do.
It doesn't matter.
I bet some of them do too.
Some of them do, bro.
Some of them have
no,
to.
they don't. And you can't show it.
Well, y'all gonna say that's the Old Testament.
You can't show it. He said
I
the
show
gospel,
it easy, but y'all.
The argument is
What
Christianity.
is the Gospels? The 4 books you talking about that you consider in the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and Paul?
Yeah, what they call the synoptic Gospels. Yeah.
All right, so you trying to say it got to go into those 4 books? Well, what if
That's
the writers
the
of those books had the knowledge though?
What I'm saying, listen, you don't have Christianity before the synoptic Gospels. And if you ask scholars, watch this. If you ask scholars, they'll tell you that
I thought that was 4 letters.
They'll tell you that Paul's letters themselves predate the synoptic Gospels. So if you actually want to start the argument based on what
I'm confused right now.
Says, you have to start with Paul's letters and then back yourself into the synoptic
I thought you said start with Mark, the first 5. What are you talking about?
I didn't say nothing about no first 5.
Earlier he was talking about Mark.
Paul was a Roman that learned from the Greeks. It's all
now watch this. He said Paul was a Roman that learned from the Greeks. Watch this.
It was stolen information.
Watch this. Watch this. You have nothing to prove that Paul stole anything. Now watch this. I hear that argument.
So hold on. Is it Paul or Mark? That's my question.
Hey,
Paul wrote it.
You lost in the conversation, bro. You got to fall back.
Black Lion, where you go? I messed you up when your mic had went though.
Oh, okay.
No, where Black Lion go? I want to see.
Yeah, Black Lion doing that Google search right now.
Oh, okay.
This is what I'm telling you. If you talk about the synoptic gospels. That most consensus of scholars tell you that they were written after Paul's letters, right? The new scholarship that's coming out now is that you can probably predate some of Paul's letters back to 40 CE, right? So, and some of the oldest gospels written to only till 90 CE, right? Well, when you say John or the book of Revelation, they dated to roughly around 90 CE. That's still first century.
So when was Mark written?
Hold it.
Who's talking to me right now?
It's Black Lion. What you said about Mark is false. The consensus is no one knows who wrote the book of Mark. That is the consensus. You have a few scholars. I'll give you that.
Okay. So that's it.
You have, wait. You have
Hold
a few
on.
scholars.
No, that's it, bro.
I'm giving it back to you, Yara. I'm gonna give it back. You have a few scholars that will say what you said, but the majority of scholars says no. That's the consensus. That's my bet.
That's your argument, right? Now watch this one. And here's another thing. And I taught this to Garfield because he stopped saying it so much. When you say a consensus of scholars, in order for anything to be a consensus, there has to be a meeting of the minds across interdisciplinary studies, and then there has to be a paper produced on that discussion for peer review.
Correct.
If you're not able to show that, you can't talk about a consensus of scholars because consensus of scholars.
I can show it, and you can't show otherwise.
Hold on, bro. A consensus of scholarship without that meeting of the minds and that peer review report that goes along with what you're saying, it's not a consensus.
Yes, it is.
That's not a consensus.
Yes, it is.
All right, let Black Lion get his turn to speak because he been getting refuted everything he said. Go ahead, say your case, Black Lion.
Thank you, Smash, because he's been talking for a long time and don't want nobody else to speak. Now, this is the case. I can show easily. You Google too much, Yara.
I ain't Google nothing. I'm on my phone.
You can't do that to turn up your mic a little bit, Black.
I just tried and I ended up getting cut off.
Oh, okay, don't worry about it. You good. We can hear you. You nice and clear. Sound high quality. It's just lower than your the Yara, so it make it sound like he right. But go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah. Come get it, Black Liar.
Device. So I don't have my speakers with me. I mean my headset. But anyway, if you can hear me enough to say, I can easily prove that the consensus of scholarship is that Mark is not the book of Mark is anonymous. Same with all the rest of the Gospels. They're all anonymous authors. No one knows who they are. But even if you did know who Mark is, you can't show him any transmissions of him writing his books. You don't have the originals. So that would be a dead argument in the first place. You don't have the originals, and the copies that you do have are copies after copies after copies after copies after copies after copies. And all of them are not alike. They all are different. So that still would not help your argument if you even could show that Mark was a real person. So you don't have that evidence.
So let's deal with that. I can show you scholarship. I can show you academic scholars, PhD scholars. I can show you PhD scholars that say Mark was a real person.
All right, name one.
Now watch this.
Name one.
Bart Ehrman is one.
No, that's a lie.
Y'all just blew past Black Lion saying he was still talking. Y'all blew past. Hold on, Black Lion said he was still talking. Come on, Black Lion.
Ehrman's one of the main ones that says he's not.
Oh, watch this. Okay, so first of all, let me address what he says while I'm getting this information. Right. Now, when he says because you don't have any originals, right?
That's right.
First of all, when you read any expert, they'll tell you when they compare all of the Gospels and all of the texts that are written from many different sources and different backgrounds, the many different translations, that the extents or what they call autographs all agree 90% of the time.
No, they don't. That's a lie. No,
okay, okay. You
they
just saying no, they
And
don't. That's not a rebuttal.
No PhD that's gonna say
not,
that. Not one.
Whoa.
Not one.
Hey, come get that debate, bro.
No, show it right now.
No, come get that debate.
Show it right now. I'll debate you.
Come get that debate.
Now. Show 5 scholars. They don't even have to have PhDs. Just show them with credentials. Show 5 scholars right now that says more.
Why do I have to show 5 scholars?
Because you can't do it.
Because we don't believe
you. Can't
you.
show me 5 scholars that don't say that.
You can. We don't believe you, Yara. That's
you
why.
Can't show me 5 scholars that don't say that.
Yes, I can. Oh, yes, I can. Yes,
do it.
No, yo, show your one first. Can we ask you that? Show your one.
Yeah, I'm on the Bar Ermin right now. Hold on.
They have credentials.
Hold on. Now you just said they don't. They don't need to have credentials. No, now they gotta have credentials because you lose this argument. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. It's okay. It's okay, bro. Calm down. It's okay.
No,
it's okay.
It has to be peer reviewed.
Me correctly.
It's okay, bro. It's okay. It can be, and it'll very well be peer reviewed.
That's all I'm asking.
Hold on.
Now, while he's trying to find that,
hold on, I got it.
Like I said before, if you haven't read the text, now see, Smash knows the language. One thing I know is the mythology. I study the mythology. So if you have not read those texts that I mentioned, don't talk about if Christianity took anything from Kemet or not. Because
that's an ignorant statement. You can't show any elements of it. If you can't show any elements of it in Christianity, then how can you say it took from it? That's a dead argument.
What you say?
You heard what I just said, bro.
No, I didn't. Because I was trying to speak and you keep interrupting me because you're getting your head smashed.
No, I'm not getting my head smashed. If you can't show any elements of the Kemetic religion in Christianity, then you can't show transmission.
I just said, if you have not, this is why you don't see.
It doesn't matter. You're not going to show any Kemetic rituals
of Christianity in the text because
you're not going to show any Kemetic rituals or practices or beliefs in the. You're not going to show that, and if you can't show it. Then
it does. Yes, it does.
Bro, where?
Especially in the Harris Papyrus. Especially in the
show me anything in the Harris Papyrus that correlates to the Synoptic Gospel.
Manuscripts, especially there.
Show me anything from the Harris Papyrus. Show me anything from the Harris Papyrus that you can find in the Synoptic Gospels. Go.
Oh, bro. Listen. You keep looking like
you just running your mouth, bro.
You could keep looking for direct copying. No one said nothing.
I'm not looking for direct copying. I'm not looking for direct copying. I'm not looking for direct copying. I asked you, show me one element from the Harris Papyrus that's in the Synoptic Gospel.
Remix for a reason.
Hey, bro, I'm asking you a direct question. Show me anything from the Harris Papyrus that correlates directly or is similar to what you're reading in the Synoptic Gospel.
That's easy to do. What you would have to do is read it. Why don't you?
No, you show it.
No,
you're making the claim.
Those scholars I asked for.
You're making the claim, and you can't do it, bro.
First, you show those scholars I asked for, and then I'll show you what's in the Harris Papyrus.
Okay, let's do that, bro. Let's do that. So I got to take the time. I got to find you 5, right?
Yeah, just 5. With credentials.
With PhDs, right?
No, they don't have to have PhDs, just credentials.
Okay, no problem, right? No problem. Watch this.
Not some pseudo blogger from one of your.
Watch this.
Are we now telling the community that Mark, Luke, and them are real people?
Yeah, that's exactly what he just did.
Yes, absolutely.
Give me my money.
Absolutely.
Dead wrong.
Watch this.
Does Bar Ermin says that?
No, hell no, not even close to saying that. He says the exact opposite.
Watch this.
Can you at least start naming the scholars?
Because I named the one. It says Bar Ermin, and Bar Ermin does not say that.
All right, then. Bar Ermin doesn't say.
He does. He does say, bro. Hold on, I'm looking for it right now. Hold on. Hold on, bro.
That's a lie.
Hold on, bro.
Hold on. I've been holding on for a long time. I'm waiting.
Hold on, and we're gonna wait for you to show us anything in the Harrisburg Papers in the Synoptic Gospel.
Oh, that's easy. That's not hard to do at all.
Right. So hold on. I gotta pull this up. Because I'm sure if I look real hard enough, all he did was Google something. Hold on.
But all you gotta do is just show that Bart Ehrman says it.
Google is something. That's you. You stay on Google. Go to a library.
Man, my library is more extensive. My personal library, is much more extensive than yours, I'm sure.
Man, I don't think so, bro.
Trust me.
I don't think so. And your library got pseudo books in them. Mine have authentic books.
You don't have any authentic books, bro. You can't afford them.
You don't have no books at all, but that's not outside of your belief
So we ain't finna get into that, bro.
All right, then leave that alone, because you don't know nothing about what I got.
And you don't know nothing about what I got, right?
Well, I know what you.
That's what I thought.
That's all I need to know.
That's what I thought.
A bunch of crap.
Right.
Still waiting.
Right. Hold on. I'm trying to get it right now. Hold on.
Hey, I left real quick. Did other y'all get that source yet?
I'm looking in the book. I know it's called Jesus Before the Gospels. I'm trying to find the thing to it. Hold on.
Who wrote it? Who wrote Jesus Before the Gospels?
Bart Ehrman.
Oh, okay. Let's go. That's what I thought you said. Oh, man. Just type in
yo, you should have this on deck, yo. You know what I mean?
Just type in on YouTube. Go to YouTube and type in Bart Ehrman's take on the Gospels on YouTube. Just type it in and let him speak for himself when it comes to the Gospels. This will end that right now.
What's the date of Mark writing the Gospel?
Around 70 CE.
They put around 70 CE. First century.
But did he write it or some other people wrote it?
It's an anonymous author. No one knows who wrote Mark, Luke, Matthew, or John.
That's just that's one argument. That's just one argument.
That's the consensus.
That he keeps saying the consensus.
Show us the other argument, bro.
You don't know what a consensus is.
You don't. I just told you what a consensus was.
No, you just don't know.
You don't know what a consensus is.
I just told you what a consensus was.
This is the majority of biblical scholars. This is not even scholars on the outside looking in. This is biblical scholars that will tell you they are anonymous authors.
Show us the other authors that shows it. That's all we're waiting on.
Top 5.
I'm not
we
saying
don't believe
show one or even two, but that's not the majority.
Well, I want to see one.
But you damn sure can't show Bart Ehrman saying it, because I can tell you that right off the top.
Okay, here go a couple of them. I can show you a couple of them right now. I was just trying to look for one from Mark Ehrman, because Bart Ehrman never says never says Mark doesn't exist as a historical figure.
Yes, he
does not.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
All right, go ahead and show us what you got.
Show us and prove that when I'm done. So, E.P. Sanders, hold on. E.P. Sanders, hold on. E.P. Sanders, the historical figure of Jesus. He talks about both Matthew. He talks about Mark being the author of that.
Put it on the screen. Put it on the screen, yo. We don't believe you. Put it on the screen.
We don't believe you. And when did E.P. Sanders started writing? What's the date?
It don't matter. We know he wasn't writing in the first century.
It does matter.
What difference does it make?
Why don't you just let us know, yo? We asked the question. Just let us know.
What difference does it make? Hold on, I'm gonna get it for you.
It doesn't make any difference. Why don't you say the date?
Oh, I'll give you the date of his book. That's 2015.
2015. Okay, go ahead.
What else do you need?
No, we don't believe you. Show it. We don't.
No, put it on the screen. Show us what he said on the screen.
We don't believe you.
Hold on, I'm trying to do this. I'm on my phone. Hold on, real quick. Hold on, because I'm on my phone. Hold on. Let me see if I can share.
People start sweating over here.
Ain't nobody sweating over here, bro. This ain't nothing. Y'all just running, but this ain't nothing. Hold on. I'm trying to get the link.
You did say that Bart Ehrman said it.
I'm trying to get the link.
So
Hold on.
saying
I'm going to
that.
put the link in the chat.
I've seen
Hold
two
on.
lectures by Bart Ehrman. He does not believe that.
Bart Ehrman doesn't say Mark is not a real person, bro.
Bart Ehrman does say it's Mark. All the gospels are created by anonymous authors. He does say that.
Where does he say Mark is not a real person?
Forgeries. Look in his book.
Where does he say Mark is not a real person?
In his book, Forgeries. That's where. That's where.
Show. Then once I post this source, you're gonna show us that, right?
You can just type in the Gospels and Bart Ehrman and look at his video. He'll tell you right out of his mouth.
And he's gonna say Mark was not a real person.
He's gonna say
don't distract him, yo. Let him just go ahead and
I'm trying to put this link in the chat. Hurry up. Hold on. Let me put it in here.
Don't distract him. Let him put that link up.
You can share your screen if you want to.
I'm on my phone. I don't know if I could do it.
Then let's move on then, bro. Because you don't
know. Yeah, I'll put the link in the chat. I don't know if y'all can do it.
No, don't let him get out of that, yo, Black Line. Don't let him get out of that.
He put it in the chat.
Bro, he's dead. He's dead in the water on this.
Dead in the water on what, bro?
On showing that Mark is an authentic historical figure. That's what.
Okay.
And that the majority of scholars say so. That's
all right. We wait, bro.
I put the link in the chat.
You gotta show that sword.
I put the link in the chat.
What link?
That's just the book. Show the sword. Cite where it says.
That's the sword.
What link did he put in the
chat? So let's go through it. Hold on.
All right, go ahead and read it. Give us the page number. Give us the page number. Go ahead and read it.
Let's go through it, right? Hold on. Because
somebody else got to share it on their screen. You could grab it off because I'm handling business. I'll be right back.
All right, Smash. What he put in Sanders' book? The link?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, I knew it wasn't Bart Ehrman. Go ahead.
Yeah, and as we go through here, he's going to attest to many different other authors.
Hey, can somebody put it on the screen, yo?
You actually say this. I can't put it on the screen. It's not letting me do it.
But
you gotta where in the book?
I say Jesus is not a historical figure. That's not the consensus.
You said what?
I can show you a list of authors who say Jesus was never an historical figure.
Black Line, let him finish.
Not the consensus. Go ahead.
Let him finish. Let him finish showing what he got to show.
Where in the book does it says that? Do you know? Yeah.
Because I'm looking at the book right now.
Hold on. You looking at it right now? Hold on. You got to go down towards. Let me see real quick.
Sound like a pump fake to me.
Let me see real. I never pump fake, bro. I'm like,
yo, you gotta get them on one thing, yo, because they just be talking, yo.
I don't think Sanders is from.
He never showed that Bart Ehrman said it too. He said that Bart Ehrman
said it.
He's
looking for that right now.
Right. We waiting for Bart Ehrman, so he pulled up another.
Never.
No, but let's see it in this one right here. Let him finish. Go ahead, yo.
All right, go ahead. Well, we just talking because he ain't found it yet. You can announce when you find it. But I'm just saying that I already smell it. It smell fishy right now.
Yeah, it got to smell fishy over here because that's all I'm swimming among.
Well,
yo,
look,
we waiting on you, bro. Man, you should have it in your back pocket, yo.
Yeah, you got time.
Be in my back pocket because I don't argue this point. This is a conversation.
You started saying that there was 5.
Hey, look. Hey, this remind me of like early school when cats would be getting shook down for something, like, you know what I'm saying? But we doing it now with sources and stuff. You feel me? Yeah, where that source at, family?
Back in the days of the 6'9" village.
Exactly. Somebody tried to take my sandwich. Hey, look, I used to be not really fighting with myself. The first time.
Can y'all share the screen?
Hold on. The first time I tried. All right, we're going to do it. First time I wanted to fight back, this dude tried to steal my sandwich.
Y'all can put it up there. We can read it.
I said, fuck that. We about to box.
Yo, what's the page, yo?
Excuse my language. Go ahead. Y'all got it on the screen. Y'all got it on the screen.
Y'all got it on the screen, right?
No, somebody else got to. I can't. I'm running. I'm ripping and running. But anyone can share the
screen.
But
I know the page. Tell me the page number, Yara, because I got it. What's the page number?
Hold on. Let me get it for you real quick.
Oh, Lord, man. You already been saying that, man.
Let me get it.
This is a flea flicker,
here,
bro.
it's going to say where it talks about. Hold on. It says, Why ain't showing up?
I don't see no page numbers on here. That's why.
Yeah, I'm on a digital book and ain't showing no page numbers.
Okay,
Hold on.
look, see now.
Give me the outline. Give me the chapter.
I'm finna give it to you.
Give me
It's
the chapter.
It is. Hold on, I'm gonna give it to you.
You got him.
Right there, number 1.
Tasting the blood.
Hey, go to the introduction. Go to the introduction.
Okay, no doubt.
Go down to the next page. Go down to the next page.
I told you that over and over.
Why you didn't just screenshot it and just share it?
Go down to the next page.
All right.
Go down to the third
Go ahead and
page.
start with a read. What to start off with?
It's not the one. It's right under where it says what Alexander the Great. You see where it says what Alexander the Great thought?
Yep. What Alexander the Great thought about his unparalleled conquest. Yeah. Go ahead.
Right. So down at the very. Go to the very. Just start at the very last paragraph there, and then we can start reading down. Actually, right before that, it says the more or less contemporary documents, apart from those in the New Testament, said virtually no light on Jesus' life or death. So they reveal a lot about the social and political climate. The main, the main sources for our knowledge of Jesus himself, the Gospels in the New Testament, are from the point of view of the historian, tainted by the fact that they were written by people who intended to glorify their hero. So who's he referring to? He's referring to the disciples around him, right?
He said written by the people, though.
It doesn't say
written by the people.
Listen, it says written by the people around him, right? In the New Testament, are from the point of view.
No.
Can I finish reading?
It doesn't say.
Can I finish reading?
Your commentary. Just read.
Can I finish reading?
Just read what it says.
Right. It said, can I finish reading?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. It says, are from the point of view of the historian, tainted by the fact that they were written by people who intended to glorify their hero. The sources of Jesus are better, however, than those that deal with Alexander the Great, or Alexander. That's who they're referring to. The original biography is Alexander. I want to skip through that because they don't really mean nothing lost. And they are known only because they were used by much later writers. The primary sources of Jesus were written nearer his own lifetime, and people who had known him were still alive. This is one of the reasons for saying that this in some ways we know more about Jesus than Alexander. On the other hand, Alexander so greatly altered the political situation in a large part of the world that the main outline of this public life is very well known indeed. Jesus not changed the social, political, and economic circumstances of Palestine. Despite this, as we see more fully below, we have a good idea. Be quiet.
Let him
finish reading.
Go ahead. Please.
Of the external courses of life, right? So, for the sake of time, I'm gonna go jump down.
And it's a tactic. It's called readership. Look, I'm gonna tell y'all how to do the tactic that he doing. I'm gonna tell you this: what the tactic is. If you don't got a source, just read anything, and people go. I'm telling you, read anything related close to it, and it's gonna seem like you got a source. That's readership. He ain't saying what you said.
He didn't even say nothing about Mark.
Hold on. It's telling you, he said clearly right here that the sources that we have are come from the New Testament. What are y'all talking about?
But he ain't say nothing about Mark or what you said. Mark is a real person.
That's not what you said.
Hold on.
I put it on the screen. I put it on the screen though.
Right. I mean, y'all can really read it yourself, right? So again,
man, I would just say I can't find it right now, huh? Because readership, we hip to readership. If you read something that don't say what you said it was about to say, the fact that you just reading something, you don't get points for that. It ain't saying what you said it was gonna say.
Exactly. New Testament. He didn't. When he was reading, he did not one time say nothing about no New Testament.
Yes, I did. Once. Yes, I did.
No, you didn't. You did not read New Testament. Yeah, exactly. You added that.
No, I did not add that.
You didn't read it. That's what.
Yes, I did read it.
The only person in the thing Bible it says is talked about Paul. It said nothing about Mark. We was talking about Mark. Where's your source? Where's your source that 5 scholars that say that Mark is real person? He's a real boy.
Thank you for having a good memory, bro. Thank you for having a good memory. This was one of your 5 sources that said Mark was real. Dude ain't saying nothing in that. You talking about Alexander?
First of all, me having to argue. I don't have to argue his premise based on 5 sources. if I find one source that says Paul was that Mark was an actual real person,
if you found
that's
one,
a source.
you see, you got one.
We talking
You
about
see, you
just
got
showed
one.
one.
Back to my
Nah, we
point,
still
y'all.
waiting on
It's
you to
talking
show
about
one.
Paul.
I'm not taking sides. I'm
I
just
didn't say nothing
moderating.
about
never
Paul.
said no. Your source does, not you.
This
Your
isn't a good
source
source
does.
for his argument.
So
I don't understand what you're saying.
Look, when you was talking about go down to the page, I was sitting here laughing because I be seeing shit. I could just tell how you presenting it that you didn't have nothing, bro. I'm just saying.
It's not a good source.
Now this is like a dud. It don't say nothing about Mark, and you trying to use this as your 5 sources to say that Mark was whatever.
First of all, I'm not showing 5 sources that Mark was whatever.
You're supposed to show one. If this is one of your ones.
Yeah, this is one of your things.
Scholars saying any of this that they say, they make it up.
It's all good. We all fall flat on our face sometimes.
No, we don't. Not we all.
That's loud and wrong.
Peace. What's going on,
Peace
everybody?
to James. I gave you the host. I'll be right back, y'all.
Right on.
So
but
this
nah,
is
we
what I-
don't.
this
We
is
don't
what I like-
all fall on our face like this.
Leave me alone when it comes to this subject, bro. Leave me alone. You cannot.
Yo, Elder Ryo, yo,
When
just
it comes
failed
to-
on that one miserably, yo. You just
I didn't
failed
fail on,
miserably.
I didn't fail on anything. And this is what I'm saying.
And
when
you
you
can't
talking
even
about,
admit
if
it.
you don't accept, if you
Can't
don't
even
accept
admit
the
it, man.
source,
It's crazy.
he asked me for a source.
Okay, well, hold
I see the
on. Let's
problem.
slow down,
When you
everybody.
strong,
That wasn't a
Elder
source.
Yara, Elder Yara, show us show us where it say that Mark is a living person off in
Yeah,
this
that's
text.
what all you got to do.
You
You
that's
could
what
have
we
went to the
just-
wrong page or something, but this didn't say nothing about Mark, family. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so
Now I'm gonna take this off the screen, or I'm gonna keep this on the.
Hold on, let me just table it real quick. Elder Yara, you said you went to this source to show us that Mark was a real person. So what we're asking you to do is in this text that you done pulled up here, right? Show us where it say that Mark is a real person. That's all we ask.
It talks about
No.
the writer
I
of the
ain't talking about talking. I'm talking about show us exactly where it's at.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Who are the writers of the Gospels?
No,
This is talking about 4 letters right here. I don't.
We asking you to
Listen to
show
what
us
I'm saying.
where it says that Mark is a real person. That's what you said you was going to do. You
Right.
said you
It's
had
telling
one
us
source.
that the writers of the Gospels.
Hold on. In this particular text that you done pulled up here, we just want you to show us where it say that Mark is a real person. We don't want to talk about nothing else but that.
Can I finish my statement without all y'all?
Yes, but can you do that?
So I really need y'all to just be quiet for a second because y'all feel like y'all got some. Y'all really need to be quiet.
Show us that.
No, what I need you to do is just be quiet. So y'all can understand. So you can understand what I'm trying to teach you. Y'all really just need to be taught. So what I'm telling you is what E.B. Sanders talks about is that the writers of the New Testament, these are authentic people. This is where any accounts of Christ's life comes from these authentic authors that lived close to in the time that he was living.
He didn't say that. That's a lie.
So now you can't read.
Let him finish.
Now you can't read.
Me and him.
So now, based on that, when we have authors that are writing close to the time that these people live, and they attest that Mark was a real character. Like
who's they?
Hold on. Like we say, we have more attestations among the church fathers that Mark was a real person. Are those not authentic sources?
Where's that at?
I'm getting ready to show you. I'm asking y'all questions. So when I show you the sources, when I show you the sources, all right. So when I show you the sources, I'm just asking if we have early church fathers that are writing closer to the time that this man lived, that says Mark was a real person, does that suffice as evidence?
Just show
so
it.
The reason why, hold on.
Hold on. One church father that says that. Give me one.
Father Papias.
Don't let him run, please.
That's what I'm saying.
From the 3rd century? Is that who you talking about? Papias?
Father Papias. In his Mark.
Papias is not from the time period of Mark. Next.
What?
Look up the time
We
period.
want him to show those sources.
He doesn't have to be from the. Now you're moving the goalpost.
You just said they're
I
contemporaries.
said he's
You
writing.
just said it.
It's the third.
See,
Hold
Black
on,
Lion, you giving him an excuse to move
bro.
the
Be
goalpost.
quiet for a second, bro. Y'all need to be quiet.
Exactly.
Be quiet for a second.
Wait a
If I
minute,
show you an early church father,
Wait a
that's
minute.
right.
Wait a
Hold on.
minute.
If I show you an early church father,
You've been
be
talking
quiet for a
Let me
second,
address
bro.
what you
What's the
said.
matter?
Let me address what you
If I
said.
show you an early church father, more than one, that's writing that Mark was a real person, that's closer to the time that Mark lived versus any PhD scholar writing in 2015 or 2022 or 2023 or 2024 coming up.
Show it. Let's show it.
Let me address what you said. Let me address what you just said. First of all, you didn't say compared to modern day scholars. Now you just threw that in. Second, yes, you can find church fathers writing as if they are real characters, but what you can't do is show evidence of them being real characters. This is why.
So hold on. Got you.
Man, you cut me off.
No, I'm not cutting you off because if you're taking the stand, if you're taking the stance that because it's somebody's writings, if somebody writes about someone else, that's not proving that this is a real person. If they're telling you that they're real people,
as if Peter Parker is real, that doesn't make Peter Parker real. I would have to show you evidence of him being real. And
let me tell you why that's a false argument. Because we know
Yara, let him finish his premise.
Yara is the author. Is Peter Parker.
Yara, let him finish his premise.
Is writing and says that I'm writing fiction. That's a false equivalency. When we look at the early church fathers, they're not saying we're creating fictional characters. They're saying these are real people.
The early church fathers are not the authors of the New Testament. They are not the authors of the New Testament.
That's not the argument. That's not the argument. The argument is that Mark being
Black Lion, you
tested
giving
as
a
being a
reason to
real
run.
person.
Where's the
Yo, you let him off the hook, yo. Y'all let him off the hook.
Mark being tested as being a real person. Yes.
No.
So you can't argue Peter Parker because Stan Lee has told us he's writing about a fictional character. Show me where the church fathers say when they write about Mark that they're writing about a fictional character.
It means nothing without the evidence. Nothing.
What evidence? They have the writings. They're writing that this is a real person based on history. Based on Mark's treatise.
Does not say Mark was a historical person. Sanders does not say that.
Sanders says that the writers of the New Testament were real people that lived closer to Jesus' time. We just read that.
You did not read that.
We did just read that. Sanders said I just showed it. Now go back and look at it. I gave you the source. Sanders says, E.P. Sanders says that the life hold on. He says that the life that we have of these people were written by the people that we read about in the New Testament, which we know that the New Testament says that Mark was one of the authors, and that these are the people that we get the real account of the historical Jesus from. I did not make that up. It's in what I just read.
Yo, he's making it up as he goes.
No, it's not. No, it's not. We all listened, and it's not
Go back and read it.
We heard you reading it.
No, go back and read it. You can show the letters on the screen. You can show it on the screen. If I'm lying, put it on the screen. That's what E.P. Sanders just said in what I showed y'all.
He did not use the word. He didn't even say Mark.
I didn't say no. He didn't have to say
nothing
Mark.
in this thing says anything about Mark. It says Paul.
The writers of the New Testament.
Hold on.
Writers of the New Testament.
It says Paul.
That could be anybody.
It says the Gospels before the Gospels. The writers. It says the writers before the Gospels.
That E.P. Sanders is referencing to is Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. You can't get around that.
That's not proof that Mark and Luke and John.
Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. Y'all missing my point. E.P. Sanders says that these were real people writing at the time that Jesus lived. Hold on.
No, it doesn't say that though.
Now, when we go to the early church fathers, it does say that. Go back and read it.
Yo, we got it on the screen for the people to read it.
Now let's go back and read it. Hello?
We hear you.
Okay, hold on. I lost the screen.
It's on the screen.
Hold on, I lost y'all. The screen. Hold on.
No, we hear you.
Well,
no, I can't see y'all anymore. Hold on. I can hear y'all, but I can't see y'all. Let me hit that.
But it's on the screen, and it says nothing about Mark and Luke.
Okay, hold on. I didn't say anything about Mark. Listen to what I'm saying.
Well, what are we talking about here, Yara?
So why is your source don't say nothing about what you're supposed to prove?
I need y'all to listen.
But what are we talking about here?
I want y'all to listen.
What are we talking about?
No, listening and proving
if you be quiet and listen, then you won't have to ask me that question.
I'm asking you a question. What are we talking about?
What we're talking about here is that E.P. Sanders, in this work that you're reading, the book that I showed you,
providing.
Hey, bro.
What you said you was providing? You said you were providing a source that says something about Mark being a real person.
Let me finish my statement. Let me finish my statement. What I'm saying. Follow me. It's easy. It's not hard.
Man, we want to follow you, bro.
So let me finish what I'm saying. Hey, I need y'all to.
God, let him talk. Let him talk. He gonna try to do escape.
Let me say what I'm telling you again.
Dogma madness.
Let me tell you what I'm saying. It's really easy. It says the Gospels report Jesus' sayings and actions in the language that was not their own but taught in Aramaic. The Gospels are in Greek, and they placed a piece of information and said in divides and so on, so on, so on, so. When he's talking about those historians, those people that wrote it, let's go back up because I can't move the screen. Whoever got the screen up.
Hold on, I have to get the other piece.
Are you interjecting this stuff right here? Are you interjecting what you're about to say now, or this is what the article said? This is what it says.
No, I just read what's on the screen. Yeah, but I need him to scroll down.
What you said, none of it.
I want him to scroll down because what he's telling you is that the authors of the Bible that we read in the New Testament, and he says New Testament,
yes,
are real people.
But he does not say who wrote it.
He don't say that.
Who are the historians? Who are the writers of the
real people?
Okay, it says
who the writers are.
It says the writers of the New Testament.
We don't know who the writers are.
In the Bible.
We don't know who they are. That's what I've been
He
trying to
said
tell
we
you.
do know who they are. You're assuming you don't know who they are based on the source you have.
He did not say that.
It didn't say that, yo.
It clearly says the people that lived that were contemporary with him.
That could be anybody.
So it could be anybody that was contemporary with him.
He didn't say specifically.
Let's take our time and read.
Hold on. So anybody contemporary with him doesn't count.
No,
go ahead, read it, yo.
This is the argument, Yara, that you keep on trying to fake out of.
Let's read it for real.
Is who wrote the New Testament? Was Mark and original writer of the book we call the Gospels of Mark? That is the argument, and
the answer that I gave you over and over again is yes. Now, based on what we're reading,
this book.
Hey, right there, it is, right there. Hold on, right there. Hold on, right there. Let's listen to what it says.
Deal with that subject, Yara.
Listen, bro, be quiet.
Black
bro.
line, let him read it. Yo.
I just need you to follow what I'm saying because you lost trying to make an argument.
We're not gonna follow your dogmatic.
Follow what I'm trying to teach you, because once I take you from here, hey,
go ahead
bro,
and read it.
I need you to be quiet. What are you afraid of, bro?
Yeah, y'all read it. Go ahead.
What are you talking about? Go ahead and read it again.
I'm talking to you. What are you afraid of? Let me read it.
We have let you read it 10 times. Go ahead.
What are you afraid of, bro?
Read it again.
That's what I thought. Just be quiet. So when I read this and I take you from here and then I take you to the church fathers that attest to who the writers are, you have no argument. Watch this.
All right, cool. Go ahead, do it.
Watch this. So what he said, let me go down here, just for the sake of time. He says, finding out what Jesus.
Where are you starting at?
Hey, where we at?
At the bottom of the page that's on the screen. It says what Alexander the Great thought. That's what I read the first time.
Let's go to the bottom first. Let's read this shit together, yo.
No, it says what Alexander the Great thought about.
Okay, go ahead.
Thought about it, right? That's the page that I'm reading from, right? So let's go down to the second paragraph. It says all of these questions are like questions about Jesus in one basic respect. The chief characters are legendary.
Scroll down, Pan-African.
No, he said I see where he's at. It says all of these. It says all of these questions.
All right, there we go.
Like
There we go.
questions
All right, there
about
we go. Go
Jesus.
ahead.
Okay, so I see.
Right.
Go ahead.
Our legendary figures. People talked about them and passed on stories about them during their own lifetimes. And the passings of the years have enhanced some aspects of their lives, while causing others to largely forgotten. In the study of Jefferson and Churchill, he's talking about those two politicians. He says the scholar has excellent sources for getting behind legend and hearsay. The biography of Jefferson or whatever. We don't really talk that.
Hold on. We can't see that.
Keep reading. Keep.
He's trying to
amount of source. Hold on,
argument
no,
on historical Alexander. Hold on,
if you don't want to
there.
read it, I'll read it because we ain't finna whatever. Nah, we're not doing that. Read the whole thing.
He's talking about Alexander the Great right now.
I'll read it, man. Don't even worry about it. It says all of these questions are like questions. Can you make it larger? Or like questions about Jesus in? No, just too large. About Jesus' basic right there. That's good. Basic respect. The chief characters are legendary figures. People talking about them and passed on stories about them during their own lifetime, and the passing of the years has enhanced some aspects of their lives, while causing others to be largely forgotten. In the study of Jefferson or Churchill, the scholar has excellent sources for getting behind legend and hearsay. The biography of Jefferson has an extremely large amount of source material, while the biography of Churchill is almost immersed in evidence. Finding out what Jesus thought is much closer to the quest for the historical Alexander. Nothing survives that was written by Jesus himself. It says the more or less contemporary documents, apart from those in the New Testament, shed virtually no light on Jesus' life or death, though they reveal a lot about the social and political climate. It says the main sources.
I see why you didn't want to read that part. Go ahead, James.
It says the main sources. The main sources for all of our knowledge of Jesus himself, the gospel in the New Testament, are from the point of view of the historian, tainted by the fact that they were written by people who intended to glorify their hero. It says the sources for Jesus are better. Hold on, no, the sources for Jesus are better, however, than those those that deal with Alexandria. The original the biographies of Alexandria have all been lost. Damn, what happened? Have all been lost, and they are known only because they are used by later. It says much later writers. It says the primary sources for Jesus were written near his own lifetime. Now I read the whole paragraph.
No, you didn't. It continues. Keep reading.
I know it continues to the next.
Yeah, keep reading.
No, hold on. No, we're gonna stop right there to see why he picked that paragraph. So now let him explain why.
That's not the end of the paragraph.
No, he picked that section right there, so he wanted us to do.
That's not the end of it.
Okay, I know it's not the end. We're gonna go to the next of it, but let Yahweh tell us why he wanted us to read that part.
No, you got to keep reading.
Oh, okay. So scroll up some more, man. So why we got to read that part?
Keep reading.
Read that part if it doesn't have anything to do.
Keep reading. I tried to skip over it, but you insisted on reading.
Okay. It says, and people who had known him are still alive. It said this is one of the reasons for saying that in some ways we know more about Jesus than about Alexander. On the other hand, Alexander so greatly altered the political situation in large part of the world that the main outline of his public life is very well known indeed. Jesus did not change the social, political, and economic circumstances of Palestine. Despite this, as we shall see more fully below, we have a good idea of the external course of his life, especially his public career. The superiority of the evidence for Jesus is seen when we ask what we thought. His father started a movement that was. That's all I can see.
Game over, bro.
Man, game is over, yo. He lying, yo.
What is he talking about?
He
No,
lying,
hold
yo.
up, no. Nobody say anything. Let Elder Yahweh explain to us why he had us read that.
Are y'all gonna y'all done now?
We're done.
Yeah, then explain to us why you had us
Are you done with the
are
program?
y'all done?
Are you done? Are you done with what we gotta read?
He's done. He's done.
Are y'all done talking so I can speak?
You're done, bro.
Yeah, let him explain why he had us read this.
Are y'all done talking so I can speak?
Go ahead.
All right, man. Y'all like women. So you heard what I said. So
see, let me.
When I say so, when the reason why
I might get you up out of here if you start being disrespectful.
Let him go and explain that though. Let him explain that.
I don't care if you kick me off this panel, bro.
Why you starting to be disrespectful? We just asked.
Because that escapism. He's supposed to show. He was supposed to show one source. He didn't show nothing that proved Mark that was right.
Okay, well, but I'm gonna ask everybody else to calm down.
Let him explain.
It's 10 of y'all talking at one time.
Let him explain it, yo.
It's 10 of y'all talking at one time.
Just go ahead and explain it.
It's 10 of y'all talking at one time.
Watch your mouth, son.
I'm your daddy, nigga.
Hey, Black Line, hey, don't let him get out of this.
Yo, that's just escapism. He was supposed to show the 5 sources. He didn't show.
It's 10 of y'all talking at one time.
You a little pussy boy.
Hold on.
It's 10 of y'all talking at one time.
Hey, let him explain it, yo. Go ahead.
Okay, hold on. I'm just muting everybody. Please, everybody, do not come out mute. I'm finna unmute Elder Yara so he can explain to us why he had us read this particular. I'm asking Elder Yara to unmute, I think.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay.
The reason why I asked you to read E.P. Sanders, because E.P. Sanders talks about the reasons why we can accept the New Testament Gospels as historical writings. That's all what he's saying. Because we have better information. Can I finish talking? We have better information for the New Testament writers for the evidence that Yeshua exists, that Jesus existed, based on what we read from the New Testament writers. Now, let's deal with, was Mark a real person? If we go to the early church fathers who are writing about Mark being a real authentic person, closer to the time that Yeshua lived, and the New Testament writers live, they tell you that Mark was a real person. Unlike that, can I finish talking?
Stop what we just read, man.
Can I finish talking?
Don't cut him off because he's gonna have a reason to run. Just let him go ahead.
What is wrong with her? So again, what the church fathers are saying, that Mark's writings were authentic. They knew him as a real person. They understand these new people, even though they're writing in the 3rd, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th century after him. They're closer to the time that he lived. This is what E.P. Sanders is saying. If you have people that are writing and attesting to someone being a real person, writing closer to the time of their life, that's more basis for presenting someone as a historical figure. In the same way that he's using comparing Alexander the Great, people writing closer to him, and Jesus, people writing about him more so than Alexander the Great. You use the same logic with the early church fathers. They're writing, telling us that Mark was a real person.
You just made that shit up, yo.
Okay, calm down, Mr. Reed. Hold on, let me just ask him. Can y'all please just allow me a little time to ask?
Conversation between me and him. Let me go, Jay. Mute everybody up like you did, and let me go.
Okay, so Elder Yara, I'm gonna ask you to mute out and let him respond.
All right. So now we all just heard the source he read from Sanders. Now, nowhere in that source does it name the authors of the New Testament. Not one name did he use. it says people who did this and people who did that. It doesn't say anything about Mark, Matthew, Luke, or John. Period. Point blank. We all heard it. All that reading that James just did doesn't, and it doesn't say one time about the names of the authors of the New Testament. Now let's move on to the church fathers, who are way after the fact, long after the fact, in the 3rd and 4th centuries. Some in the 2nd, maybe, but most of them are in the 3rd and 4th centuries. Now, let's remember, when the Gospels come out, the names of the books are not mentioned. Not once do you see this. You don't see this until Ignatius. Ignatius is the one who names the Gospels Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John.
What time period is this?
This is around the 3rd century.
Okay.
CE. He is the one who named the authors of the New Testament. Before that, those books was called something else. I can't remember the name offhand, but it was called something else. It was never called Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John. Ignatius is the one who gave it those titles. Now, when it comes to these titles, when it comes to biblical scholars, they will tell you that no one knows who wrote those gospels. We know they were written. We know somebody wrote them because we see the writings. What we don't know if their name was Mark, Matthew, Luke, or John. This is something that he has not proven yet using one of his sources. This is something that he have not shown otherwise. He cannot show you a group of the majority of biblical scholars that's going to discount anything I just said. Now, when it comes to what Sanders was talking about, he was comparing Alexander to Jesus. That's what it seems to be in that particular part of the book, where he was trying to say the source for Alexander is like 500 years after the fact, but the source for Jesus is more closer to the time period, like around, first we see it as 70 CE, and then first we see it with the writings of Paul, who doesn't give you any details about Jesus whatsoever. You don't start hearing details until around 70 CE, and then on into late 1st and 2nd century. But from Matthew, Luke, and John, those books come from, this later 1st century into the 2nd century. So you don't see.
Hey, can I read something from the source, Blackline?
Huh?
I said, can I read something from the source that he brought up?
Sure,
that talks about what you're talking about right now?
I'm just going to land my plane right here. That's what he was talking about. What we all just heard is nothing that proves what I was asking for. Nothing. Go ahead, bro.
It says in his source, the main sources for our knowledge of Jesus himself, the gospel, it said the gospel, the main source of knowledge for the gospel in the New Testament are from the point of view of the historian, tainted by the fact that they were written by people who intended to glorify their heroes. It didn't say Mark wrote it. It didn't say none of them wrote it, because it was written hundreds of years after they died, or so-called died. None of those people wrote what they said. None of the gospel people.
Exactly.
They weren't written hundreds of years after he died. They weren't written hundreds of years after he died.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
They were not.
One more thing, right quick.
They weren't.
Sanders have no evidence of those people being alive after Jesus went to the cross. He has no evidence of this. He has no evidence of any apostles that was alive. He didn't show not one lick of evidence of that. He said he made that statement, but he can't prove it. That's his commentary. That is not primary evidence. That's not even secondhand evidence. It is his opinion, and that's it. Go ahead.
So what is your opinion on your scholars? Your consensus of scholars, is it not that's their opinion?
Hold on. This is the scholar.
Let me answer that question. My opinion on the scholars is based on the evidence that's been found to back up what they're saying.
Which was what?
If you don't have evidence, let me answer.
Hold on. Which was what? Because all they're doing is making a claim.
A historical figure. That's
all they're doing is making a claim that he wasn't.
No, they're basing it off the evidence that's been found. They're just not.
What evidence has been found that Mark is not a historical figure?
None. No evidence has been found that he's historical. That's the
What
problem.
evidence has been found that he's not an historical figure?
What kind of question is that, yo?
Finding evidence that
The
he's
question
not.
that I'm
It's
asking
about
him.
finding evidence if he is, and nothing
No,
has been
you're
found.
saying if you're making the claim that he's not,
They're
then
saying
tell
they
us what
haven't
evidence
found
that you
any
have.
evidence.
Because
They're
when we
saying they
have
haven't
scholars that say he
Evidence of
does, all
Yo,
you're
that's a
reading
crazy
is
question,
someone
yo.
else's opinion.
Okay, so hold on. So what evidence do we have of scholar you
And there
have
are
that
many
you present?
secondary, there are many
Huh?
secondary
Can you hear
sources
me?
that talk about that.
Can you hear me, Yara?
Name one.
Yara.
Yeah, I can hear you. What you say?
Okay, go ahead.
Does Josephus talk about Mark?
He does not talk about Mark.
Hey, I'm
Does
still waiting on that
Does
one
Tacitus
scholar,
talk
yo.
about Mark? Does Tacitus talk about Mark?
Tacitus does not mention Mark
And
by the name of Mark.
secondary source? What secondary, second-hand, third-hand source are you talking about? Clement?
Clement does.
Okay, that's one.
What year Clements? What year Clements? What year is Clements?
In 90. He's in 90s.
Hundreds of
He's in
years
90.
later.
He's in 90. He's
No,
not
that's not
contemporary.
100 years later. Who is this guy keep talking? This is not.
How
This
much
is
is it,
first
then?
century.
How
This
much
is
is it?
all
It's
first
not
century
quite
authors.
100 years
And this
later.
is what I and hold
How
on.
much
And
is
this
it,
is
yo?
what I
30
mean.
or 40
Hold
years
on.
later.
Hold on. This is what I mean about having first century sources that attest that this guy was an actual real person.
How many years
No, but
later
you
was
don't
it?
have you don't have
And you cut. He's cutting. You cutting
attest that he's a
yourself.
real person. You have people
Yara.
who
So
believe what
where
they
did
have
Clemens
heard.
say? Hold on. Black line. Yara, where does Clemens say he got his information from? What source Clemens using as a primary source to verify
Yes,
Mark?
he does. The primary source that he uses was people that actually were contemporary with Mark.
Oh my God! That's
Because
not
they
it,
hold
bro.
on,
Really? You just
hold
made that
on.
up, yo.
Because in the book, his name is John. Hold on. In the Bible, we know he had two names. John Mark was one
So
of
we
his.
going back to Mark that we can't find.
Listen to what I'm saying, bro. And now this is why I keep telling him, and he really just killed his own argument. Because what Clement clearly tells us, along with Father Papias, they're telling us that they have sources from people who live during the time that they live. This is what they're gleaning their information from.
It's not a source. What are you talking
That is
about?
a source.
That ain't.
They did not live in the same time.
Wait a minute.
This is hold on. This is what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. The very reason.
Name the
Hold
people that they say
on,
they
real
got the
quick.
information from.
Hold on, real quick. And this is how.
Answer my question, bro. Name one person that they say they got the information from. Name them. Go ahead.
They tell you they got their. They'll tell you who they got the source from writers. They tell you that they.
From
first of all, number one, they got their source. Luke was one of them, right?
No, they don't say Luke. It doesn't say. Clement does not use Luke as a source. That's a lie.
I didn't say Clement did.
Okay, Papias either.
Yes, they do because they talk about one of the marks. Hold on.
Show Papias. No, let's stop right here. Show Papias mentioning Luke. Go ahead.
Okay, hold on one second. Because I'm going to tell you, that's the easy part.
Man, what the hell is going on over here?
I don't know.
Like, so, like y'all inherit to like a biblical narrative as far as history or something? Because I'm like, I don't really argue like first century history when I know that there's history like 2,000 or 3,000 years before that. So I'm just really just trying to. No, this is like really interesting in a way. Hold on, excuse me.
He did not read the book of Luke.
Yeah, we already know. Hold on, Black Line. We already know that he failed miserably on.
Hold on. This is what. Hold on. I'm about to post the link in the chat.
Oh no.
Well,
no. Now you're going to do. Now you done went to a whole nother subject that he didn't ask.
No, I'm asking this question.
So we're going to another source.
No, we're not doing that.
Be quiet. I'm about to put the link in the chat.
On the mark, we don't want to.
Man, would y'all shut up for 10 seconds, bro?
Now we don't have to shut up.
Y'all
the weirdest
Here go to the
guys in the world.
escapism. Nah,
I'm
because
about
you
to put
failed
the-
on
he
your
asked
source,
me-
so
he
you
just
tried to do
asked
the
me a
escapism
question.
thing
Can I
again.
answer it? Can I answer the question, Black
Yeah,
Lion
let him
asked?
drop the source. Go ahead and drop the source in the chat, yo.
Let him go.
Go ahead and drop the
Let him hang
source.
yourself. Go ahead.
Right? Jeez. Y'all niggas is wild.
Go ahead,
Don't put it in there.
Go ahead.
Hold on. And then y'all can go and read it, and you can go and read it, Black Line yourself. Hold on one second.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm finna put it in the chat right now.
If you don't give us a timestamp of what we gotta look
I'm
for.
not talking about the book of Luke. I'm talking about Luke himself. Let's get that.
Yeah, we talking about Luke himself.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's go.
So So again, like I just put it in the back chat. Go back there and read it. Papias deals with John and he deals with
Luke. Says 404.
So
no, read it. We need to. I don't believe it. Let's read it. Let's read it right now.
I just put it in there. Open it up.
Somebody open it up and read it, please. Because
I can't open the link. This probably a private link. Is it private?
What did it say? What did it say?
It says 404.
What Papayas say about Matthew and Mark?
It's not good if it says 474.
At least part of it is well. Hold on. It say what Papayas say about Matthew and Mark. At least part of it is well known, and these snippets of information preserved by Eusebius, right, has suffered no lack of can you hear me? No lack of attention in the gospel study, but in neither of the two places where he explicitly mentioned Papias' tradition about Matthew or Mark, does Eusebius, whatever, leave us with anything of what Papias might have said about Luke and John. The silence about John has considered especially eloquent for according to Irenaeus, and that was certain believed by the fourth.
It's okay. You see,
the fourth gospel had been written by Asia Minor by the apostle, who would have died almost certainly with Papias over lifetime. Some have concluded from this Papias did not know the fourth gospel, but it's widely admitted today that he did, because there are traces of its use in one or more of the fragment attributed to Papias by others. In one of the eschatological traditional mentioned by Irenaeus, which he attribute to the ancient elders, the source for what was almost certainly Papias, because this word is blank out, I can't see the word, tell us explicitly that Papias used First John. This is then thrown to attention upon Eusebius himself. If Papias say something about John, why did Eusebius not record it?
Right, we're not talking about Eusebius. We're not talking about Eusebius. We're talking about the
once again, can you screenshot that source and put it in the back chat?
Yo, I didn't say nothing that you said. Yo, I didn't say nothing that you said.
What do you mean it didn't say nothing that I said? The statement that he made.
That's why we need to screenshot the source so we can see it.
The statement that he made was the question that he asked me. Show me where Papias knew anything about Luke.
This is a gospel. They ain't talking about the people.
Yo, you see, that's why you shouldn't have asked him the extra question.
No, that's not the question you asked me. Did Pat show you where Papias knew anything about Luke?
No, I said show me where Papias met Luke.
That's not what you said. You said show me where he.
See, you asked him a new question. You gave him an excuse to move.
Why would I say
the goalposts?
Bro? Yara, I said I'm not talking about the book of Luke. I said show me where it says Papias met Luke. That's what I said.
That's not what you said. You said show me where he knew anything or he gleaned any information from Luke. That's what you said.
How did we move from Mark?
Information from Luke.
Hold on. How did we move from Mark? If Mark
it mentions John, it does not mention Luke.
He just what you talking about? Papias does.
About Luke.
Papias does mention Luke.
Yara.
In that source you just dropped, it does not say anything about Luke.
He only just read the abstract. Read the paper.
Nigga, what? You only showed the damn thing. You didn't show the damn
thing.
Yara.
I'm not understanding what you're saying, Yara. You started off saying that Mark is a real boy. How do we get to Luke?
Hold on, because I know some of y'all is having a hard time keeping up.
I thought you said Mark was a real boy.
Because you got 10 niggas talking at one time, right?
I asked you to tell me the witnesses that they got the information from.
Right, and that's what I just showed you. Luke was a witness.
I said show where Papias met
That's
Luke.
where he got his information from.
No, you said people. You didn't say a book.
Bro, stop. Now you moving the goalpost.
No, I'm
You
not.
said,
He said
show me
people,
the
and
source
then he
where he
said
got his
Rocky, bro. He
information
said
from.
two things.
Where he got it from Luke. That's what you said.
No,
And that's what I gave you.
You said he got it from eyewitnesses. That's what you
I
said.
didn't say. I didn't even use the word eyewitnesses.
Oh my God!
Nah,
yes,
you said people.
did.
You said contemporary
So
people.
I think Black
I said he
Lives
got it
Purpose
from
is trying
Luke
to
is a
say
person.
are you trying to say Luke is a real person?
Absolutely.
So
These people are
I
being
think, and
tested as being
hold
real
on. So Black
people,
Lion,
and they're telling you that they're reading
I think Black
their
Lion trying to
writings.
ask you for a source to prove that Luke, somebody's seen Luke, and that's how you know he's a real person. That's
ridiculous. This is the reason.
I'm just saying that's his question.
Hold on. This is why I keep telling y'all this argument is really over y'all head. When I bought out E.P. Sanders, he's showing that simply because someone is not contemporary to someone
You
that's
just made
writing,
that up. He didn't say that. You making that
but
up.
you be quiet, bro, for a second.
Let him,
That's the point that he brought out about Alexander the Great.
You don't know what you're talking about.
That's the point that he brought out about Alexander the Great.
Fact checking.
That you have less historical writing.
All right, so we
about
can't.
Alexander the Great.
You only base your information off of your belief system.
I'm
Black
not
Lion,
talking.
we ain't
I
gonna
didn't
get far.
mention one
Hold
biblical
on.
story.
One at a time. I'm finna have to mute everybody out. Hold on. One
See,
at
this
a
is
time.
what I'm saying, bro. It's 10 people on the panel trying to talk to one person. Y'all got to do
but
better.
it's really actually two people because everybody else is muted. So
Well, the two people
it's
need-
you,
well,
G.
two people need to
Lacan,
figure it out.
and Black Lions Supreme that
So-
is talking over each other. No,
Right.
let's be correct. So you three guys need to talk one at a time.
Exactly.
Okay?
No problem.
So let me mute out, and y'all hopefully y'all can be men and talk one at a time. So let's try it again.
Let's just keep it 100.
Right. So let's keep it 100. When you asked me, you said, show me where Papias writes anything about Luke. That's what you said.
No, I
and
did
we can
not.
go back and
No, I
scrub
didn't.
it. I
No, I
remember
didn't.
exactly what you said.
No, I didn't.
All right, bro. We can go back and figure that out later.
Let's go back.
But
we
Yara,
can go back and figure that out later.
you start off saying that the Mark, Luke, and all of those were real people, and then we said, all right, prove it, and then you broke up a source, and you said that, but that source is proven your premise, right?
No, what I want y'all to listen is follow me.
So hold on,
right?
whoa. You just said no. Your source don't prove your premise?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's what I said. Follow me.
So what are you saying?
I want you to shut up for a second, bro. Y'all
But you said
I
no.
can't get a
So
word
what?
out, bro.
All right.
Listen to what I'm saying. I can tell you exactly what I'm saying. The reason why I bought out E.P. Sanders is because he lays the groundwork for how you attest to historical figures, right? When you have writing.
Can I stop you right there?
Go right ahead.
Because if so you're trying to say Alexander the Great is a real person, like Jesus Christ is a real person? Is that your premise?
That's what E.P. Sanders was bringing out. Yes, absolutely.
I think that is a wrong. Obviously that's wrong. But go ahead.
But how do you prove that that's wrong?
Because we have contemporary sources saying that Alexander the Great is a real person. We don't have contemporary sources saying that Jesus was a real person, sir.
When you say you don't have
evidence,
watch
they
this.
said there's no evidence. They said that
Watch
in the
this.
article.
Hold on. That's not what it says. What are y'all reading?
So who was writing during the time of Jesus?
Hold on, and let me speak.
Go
This
ahead.
has nothing to do with historical Jesus. Nothing.
That's not the argument that I'm making.
I did not cut you off, bro. I sat here.
Yeah, but three people cut me off. That's the problem that I'm having talking to all of y'all. It's 3 minutes. Yes, it don't matter. I can't finish my statement because I got three people asking me a question back to back.
Have a conversation back and forth.
Okay, so let's do this right now. Let's do this right now. Let's do this right now. Let's do this right now.
Can I speak?
Let's do this right now. Everybody mute out except for me and Black Lion.
Okay.
Because I can't talk to three people.
Oh, okay. Great. Now let me speak, and I'm gonna throw it right back to you. We're gonna have a back and forth.
Right.
Okay. What I asked for was 5 scholars that says Mark was a historical figure, right? You brought up you brought out Sanders. In what you brought out with Sanders, there is nothing about Sanders mentioning Mark. He does talk about Jesus. He does talk about Alexander, but that's not the conversation me and you are having. What me and you are talking about are the authors of the Gospels authentic or not? Or are they anonymous? And I say they're anonymous. You said no, Mark is not. It's been proven that Mark was a real person who wrote the book of Mark. So you brought up Sanders. It does not say that. Nothing. Then you said Papias is a witness. And I asked you, I said, how is he a witness? You said, because he has people that told him this and told him that. I said, who? And you said, Luke. I said, show that Papias ever met Luke. I said, clearly, I'm not talking about the book of Luke. I'm talking about Luke himself. Then you dropped a source that doesn't even mention the book of Luke. So go ahead, Yara.
All right. So now, first of all, the reason why I brought up E.P. Sanders again, so let me say it again for you real slow. The reason why I brought up E.P. Sanders is because your argument, as you said, was these people were not real people, right? Based on the writings of the Gospels, nobody know who wrote them, right? And so there's no attestation to any of these people ever lived. That was your premise to me in the summary. Mm-hmm. I said, let's go what E.P. Sanders says. E.P. Sanders gives a methodology, which is what you can't give and you never gave. E.P. Sanders gives a methodology on how you prove historicity of people. What he talks about in using examples of Alexander the Great, Thomas Jefferson, Winston Churchill, and Yeshua, or Jesus, whatever y'all want to use, he says basically, if based on the historians who wanted to make this guy or these people their heroes, they're writing, even if at a later date and time, they're writing, telling you about these people. What he shows is then he goes and talks about how the New Testament is of those writers, right? Is what you use to show that these people are writing about a historical figure. That's what E.P. Sanders is saying. He says we have more attestations in the Gospels than we do for Alexander the Great. That's what he's saying. So based on that methodology, now if we look at the church fathers, right, who's saying and writing like Papias, and like Clement and Eusebius, right? If they're talking about these people, these gospel writers who you say didn't exist, right? Or you say scholars never existed, but they're writing about these people, not as fictional characters, but they're writing about these people as real people. Papias is writing that Mark is a real person, not like Stan Lee, who writes about Spider-Man and says this is a fictional character. They never make these claims that these people that they're talking about are fictional characters. So then you ask me, well, where does he get his information from about Mark? Because he wasn't never a contemporary of Mark. I agree, Papias was never a contemporary of Mark. So where does he get his information to say that he was a real person and he didn't make it up? I said, well, they have accounts of others like Luke, who's writing after Christ. He's writing. That's much closer to the time of Eusebius. You said Luke, he said he never got any information from Luke. I said, yes, he did. You said, show me. Then you said, well, show me the book. Don't show me a book, show me the person. That's you moving the goalposts. Because now you're trying to argue the premise that Luke never existed. But these writers and authors are writing about them as if they are real people. Not like Stan Lee, not like Bob Kane, not like Seth MacFarlane making up all these superhero comics. So your argument is simply that. You can't show any evidence where these people did not exist. Okay, you can't show that.
Let me go.
Go.
You said a lot. So let me go. Let me respond. First of all, Sanders is not using or talking about any methodology. What he's doing is comparing Alexander to Jesus. He's not talking about Mark. He's not talking about Luke. He's not talking about Matthew or John. He's talking about Jesus and Alexander. He doesn't mention nothing, no criteria of the methodology used to prove who's historical and who's not. He doesn't use that at all, and he does not mention Mark one time. Papias, when I asked you about Papias, you said people. I said, what source is Papias using, Yara? You said he's getting his sources from people. I said, what person? Name one of the people that he's getting his sources from. You said Luke. Then I said, show us where Papias ever met Luke. That's what I asked you. I didn't ask you for the book of Luke. I didn't ask you if you knew about the Gospels of Luke or Acts. I didn't ask you none of that. Because you said that he was getting his information from people. So I said, well, show us where he met Luke at. You couldn't do that. Even in your source, it doesn't mention Luke, the person, and it doesn't mention Luke, the gospel, at all in your source that you showed. So then we went from there. And I said, none of these people that you're speaking about are contemporary to anyone that is supposed to have written the Gospels. None of them. You agreed. And then you bring up Papias, and now you want to talk about fictional characters and all this kind of stuff. Papias said that there's more wine in heaven than anywhere on the planet. That there's all these barrels and barrels and barrels and barrels of wine. He also said Judas was walking down and blew up like a big balloon and busted all over the place, and you can still smell his stench to this day. If that's not fiction, if that's not mythical, then nothing is. Papias says a whole lot of things that's crazy and insane. Same thing with many of your church fathers who does this. Your church fathers are not modern day scholars. Of course, church fathers are talking as if Mark, Luke, and John and Matthew were real people. They are church fathers. That's what they're supposed to do. What they don't do is show evidence of them being real people. And like I said before, you don't hear those titles on those books until Ignatius. He is the one who gives those books the titles Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John. Not the people that's writing themselves. They don't sign off as Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John. Nowhere in the Gospels. They don't attest to those titles at all, those names. Those names
Somebody could read
those names come later after the fact. Now go ahead.
Okay, somebody can read the stuff on the screen right now because it helps your argument.
Actually, it doesn't. So just be quiet. Like, stay out the mic. So again, here's where you keep conflating two different arguments and you keep going back and forth. If you say that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John weren't real people based on the consensus of scholars, right? That's your argument. What evidence are they using to make those claims? They have to be looking at what the church fathers wrote because that's their only source. They have to be looking at what the church fathers wrote. They have to be reading the Gospels. And it's only out of what the church fathers are writing and what the church fathers are saying and what the Gospels are saying that they have to disagree or agree. So every bit of information, as much as you're going in on the church fathers, you have to acquiesce and agree with what the church fathers are actually saying. That's all you're doing. Because what they say is, when you talk about things like Papias says crazy things because you've been Googling him, when he talks about all the wine in heaven, that's an alliteration, bro. He's not saying that that's a real thing. And he goes on to say that he does that often. He's not saying that that's a real thing. He's talking about the bliss and the happiness that one's experienced while you're in heaven. That's what he's talking about. He's not saying
which one came first, or letters or the gospel.
I'm not talking to nobody but Black Lion. Appreciate it. So that's what he's alluding to. When you say he talks about Judas, verse he fell as he hangs himself, and as he falls, his bowels are burst open, and they're in the valley of Himnon, or the place where they call where he purchased for 30 pieces of silver in that biblical narrative. He says the stench is still there. If you understand the geography of that place, that is where the Jerusalem wall, over the Jerusalem walls, they would throw their trash. That's where all the poor and the sick and the destitute will live. So as many sickness and disease in that valley where they claim, the biblical narrative states, as well as Papias talks about Judas' bowels being burst open. So there would have been an actual stench. It's a garbage heap. That's why Christ refers to it as the valley of Himnon. That's why they refer to it as hell, because they would burn trash in their area, so it smelled real bad, like sulfur burning. That's what they would be using to burn the trash. So that's why he's making those alliterations to those things. So this is what I'm saying. You just Googling stuff and reading it out of its context, not putting it in its historical context, because we know the Valley of Hinnom actually exists. But let's get back to Mark, right? The church fathers clearly write that he existed. They clearly say that he existed. And the fact that you say, well, I just disagree with the church fathers, that's all the scholars are doing who disagree, who agree with you. They just disagree with the church fathers. It's their opinion. They have no evidence to the contrary. And this is the circular poor arguments you guys continue to make. I'll let you get in.
Okay. So it's you who's using Google, not me. Clearly, you have not read the information from Pappy's word for word.
I ain't Google nothing.
You must have.
Oh, my bad. My mic on. My bad.
Because I don't remember nothing about the Himnon Valley being mentioned in where what I'm talking about when it comes to Judas. And it's not talking about Judas hanging nothing. It's not talking about that. It's talking about Judas being cursed, a person who was cursed and who was full of pus and full of his own excrement and this, that, and the third. And he's walking around and all of a sudden he explodes. He's not hanging. He is walking. And I don't think it's near the Himnon Valley. Another thing is, you say, what's the evidence? The evidence it's not the evidence, it's the lack of evidence. There's no citations on the Gospels or who wrote it. Like we find, why do we say Paul is a historical person? Because Paul actually signs a couple of his letters. That's how we know that Paul was a real person. Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, there's no citations on those letters. None. There's nothing that links anybody with those names to those Gospels. We don't find those names till hundreds of years after the fact. That's the evidence that they're speaking of, not just what their opinion. And you want to talk about lack of evidence, there's no evidence from no church fathers showing that any of those people, any of those names are historical figures. They mention those names, but they don't show you evidence of them being ever walking this earth. So now we get to modern times and we're using a real methodology to see what is going on here. And when we use this methodology, we find that there's no outside sources talking about Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John. There's no citations from them. There is nothing that we can grasp onto that says that these people ever walked this earth. All we have is the writings. That's it. We don't have evidence of Mark, Matthew, Luke, or John. We don't even have those names until the 3rd century, coming from one person who names them this. He wasn't around during the time of the gospel, of the creation of the Gospels. How does he know who wrote them and what their names were? He doesn't. He's just giving those names to those particular books. That's all it is. That's what the majority of scholars say.
Yo, Black Lion, what came first, the Paul letters or the gospel?
Paul's letters came first.
So what?
He doesn't.
Hey, can we finish this exchange, bro? I know you anxious to ask questions, bro, but let's finish. I want to finish this out with him.
Yeah, I'm gonna respect Yara when it comes to that because this is between me and him right now. So after we're done, you can ask me any question you want.
Yeah, and that's all. That's all.
Let me give him his respect when it comes to, because that's what he asked for. So now, like I said, we don't have any sources that can show that these people ever walked the earth or that these names are attributed to those particular books outside of Ignatius, who comes later on down the line, hundreds of years later on down the line. So that's the evidence. Go ahead, Yara.
Okay, so you just mentioned Paul, right? So do you agree the consensus of scholars agree then that Paul was an actual, authentic, a real person?
Yes, I do.
Does Paul mention John Mark?
I can't remember if he does or not. So I'm gonna be honest about that. I can't remember if he mentions Mark or John. I don't think he does.
He does, but let's be fair. He actually mentions John Mark in the second letter of Timothy. Now, there are some scholars that agree the second letter of Timothy may not be authentic because it doesn't build off the first letter of Timothy. I'll let you wrangle with that argument, but he actually does mention him in 2 Timothy.
Oh, wait a
minute. So if you agree that Paul,
John Mark, wait a minute, let me be clear. Are you saying John Mark as one person?
Yeah, John Mark is one person.
Okay,
yes.
So how's that got to do? What's that got to do with Mark?
Because that is his actual name.
Who says that? Show that.
All right, hold on. I'll get it for you, and I'm gonna make it easy for you. I'm not gonna even go to a biblical source. I'll show you.
We need something that we're gonna put on the screen for the people.
Let me try to put a link in. Let me try to put a link in the chat for you for it.
Because I notice all these sources that you say you got never prove your point, your premise, and then you say you got sources. So we just wait for
you to stop talking. Let me do it. I don't want to give here's easy.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with you, Yara. Maybe this is some type of joke or something, but
ain't no joke. I'm only talking to Black Lion Supreme. I don't need the interjection.
Yeah, I get all that, but you mean the way you talk?
No, you don't. Y'all just keep interrupting though.
No. Well, this is what I'm saying. Hold on.
You know what I'm saying? Let me talk to Black Lion, and I'll be out y'all way. Yeah, I don't understand what's the difficulty about that.
That don't mean that
I'm
just
talking
sources
about the way you talking to people on the panel, like.
Well, I'm talking to people like I'm talking to Black Lion. We having an exchange, so I just had the exchange with him. You don't like it.
Nah, he trying to do that hostile escape. So because he didn't prove his premise,
he keeps saying hostile escape.
Down
I ain't went nowhere.
So
yet,
that somebody curse him out. We ain't trying to curse you out. We just gonna want you to prove your premise.
Let me try to get what I'm saying, but I can't talk to 3 or 4 people, and I keep saying this over and over and over again.
This is the last question I'm gonna ask, and then y'all can come in. He'll ask me one more question, and then y'all can come in.
Right, because it's been going on a pretty good while.
You're right. So
here you go. I'm gonna put this in the chat.
And that's it. Go ahead, Yara.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this in the chat because he wanted me to show that John Mark is the same Mark talked about in the Gospels. I'm just saying I can't talk to 3 or 4. I can't talk to 3 or 4 people at a time.
You understand, bro?
That's all.
Going back and forth. It's good. Go ahead and show your source. Go ahead.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get it. I'm gonna put this in the chat, and if they want to pull it up, then they can pull it up.
See that John Mark is Mark from the Gospel. Please.
All right, so there it is. I put it in the chat.
It's in the back chat.
Right. Yeah, it's in the back chat, and it's from the Britannica, a tutelary source, a secondary source. But there it is.
Somebody get that and get ready to read it, and then so I'm gonna let Yara ask me one more question, then we can stop and we'll let everybody else in. Go ahead, Yara, ask your question.
Yeah. So if we're discussing, right, the actual relevance, or if Mark was an actual person, right? Again, if you make the claim that you believe Paul was a real person, if Paul is making attestations to this person as a contemporary, would you not then consider him a real person?
Okay, no, I wouldn't, because I would need more evidence than that. But I would say that is a good piece of information that would lean towards a real person named Mark. I would say that if you can prove that this John Mark that you mentioned is actually the Mark of the Gospels. If you could prove that, then that would be very good evidence. It wouldn't be enough to sway it the other way, but it would at least be something that I figured that we didn't have at all. So if you could show that that's really him, then yes. But you would have to show that the majority of scholars believe that John Mark is Mark of the Gospels.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to put it back in there. Yeah, I got you.
And I apologize for whatever discourse we had, bro. You know, I don't.
Man, I don't take none. I don't take none of this personal, man.
I actually really think you are a former opponent. And I think you're wise, and
yeah, same here, man.
I like you as a brother. I think I'll call you a brother just because we disagreed on me.
That's all.
So go ahead.
Yeah,
bro.
that's all, man. I don't take it no further than that, bro. Believe me when I tell you. Like I said, like, hey, you know, I would love to build with you, you know, outside of these. You know what I'm saying? On my channel, I don't stop. I don't have people on or just have talk to people that just agree with me, right?
No doubt. This is just two lions in one cage. That's all it is, bro.
That's all. That's all.
And we all don't all agree with each other.
Yeah.
Fellas, come on in. We're done. Come on in.
Yeah. Y'all can come on in.
So Black Lion, if you say that the Paul letters come before Mark, so why isn't it a Paulinian Christianity?
Yes, that's what I believe. I believe that he made it all up myself. That's what I believe. Yeah, but Paul's letters come way before the Gospels. And as a matter of fact, we don't hear none of the stuff that we hear in the Gospels from Paul. Paul doesn't talk about Mary and Joseph. Paul doesn't talk about his execution, who did it, and where he doesn't talk about Jesus preaching. We'll hear later on in the gospel.
I'm already seeing. Yeah.
So do you agree with that, Yara?
What was that last part he said?
I said we don't hear about Jesus preaching from Paul. We hear that later on down the line in the Gospels.
Explicitly written. We kind of hear Paul saying that the teachings that he espoused to came from Yeshua, but we don't see that where that he's actually a physical. At the time that he's writing these particular letters, Christ he's dead at least 10 years. I mean, at least seven years. He's been dead at least 7 years. So to say that Paul was sitting at the feet of Yeshua, like the apostles were in the Gospels, you can't make that claim. But what we can say is that we do know that Paul was living at the same time of Yeshua, had to know who he was. If he didn't, he would not have been persecuting Christians specifically. They knew who the founder of this quote unquote new religion was that was going against, that was actually not anti-Roman, but was anti-Jewish. It was not anti-Roman. It was not an anti-Roman, because what you see,
you said a lot.
Yeah, they tried to catch Christ a couple of times to make anti-Roman statements by asking him about money, about paying taxes and different things like that. That was a trap to get him into an anti-Roman situation. But Christ never did that. But what you do see him is going up against the Sadducees, the Pharisees of the time, and that's really what got him. That's really what got him killed to a degree. So
you said.
But Paul knew that, and he was persecuting Jews because they were following this newfound faith of this guy called Jesus. That's the only reason why we have Paul. That's his introduction into the entire Bible. That's his only introduction.
You said Paul never knew Jesus, right? And he died 10 years.
Not personal. Not personal. We don't see that. But we know that he knew of him, as they both were alive at the same time. It's just like I don't know Michael Jordan, but we're both living in the same era.
I got you. My question is that when they talk about the brother of Jesus, James, you believe that Paul knew that person, and that person is the real brother of Jesus?
Absolutely, because we have extra biblical sources that makes the claim about James, the brother of Jesus. So we know that. That's Josephus in the book of Antiquities. He talks about James, the brother of Jesus. This was a real person. So this is what I mean about we have extra biblical sources of people who are attesting to these people. Now we know James and Peter were close. We know that. We know Paul writes over and over and over again about Peter, the disciple who was very close to Yeshua at the time. No one argues about Peter. Peter is also an author, but reason why they don't argue against Peter is because Peter is not a writer of one of the Gospels.
Hold on, man. Stop right here. Let me ask a couple questions. I've been quiet a good while here. What is the origins of these words that you are saying? Peter, Mark, James. In the biblical time, these were the names of these people, or are you just using some type of...
No, we were just talking about Greek names. I don't want to get caught up in them silly conversations. We know that
No. Hold up.
Hold on.
We ain't doing all that. That ain't what we not doing. I'm just
that's the question that you asked me.
I'm just asking you a question.
No, but that's the question that you asked me.
But you started out by saying we're not dealing with that.
At this point.
No, hold on. But you started out by saying we're not dealing with that.
No, we're not.
I'm just asking you, why are they using these names?
Because
are these names contemporary with the time?
Yeah, they're Hellenized Jews. Yes.
So they had names like James, Mark, Peter.
Yes. You think they're new names today? You think them names from the 60s?
Transliteration names.
No, these are
But for me, hold up. Reason why I'm saying this, Yara, because for me, I don't think that where are they where is this going at? It's going on like in the Palestine area, modern day Palestine area, right?
We're using English names right now.
Okay, I got all that. Hold up. Oh, okay, but you saying they have some other names that they use. That's what I'm trying to say. Because like you saying that they with Peter, I'm like, man, come on, man, that can't be. That don't even make sense. Like that. If that's what you're saying, I'm gonna be totally against that. You know, you like, Mark was like Mark in fucking the first century.
Let me
like
give
that don't make sense,
bro. Let me give you a quick example. Let's take Paul. His name and his Jewish name is Saul.
Okay.
Right.
His Paul it comes from the Latin.
Right.
That connects him to Rome, like Paulus. Paulus
right.
is his Latin name.
Right.
So it's like that. And then you have Paul, which is Paulus translated into English.
Yeah, I got it. I just wanted to make sure that y'all weren't saying that these were these people's names.
Let me say this real quick. The teachings that Yahweh is talking about when it comes to Paul is Paul's teaching, not the teaching of Jesus himself and to the public and to the disciples. His teaching, his personal teaching of non-circumcision and eat whatever you want and so, this, that, and the third. That's the teachings that Paul is talking about. I said that Paul doesn't mention the teachings of Jesus that he did around Galilee or Nazareth. Those teachings is what I'm talking about. The teachings that he gave the apostles. He's not talking about, he doesn't mention that. He's mentioning the teachings that he got from a vision from Jesus himself personally. He's not talking about the teachings I'm talking about. So when it comes when it comes to Paul is making a whole lot of things himself up. Because unless you believe he saw a vision of a real ghost named Jesus, then you would have to say Paul is making up his information. And one last thing, how on earth does Paul not know about Mary and Joseph if he knew the brother of Jesus himself and Peter?
Yeah, I've heard. That's a very poor argument.
Peter and James would have known Mary.
That's a very poor argument that you're making.
Yeah, you believe that, Yara? Hold on.
So
the premise. Hold on. For the premise.
That's horrible.
You believe that somebody who knows somebody's brother wouldn't know the wife of the brother?
What are you talking about?
Or somebody, a disciple of the brother?
I'm not saying none of what you're saying right now.
James wouldn't know who his mother is.
What I'm saying is this.
Excuse me, his mother. When you said Mary, I'm thinking about the.
Listen, this is what I'm saying. He has. There is no way that you can make the argument that he didn't know who Yeshua's mother was. There's no way that argument can be made.
He doesn't mention her. He doesn't mention her name.
So what? He doesn't mention her. He doesn't mention a lot of people.
That doesn't make any sense.
It does make sense. Just because he didn't mention
mother.
Hold on. Just because he didn't mention someone does not mean. First of all, if y'all understand the hierarchy, if you understand the hierarchy of the movement, Mary was not that prominent simply because she was a woman. She was not that prominent in the movement.
But Mary is his mother.
Hold on. It does not matter.
Yeah, hold on, man. Let me ask you something,
to the gospel. You know the only thing. You know why you making that argument? And I meant to say this one time before. The only reason why people even make that argument are Catholics because they venerate Mary.
No, that's not why I'm making an
argument. Yeah, that is why. That's the only reason why they think it's important for Mary to be mentioned.
I've never been a Catholic.
I know. I'm saying but you're reading You're reading people who arguing against Catholic talking points.
Hold on, let me ask you a question, Yara. Hold on, excuse me. Hold on, let me ask Yara a question. Okay, so I guess that and trust me, I'm ignorant on the subject matter as far as your history is like. What do you adhere to? So I guess that you're like a Hebrew or something like that, right?
I agree to some of their paradigms, but I follow Yahwehism. I don't follow Judaism. I follow Yahwehism.
Okay, now I just be wanting to know, like out of real just curiosity, why would you start your history right there? Let me tell you. Hold on, I'm not through. If you know that there is history that predates that time period, why do you adhere to starting your history right there?
Right where?
I guess with Yahweh as a religious source or practice. I'm saying, why would you start your history there if only you know that there is history that predates that? That's what I'm.
What do you mean? Why do I start it right there?
Okay, what would be the reasoning for following what you're following? Is what I'm asking.
Oh, because
why do you practice what you practice? What is the importance of you with starting or being a Hebrew or Yahweh? What is it? I'm just trying to find out.
Oh, first of all, because I believe that the spirit that we deal with, what we call Yahweh, has always been existence. Mm-hmm. Yahweh is just the name that we understand it We understand this spirit, or this entity, or this energy, or this knowledge, or this consciousness has revealed itself to us. That's what I believe. It's in the terms of Yahweh. So, but I do believe that it's been known by many other different names. So when you say Yahweh,
so Yahweh, I was trying to figure out. So why you pick Yahweh?
You keep saying why I pick Yahweh. Because of, if you look at the actual tenets of those who follow Yahwehism, right? There is a system of belief that has not been rivaled by any society. We can argue about the highest points of utopian Kemetic civilizations if you want, but I have not seen in my studies on my history, right, any society that deals with it. We always have dealt with some form of spirituality, right? If you go back as far as animism and shamanism, those things are at least 200,000 years old. Well, we can go back to at least dealing with Homo sapiens sapiens being that old, right? So if you talk about the spiritual aspects and spiritual concepts, I see Yahwehism more so even closer to African spirituality than I see Kemetic spirituality to a degree. Because what I never really hear is when people are bringing out all these dates based on what papyrus we should be reading, or what time period are you really talking about? Because what I see people always do in ancient Kemet, they always jump over either the Ptolemaic period that the Ptolemies, the Greeks, ruled in ancient Kemet, or even going back further when the Hyksos ruled in ancient Kemet. They never talk about what was going on in those spiritual texts, in those Confit texts and those ulterior texts during that time. No one ever talks about that. That was a period, a long dynastic period where these Hyksos, these Semitic rulers, brought in their own deities, but they conflated and they acculturated things, and then they adopted certain things out of Egypt. Now, no, I don't hear anyone making the claim that they follow any pre-dynastic Kemetic ritual practices. I never hear that. Nobody tells me they follow the same they follow the same they follow the same religion or belief as Narmer did. Even when we look at on the Narmer Paladin, he's founding both upper lower, he's brings together both upper lower Egypt and northern Egypt and South Egypt. Nobody never talks about what his belief system was and what he believed. We see Horus as we see the falcon as a motif with a snake in his mouth. We see him wearing the active crown. We see him wearing that, but nothing about that. What we do see on that Narmer palette, though, is these Asiatic animals, right? These cellophans, right? Those serpents with the entwining necks that we see. The cat.
You said they're Asiatic. What do you mean by that?
Because that's an Asiatic mythical.
I'm not sure.
It's an Asiatic mythical
being.
But
on this channel right here, and I'm just speaking for Smash, he's already disproven the origins of those the serpopods that you're talking about.
Well, no, he has not. That's his opinion.
Yeah,
no,
he did a very thorough job.
No, that's just his. I mean,
but that's neither here nor there, right?
He may have done a good job.
We're talking about you. I asked you. You went on maybe 5 minutes.
Yeah, because I don't think you still get it. You're not gonna get it.
See, so why the disrespect?
No, it's not the disrespect.
Telling me what I don't get.
I'm telling you,
you don't even know what I'm fixing to add.
It's a hostile escape. You already
no. When I told
check it out, I mean, let's have a respectful conversation, y'all. Because I'm really
very respectful.
I'm trying to ask questions.
I believe Yahweh has always existed.
I get all that.
Isn't Yahweh African? Hold on. Isn't Yahweh African deity?
No. I believe so. Absolutely.
It could not have always existed because
why not?
Because humans wasn't always writing. Humans didn't always have you don't have any documentation of 200 and something thousand years ago the humans knew something about a Yahweh or said or saw. They didn't know any of that.
And see,
humans didn't always know about it.
Hold on. So this is the argument. Hold on. This is the argument where you guys always fail right there. That's why you guys
ain't got nothing about you.
Hold on. This is why you guys should never use it. So are you telling me, right? Me and you talking. So are you telling me that for centuries on end, our people on the continent of Africa were ignorant people because they weren't writing?
No, I never said that.
Okay, so
what
if
I
they
said
weren't
is they
ignorant,
don't show a concept of a Yahweh
hold on,
in
you don't know that.
250,000
You
years
keep
ago.
saying because you said you made the statement they weren't writing, so
You
they
said
didn't have
that the
concept.
Yahweh's been always been here.
Right.
Always.
That because
But what I'm
always
trying to
existed, but you
explain to
equated
you
that to writing.
is in the development of human civilization, Yahweh was not thought about 250,000 years ago when we turned into Homo sapiens sapiens.
Watch this. When I said to you, in my understanding, that this being has always been under different names, under different identities, different attributes, I believe he's always existed. So when you simply say, "Oh no," just because they didn't write that, then that doesn't mean to me that he didn't always exist.
Can I say something about that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because that's belief, right? And nobody can argue your belief.
No,
right?
that's not really belief. I'm talking about.
That's what
I'm
you said. That's what you believe.
Hold on, no, listen.
You just said what you believe, and
Hold
that's
on.
your belief.
No, that's not what I'm saying to you. What I'm saying is that none of us have any way of telling or knowing that since Homo sapiens sapien, or what you call 250, or what you say 250,000 years ago, of what they believed or what they knew to be real to them.
Stop.
Or not.
They do know. They do know. We have
how they know?
Because you said 250,000 years. They were smelting iron at that time in the Congo. They have information.
250,000 years ago?
No, they wasn't, bro.
Excuse me.
You must be talking about 2,500 years ago.
2,500. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about since
yo,
200,
you should have seen my eyes, bro. I said 250. Man,
I didn't even pounce on
hold
that, bro,
on.
because he's just trying to talk it out.
If you're talking about 300,000 years, that's Homo sapiens sapien. That's when we just started being human. So why are we talking? Why are we talking about that?
Because I'm gonna tell you why. Because he said that Yahweh, the concept of Yahweh, has always been in human existence.
No way of proving that. That's his
I know that.
Watch this.
Only thing you can prove is what is written. You cannot
that
prove
is not
anything
it, bro.
verbal.
that's false.
Okay, so
you're talking about the only thing you can prove is what is written.
So y'all
hold on. So y'all hold on.
Before
do y'all completely
it was
dismiss?
Down.
Hold on. Do y'all completely dismiss
Yahweh 300,000 years ago?
Do y'all completely dismiss oral tradition?
No.
Oral tradition.
But we're saying that
hold on.
300,000 years.
To 5 people at one time, bro.
Be verified.
I can't talk to 5 people at one
time.
At a time.
Let me answer.
Right.
No.
So if it
cannot be dated or anything like that. So no.
Okay, so what do you mean it can't be dated?
You can't date something.
So watch this.
If we ain't recording this, you can't date what I just told you.
Hey,
no
bro,
way, because it's something I just told you.
Don't say that again. Let me say this. What comes before the written? Do you think the written produced? Hold on. Thank you. The oral tradition, brother. So the oral tradition could have existed hundreds of thousands of years before the written.
Okay, so bam. So let's do this. Let's do the chronology of this. What was the first God that humans wrote down? Did they write down Yahweh?
No.
What was the first one?
Can I finish my statement?
No. Answer that question. What was the first God? Since you said that it was oral to written. What was the first God that humans recorded?
That's not written.
That has nothing to do about what that does not prove. Can I finish talking, please? There's no way to prove or to show anybody what the name of the first deity was called.
And there's no way to prove the oral tradition.
Watch this. But there's no way, hold on, but there's no way to say that it didn't exist.
And there's no way to say it did exist.
Exactly my point. So when we having these
we just having a ring around the rosy.
That's all I'm saying. When y'all be trying to make these arguments as if they're absolute, you can't make absolute arguments where there are none, right?
So what is the use of documentation? So hold up, you mean to tell me they don't have nowhere in history where a first God was ever written down?
So
that doesn't mean
say, how can you rely on it? You cannot repeat no oral traditions. None.
What do you mean we can't repeat oral tradition?
You can't, because you don't know what was said.
The Torah itself is a oral.
Let me mute out.
Hold on. Watch this. When y'all read the Book of the Dead and y'all start talking about those 42 negative confessions, is that not an oral tradition?
Yeah, but it's written down, y'all, to verify.
Did it? Hold on. Did it exist before it was written down?
Yes, but it's
written down. Okay, then. Hold on. We try to walk, right? If you agree that it existed before it was written down, right? How did it exist? Did it exist in the material culture of the particular people, a group of people?
Yes, it did.
It had to.
Yes, it did.
It had to.
Let me answer your question.
Go ahead.
Okay. So when you try to use Kemet in this oral tradition, or even if you use the Hebrew oral tradition, we know that you can verify it from the writings that we have. When you try to go back 300,000 years ago and try to use some type of oral tradition from there, unless you can show me the writings, you can't verify it. Now, there's no Hebrews or Israelites 300,000 years ago. There's no people from Kemet 300,000.
I agree.
Yeah, 100. Okay, so we have to go by the writings that we see that may reflect their oral tradition. That's all we can do. You can't add on.
Well, that is not all you can do, and that's the problem with.
I'm almost done.
My bad.
You can't add on to their oral traditions what you think or should be in it. You only can go by what you read and what it said. Go ahead.
No, so and here's the problem when we say add on. There's no adding on, because you just admitted that the oral tradition precedes the written. So if the oral is being transmitted into writing, into a development of a writing system, right? Then you must conclude that the oral tradition, which can go back as far as we have an understanding of when men existed on the planet, can go back as far. We don't know. That's the basis of oral tradition. Storytelling. They have people right now, and I'll just throw this in here real quickly. There's people right now in the Arabic tradition that they quote the Quran verbatim. And they're not, and this is passed down through oral tradition as young as 5 years of age. Most of what we understand about priesthoods, specifically shamanism, which is one of the oldest traditions, we clearly see these same elements being passed down through what we call spiritual systems today. It's clearly shown in the biblical narrative. When you're talking about priests and healers and chieftains and tribesmen, this is shamanism. That dates back almost 200,000 years. So, as I said, the oldest that we understand based on cave drawings and writings, we see that these ideas existed, or these beliefs existed. We can see them in the writings of certain animals and certain animal figures being worshipped. Next comes shamanism. We can see that with the Arabian Valley culture, in the Indus Valley culture. We can see that in pre-dynastic Kemet. We can see that in Sumerian, which we know Sumerian in the Meta-Neter are almost developed at the very exactly same time when you're talking about writing. So it behooves us to say that had to have some oral tradition, thousands of years, that has been passed down. Y'all think people wasn't talking to each other about what they observed in nature? Do y'all think?
I asked you, brother Yahweh.
Yeah.
What was after the oral, after they got past the oral tradition? What was the first God that humans wrote down?
Well, first
we don't really know that, because we don't have.
It's got to be a chronology because it's documented. It's got to be a chronology of what was
we don't have access to all writings.
Where did
we don't have.
Yeah, word. Shamanism is some Indians. Ain't that some new stuff like that?
200,000 years ago.
That's not.
Well, listen to what I'm saying. Even if you go back 9,000 BCE to 12,000 BCE.
Okay, now you in range.
We don't.
Now you in,
right.
Yeah,
we don't have any what we would call religious texts from the Natufians, who we know.
Hold on, but what the Sumerians? Let's just say, for instance, Sumerians was writing first. what was the name of their God?
It would have been.
They didn't have one.
It would have been Anu.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So
But hold on.
I knew.
We don't
let's
know.
just hold up. Just for the argument's sake here, let's just say that because they saying that the Sumerians was the
But
first.
that's gonna get you beat up, bro.
I knew is the first is the first God.
That's gonna get you beat up, bro.
That's what I'm asking you, Yara. Where does Yahweh fall behind Anu? Like, is Anu and Yahweh synonymous with each other? What are you saying?
You find Yahweh in the El cult.
Listen.
Yahweh is one of the sons of El, the chief god of Canaan. That's where you first see Yahweh and Astra, his wife Astra. That's where you first see Yahweh. Well, you first see him is as one of the sons of El.
So hold on, Black Lion. You telling me that when humans finally got over the oral thing, they didn't use Yahweh first?
No.
Okay, that's all I was asking. Thank you.
But see, that's a fallacious argument.
Wait,
hold on.
Wait, 1 second.
I don't know why. I don't know what the laughter is.
He said
I don't know what the
fallacious argument.
It's not fallacious because
it is a fallacious argument because that's two different questions. To say what
it's the same question I asked you. You didn't want to answer.
No, it's a bad argument.
You said we couldn't find the
first one person at a time, bro. I didn't say you couldn't find it. What I said was simply because you have an attestation of something doesn't mean that it's actually the first that the ideology came about, because there's an oral tradition. Hold on. There is an oral tradition that had to exist before the writing.
Yeah, but you can't add on to that oral
I'm
tradition.
not adding on to anything. I'm not adding on to anything.
You just said, you told us what the precursor to writing was the oral tradition. Right.
That's exactly what I just said.
Okay, that's what you said. So then I asked,
that stands to say, watch this.
Oral tradition. That's the question.
Listen.
And the only way to get a glimpse of what the oral tradition is to go by the writings.
Listen to what I'm saying.
You said, and then they morphed into writing. So I asked, I said, so what was the first written God that the humans, I didn't say what humans, they could be anywhere, came up with?
What I'm telling you is real
the
slow.
answer is no.
No, that's not true. Because what I'm telling you is real slow.
Okay, go ahead.
We do not know.
They got a name though that predates.
Stop. This is what I'm telling you. Simply because they find something in antiquity with a name on it doesn't mean that that's the first time it has ever been recorded. That's the first time we've known of it. We find things older and older.
I agree with y'all, bro, with that.
Y'all gotta listen to what I'm saying, bro.
You can't record something just based on oral tradition. You don't record oral tradition.
Yes, you do. What do you mean?
You can repeat it.
I think Yara's trying to say that
you can write a song without first singing it.
No, what I'm saying is you cannot verify it until it's written down.
Listen to what I'm saying. When you say verifying, right? Mm-hmm. You're talking about when you talk about verifying or something that's written versus the oral tradition, that's two different methodologies, right?
That's right.
Because what y'all are arguing is the same European argument that
African people. Can you pull up Yahweh first?
Hold on, that European scholars used to have about people in West Africa. Because they didn't write books, so they must have been illiterate, or they didn't have any knowledge. They had. Hold on. That's very true.
No,
they had a very rich oral traditional history that they claim goes back to the beginning of time.
And
simply because, hold on,
that's not
hold
down.
on,
it's not
brother.
The same as saying people who
yes, it is. Yes, it is. Be quiet. This is what I'm saying. See, listen, bro. Illiteracy has to do with writing,
right?
Correct. So they deem the people, our African brothers and sisters in West Africa, as illiterate because they didn't show writings. But that doesn't mean that these people were ignorant people, or they didn't have any. They didn't have a society. Hold on.
No. There is. This is the.
Let me ask my
this is the.
What does that got to do with repeating an oral tradition that you cannot verify without the writings? That has nothing to do with it.
That's a bad argument, and you still keep trying to push that.
I think people are talking past each other.
I agree.
Hold on. This is the only time in history that people are reading and writing. I mean, I heard that before they didn't read and write at the same time anyway. So and even in back in ancient times, it was like 5% of the people was literate. So it wasn't like a whole bunch of people was able to read and write. So we have to get past that. No.
Facts.
Yes, and I thank you for bringing that out, because that's a great point you just made. Most of what
Europe also.
No, watch this though, bro. You gotta agree. He just made a fantastic point, and this is what I'm saying. Most of what we read in antiquity comes from the upper echelon, the nobility, the priesthoods. Most of the people that lived in those lands were illiterate.
Man,
they could not read.
Man. This is what we not finna do. Slow down.
Hold on, bro. Stop.
Everything that you argue is written history, Yahweh.
Bro, stop.
You ain't not. You are not.
Bro, you gotta listen, bro.
Everything that you can prove is written. You
bro,
not on here arguing anything verbal, bro.
That's false, bro. That's false. That's false.
Man, so you arguing for verbal history?
Yes,
absolutely.
Everything you use to prove is something that's written from Paul.
Absolutely.
Everything that you talking about, you have to use something that's written. We would not know about Jesus if it was not written down. Stop.
Listen, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen, bro. Listen. Today we wouldn't, as farther we get away from antiquity, we do. Man. But back then, those people relied heavily on oral tradition.
We ain't talking about that. We're talking about right now.
Not you. And you can't do that. And
I absolutely can do that.
Only reflects. Listen, the oral tradition only reflects what we see in the writings. Nothing in the writings says Yahweh was 300,000 years ago.
Hey, bro. First of all, what you're saying right now, bro. See what you just said. Only what we have is what the oral tradition reflected in the writings, right? Mm-hmm. That does not mean that there's an extensive oral tradition that existed. Watch this. That all may not have even made it into writing.
Okay, but you have
see, what we're trying to do is trying to well, Yahweh is the baby deity. So why are you believing in the baby deity when we know there's something older? That's a fallacious argument, because we can see.
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you why I did that, Yahweh. Why I do this is because when I'm telling you, we come from a Christian background down here in the South, right? And when I was young, they gave us a whole storyline about everything starting from an Adam and Eve perspective.
Yeah, and that's wrong.
That was the only reason why we followed that, because it was giving us a chronology of the beginning of history going outward, all the way up to Jesus, from Moses to Mark and all of these other people, right? But now that we found out that there's a history that predates that, why would we hold on to something that we know that's an AD religion? That's all I'm asking.
Well, here's the problem. When you read the Bible doesn't only just deal with the AD religion.
But it starts us off with Adam and Eve.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't start.
Okay, so where does the Bible start humanity?
It starts with the creation of the universe.
Okay, but we talking about the human part of it.
No, you're talking about the human part.
We're humans. You
asked me where it starts. So the oral tradition that's recorded in the Bible starts with the creation of the universe. It doesn't start with an Adam and Eve.
How do you know?
That's the first thing.
How do you know? Because that's what was written.
No, that's what we know through oral tradition.
Man, you wild.
No, you wild. We know that through oral tradition.
So hold up. So you saying it starts out with the universe and then the sun was created. We know the story. I mean, you act like we don't know the story. God created the universe, and then he created the stars, and then he created.
You're reading
We already know that.
Reading a recording of the oral tradition. It's just like if somebody.
But hold up, you denied it. If you just
y'all hold on. Some of y'all want to be rappers. I know you are. You ain't even got to.
No, I don't want to be no rapper.
But watch this. I said some of y'all. But watch this. Watch this.
Story said.
Watch this.
So does it start with Adam and Eve and not?
Hold on, bro. Hold on. No, it doesn't. I just told you where it started with.
That he destroyed before Adam and Eve or whatever.
Bro, it doesn't
Adam and
start...
Eve is the basis of what the story
no,
is. So you said that it's not?
It's not. I need you to listen.
Okay.
Your Christianity got you messed up. And you stuck there. I'm telling you, The oral tradition that exists in the Bible does not begin with Adam and Eve.
How do you know if it was oral?
Because I'm reading it. Right?
I'm done.
Right? Now watch
you
this.
Said because I'm reading.
Right, because I'm reading it. Now watch
How can you read some oral tradition, Yara? Please
ask Black Lion. Ask Black Lion right now.
How can he read oral tradition, Black Lion? And he's saying that he's mixing up what the story said. The story already told us what it said. I told him that it starts humanity off with Adam and Eve. I don't give a damn about what it's talking about. The universe. We know that the universe came before humanity. But in the story of Adam and Eve, the universe, God created the universe. Then he created the stars and the sun. And then on one day he rested. And then he created man. We know the story. You can't.
That's not the story, is what I'm telling you.
So
that's not the story.
It's a different story. And how do you know this different story if it wasn't written down?
Because of oral tradition is recorded. What we're reading, any history, watch this. Then the definition of history is recorded oral tradition. It's a recorded history.
Okay, so what is the story before that story?
So the story before that, if you
and who wrote the story?
If you listen, brother, if you actually read the story about the Bible, right? What it gives you is the perspective of a specific group of people about their origin story. And so when you try to make it a historical book where you're looking for a chronology from that time to the creation, you're going to miss it because that's not what it was written for. That's not what their oral tradition. No, it's not. That's not what.
Okay, hold on. Now, what about the tradition of the people of the Nile Valley that wrote a story 1,500 years before that had a oral tradition before that? What about their story?
That's exactly what I'm trying to tell you. When you trying to put a staple that the Bible begins the beginning of the oral tradition of Yahweh, that's where you go wrong. The Bible only gives you the beginning of the story of a specific group of people.
I got that, Yara, but what I'm saying is, what about?
And it's
hold
based
on,
hold on, Yara.
And they had a story
on their oral
tradition. Pan-African. Hold on. He just said something. How can it start off with the universe, then give you something about one specific group of people?
Because that's based on their oral tradition. Y'all understand what I'm saying?
This doesn't make sense to me. But
it doesn't make any sense, because if they said that Ham, Japheth, and all them people was the peoples of the earth, how can I just be talking about one group of people? Is my point.
Because those are the same group of people. The only reason, watch this, it's only talking about Ham, Sheth, and Japheth, right?
Mm-hmm.
We know Ham, Sheth, and Japheth is not where all races delineate from. We know that for a fact.
Okay, good. Okay, bam. So, okay, now we found. Hold on. Watch this. We found some more people, more ancient, that have a story about creation and how they came into what you call it. So why?
How do you know what their story is?
Because it's written down.
From what? Where did they get it from?
Attention?
Where did they get the story from?
Well, you don't have any writing.
They didn't get it from your God.
Where? I didn't say none of that. Where did they get their story from?
They got it from their oral tradition.
Thank you. That's
okay,
all
but
I'm
hold
saying.
on though. This story predates this story that you talking about Ham and Japheth. It predates it by about 1,500 years. So what I'm asking you is, why would we adhere to a story about Yahweh 1,500 years later instead of adhering to some story 1,500 years earlier?
Because I'm gonna tell you again, because you missed.
Why would we do that?
I heard everything you said.
I'm just
gonna tell you again from the very beginning what I said. Because you're saying Yahweh, you're stuck there. I'm not stuck on that name. Just as we see throughout many examples given in the oral tradition of the Bible, Yahweh was known by many names.
Okay.
And
so you're saying that the guys in Egypt or whatever are the same guys that Yahweh. So you really, hold on. So you really worship the first Egyptian gods, and Yahweh is just something that you just talk about now.
You still don't get it, what I just said. You still trying to split hairs and separate.
No, because you're saying that it just
I'm not
the
separating.
name
I'm not
something.
listen
So
to
I'm
what
just
I'm
saying,
saying.
well, maybe you saying that the
No,
first
I'm not.
God
I mean, you don't have to tell me what maybe I'm saying. I'm telling you what I'm saying.
I don't know what you're saying. I'm
I know. So that because you're having difficulties listening. You're trying to prove a point.
Okay, let me
instead of
read
listening
that
what I'm saying.
so I can see what you're saying.
What I'm telling you is that when we look at these deities, right? One specific deity, right, that I refer to in the latter sense as Yahweh. I believe he was also known as El, Ilu. We have even some attestations of the deity of if it being the same deity as maybe Anu. We have some.
Did you say Amen?
Anu.
Okay,
we have some attestations of some deities, and I can show you on Semitic. Watch this on Semitic artifacts, real live Semitic artifacts in archaeology that refers to Ptah-el. That's just a fact. So
you saying that you can and you have the ability to move the goalpost.
I'm not moving the
goalpost. Hold on, back to these earlier gods if need be.
It's not need be. I'm telling you what it is. I'm not making it up. I'm telling you what we know.
Did Yahweh make the universe or the heavens and the earth?
I believe yes. I believe that's the creation, the deity that I attest to, that I call Yahweh, that I call El, that I refer to as Anu, that I refer to, that also in the biblical narrative is referred to as Allah, is in the Bible, is referred to as Allah, is also referred to as Ptah-el. This is a deity, a creation deity that has existed. And because you see this deity being worshipped or being venerated in different cultures, you see many different attestations of people worshiping these different deities, but it's the same deity.
Okay,
I think African Memorial question
hold on, that good guy. I got you. Word. That's beautiful. I like that though, Yara. Now let's just check this out. What is the chronology of all of those particular names that you just mentioned? What's the chronology on that? Do you know?
They go back as far as we have, and as you say, in recorded history.
So you saying that it's a possibility that Yahweh could be some Ptah-el god.
Because Ptah is the highest deity, and if you talk about Ptah in his
Ptah-el, I'm just saying you said Ptah-el.
Right. If you say Ptah, Ptah in the Ptah understanding, he's the highest deity there was.
Okay, now do you know that Ptah is a Greek way of saying something that's Kemetic, right?
What would they have been saying, Kemetic? And I'm saying whatever.
Where's Smash Jack? He could help me out right
whatever,
now.
Whatever
Ptah is only the Greek rendition of something. I think it's Huka Ptah, something like that. I don't.
Yeah, that's.
But
fine.
What I'm saying is that's just a
Peace or
translation of an earlier name that the Kemetic people use, right? So what I'm saying is, you're saying basically you're saying that you could.
Yo, Black Lion dropped the link. Black Lion got kicked off. Pan Africa James.
I don't see him in the thing here. Like nobody's trying to get back in.
Yeah, but he said drop the link.
Oh, I don't know if I can. Let me go see if I can find. Well, go ahead. You can talk to Yara. Let me go see if I can find it. Hold on.
Yara, my question is, if you say that Yahweh made the universe, and if he made the universe, then was there a story before that a God made the universe, and now why are you not going with that story?
Again, I'm gonna say this: when people say a God made the universe, I don't see that's being separate. I don't see that God being separate from Yahweh. What I believe is that people always believe from the very beginning that there was one single creator God. And as people become in diverse, as we began to see diverse material cultures and people expanding, migrating, certain ideologies and ideas began to come into place, and people began to express this high deity or this original deity in their own way. But I always believe that this is the high deity. So when you tell me, why not Yahweh? Because y'all still stuck on that name. I'm telling you, Yahweh has always been this high deity, one and the same. If you say Ptah or Ptah, whatever y'all want to call it. If you say, in some cultures, say Anu, if you ever want to call it. Some say Oladuware, right? This high deity. They all have the same aspects of creation. The creator, right? Now, how it's disseminated among people's different experiences, because that's where the differences between them come in. People began to have different experiences in life and nature, trying to explain death, trying to explain life, right? And so we clearly see this. So in the Semitic narrative, what we see often is that life does not begin at death, right? Life is something to be rendered and is a blessing from that which comes from the creator, right? But in the Kemetic motifs, life begins at death. This is why they have their burial practice and their ritual practices completely different. This is why people always say, where's the bodies of the Israelites? And where's the body? Some didn't believe that your natural body would need to be taken to a different afterlife. They believe that we'll become new beings or renewed beings. Some believe in regeneration or reincarnation. So aspects change how people began to identify this one deity.
So my question is this: like, for example, then Yahweh made man out of clay.
You say Yahweh made man out of clay?
Isn't that one of the scriptures?
Yeah. I mean,
all right. So in the same elements. In the same concept. Yeah, it's the same concept. In the Egyptian narrative, they had Kasum making man out of the dark black soil, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So absolutely. Why is it? So which one is older, and why won't you go with the older narrative instead of the younger narrative?
Here's what I'm saying.
That's my only question.
No, here's what I'm saying. What you just
said. I see you on it now. You on the same page.
Here's what I just said, though, and this is what the part y'all not getting.
Why we not?
It does not matter if your
chronology does not matter.
Can I finish what I'm saying?
But hold on, you saying chronology doesn't matter?
No, it doesn't. Watch this.
Wow.
It don't matter. It don't matter. Watch this.
Okay, go ahead.
Because if you're saying that Khnum, right? Watch this. If you say Khnum is the creator of man, the most Egyptian texts tell us, from my understanding of history, is that Khnum is only a manifestation of Ptah, because Ptah is the creator of all things. So it's only a manifestation of him. It's not anything different. So if you're saying man is being shapen and molded from the clay or the black soil of Kemet, when we go into the biblical narrative and it says man was made from the dust of the earth or the ground, it's the same thing. But what y'all trying to do is y'all want to argue because hold on, I'm not done. If you're saying this name is this name is this name is that name, if you're saying it's the same, or some of y'all like to say it was stolen. If it was stolen, if it's the same name, and if it's the same thing, what's your opposition to it? If it's the same.
Chronology.
So chronology makes something whether or not it's valid to you or not?
Well, based on the biblical narrative that I was taught as from a child, that everything started from that. But once I discover something that's older, I have to discard that and go to the older text. Right? No, what I'm telling you. That's just me. I'm not saying you have to.
No, but what I'm telling you is that.
So chronology.
That's just how I do it. Now,
no, what I'm telling you is
African Papuamian, he hit it on that. African Papuamian is right.
But what I'm telling you about the biblical narrative, though, is you were taught wrong. Because the Bible doesn't teach what you're even telling me.
Yes, it does. It does.
No, it does not.
It starts mankind off with Adam and Eve.
No, listen to what I'm telling you. It never, the Bible, that's 6,000 years. That came from.
I didn't say nothing about no date. I said it starts mankind
off with
Adam and Eve. That's all I said, y'all.
You said chronology matters to you. So let's deal with the chronology.
Yes.
Okay, then. So if chronology, does it matter to you or not?
It does.
Okay, then. So if you're saying The biblical narrative, if you was taught as a child that man was only 6,000 years old, this is the creation of the world.
I never
man
said nothing about man was only 6,000 years old. I said no, because you're not gonna table this the way you want to.
You said chronology
I was
matters.
taught that Adam and Eve was the source of humanity. That's what I just said. I didn't say nothing about no type of years or anything.
But
so
if
don't
arguing
add something onto what I said.
Arguing chronology.
Yeah, but I'm saying that it didn't have nothing to do with no date. It didn't say nothing about no date in the Bible about when Adam and Eve, the date that they were. They said that was the origins of humanity. Adam, he had a woman came out of his rib, and that's how he got Eve, because he was lonely. That is the biblical narrative. You can change that around however you want to.
I'm not changing
but that
it around.
Is exactly what it said.
I'm not changing it around, bro. But I don't think you know much about the biblical
and it's
narrative.
A chronology on it.
Nah, Pan-African. That's Pan-African. I think that's the estimate they give from the biblical narrative.
That's my point, bro. That's what I'm saying.
But I'm not. I didn't bring that up. So don't. I mean, just talk about Adam.
But actually, you did though, and that's what I'm saying. You don't really understand.
Right.
The biblical narrative that you keep trying to push against, because these are the things that you're saying. Because at one point chronology does matter to you, and at one point it doesn't. But if you actually follow what most people taught about the biblical narrative,
you really believe the earth is only 6,000 years old?
Hell no, I don't believe that. No, I don't believe that at all, because the Bible doesn't teach that.
Why you bring
people
it up?
Who were interpreting it wrong?
I never said anything about a date. I just said Adam and Eve is the origin of humanity.
So where did they get the 6,000 year number from? I mean, you said they did not interpret it.
I was trying to explain it. The 6,000 year number comes from Saint Jerome as he began to go back through the various genealogies that he saw in the biblical narrative that traced all the way back to the time of Adam, that you read about in Genesis, the 2nd chapter. This is where they get the 6,000 years from. They also believe that in the 6,000 years that the biblical narrative begins with the creation of the earth and the creation of man. God rested on the 7th day, right? That is the same time period within that 6,000 years. So this is what I'm saying about why you don't really know much about the biblical narrative that you try to have opposition against. That's my point in this argument.
No, I think that's the reason why we asking you why you believe in a narrative that's
I don't. Is what I'm saying. I don't. I do not believe that the earth is 6,000 years old. I don't believe man was only 6,000 years old. I don't believe that, because I don't believe that the biblical narrative teaches that.
So do you believe that Adam and Eve was the first humans on the planet? Do you believe
that? I don't believe that. No.
Okay, so cool.
I'm telling you, and the Bible doesn't teach that
there's stuff in the Bible. The Bible, there's stuff in the Bible that you don't believe, right?
No, I believe everything in the Bible.
So
I just believe.
Why is Adam and Eve in the Bible? Who are they in the Bible, in the biblical story? I mean, I'm confused now.
And okay, I see what this is. Okay.
So who are Adam and Eve in the biblical story?
Hold on. Adam and Eve in the biblical story is the beginning of a specific bloodline. That's all you read. It's the beginning of a specific bloodline in which we start to get the biblical patriarchs. That's the only thing that they're doing, giving you their written oral tradition.
But why did he need to bring? Why, if it was some more people, I want to know. If it was some
African
more people around,
I don't think
more
that's
women
proper.
around, why did he have to pull the woman out of his rib so he wouldn't be lonely?
Okay, so let me talk to you about that, right?
Word.
When you look up the term rib, it's not actually talking about this is your side. Y'all don't study the biblical narrative, because when you look in the Hebrew,
out of control, y'all.
No, I understand. I understand where your mind is. Where your mind is.
Boy, I love you guys. I swear.
Yeah, I understand.
You something else, bro.
I understand where y'all.
I'm trying to understand. Hold on.
They just made this up. They just tell
he said that. Yo, African Barbarian. He said Adam and Eve is not the first two people on the planet. But
why did he have to make a woman out of his rib though? Why did they even?
I thought God destroyed everybody and he started creation over again. Am I wrong about that?
Now you're talking about. I think you're mixing up Noah, or maybe a Noah story or something else. But here's what I'm saying: you guys are really not familiar with the biblical narrative, so I get all your questions now. So when you talk about,
I think hold on, because our question pertains to how the biblical narrative is. You're talking about.
You muted out. You muted yourself
Yeah,
out.
you're talking about when the Bible is talking about starting the earth over, or beginning of the earth, because it's talking about the sun, the moon, and the stars, and then it starts talking about regular people, right? Or are you saying that they was only talking about that only particular place in Israel?
It's only talking about those particular people. That's all it's talking about. This is what I tell people all the time. You got to read it for it says, and this is why you do have to have some understanding of the language or study the Hebrew
I need
language.
you to tell me about how he got this rib story. Tell me about that, y'all. I gotta hear this. How you finna just make this not be what it really meant? Go ahead.
I mean, it's not about me not making what it really meant. I just know you haven't read it.
But that's what it says, though, right? Does it not say
that's not a Hebrew word, and that's not how they would have written it. You understand what I'm saying?
So go pull up the Hebrew how they wrote it.
Just like when you asked me, why does those apostles got Greek names when they supposed to be other people? It's the same thing I'm telling you now. Simply because you read the word rib and you think the rib and you point to yourself, the rib on your side, you'll automatically think that that's what they're referring to. But that's not what it's referring to, right?
Okay.
When you look it up in the Hebrew, it gives you a different connotation. It's not talking about it. It's basically what it says is from the same essence. That's what it's talking about, from the same essence. Now, how do we argue for that scientifically? Look up mitochondrial Eve. Look it up, right? Look up the term. Let's go a little bit further, right? Let's look up the building. Let's look up what the building blocks of cells are. They're called ribosomes. That's what English would understand it to be.
So,
right?
Are you saying that Jehovah knew about God knew about all that?
Yeah, God know everything. What are you talking about?
Why not?
So I'm with y'all on it. I'm just being facetious here. God knows everything according to biblical narrative. So I know what he's going to say even before he says that. You don't ask him nothing like that.
It's talking about the building block.
But what I'm saying is, you have taken what the Bible says, and you are making
I'm not. You
science. Hold on, you done went to mitochondria.
Somebody said in the chat, you making your own biblical narrative.
You said that mitochondrial DNA.
I don't care what the people in the chat
everything.
Say. What I'm trying to get y'all to understand
about what
is because y'all think. No, I'm telling you what it says in the book, and what you're reading in English is only a translation. That's it. Even if you read, all of what you're reading is the English translation. I guarantee you, if you read the Septuagint, it's going to read differently. If you read if you actually read the Torah, it's going to read differently.
So that kind of means that it was everything was that Christianity started as a local thing, and at the beginning, they didn't know what to do with it until the Roman authorities got to it. That's what it seemed like, and they made up.
Hold on, everybody, slow down. I just had someone call me, and we need Smash if he's listening, to drop the link in the chat, because we got people trying to get in and they can't get in. So if you listen to Smash somewhere, drop the link in the chat or drop it in the back chat right here so I can just copy and paste here. Or if we have any mods that's capable of doing that, please drop the link to the Zoom in the chat. Okay, you guys go ahead.
Yeah, so there's some scholars, biblical scholars, that talks about that when it's talking about the word rib, that it's actually referring to the penis bone. That's a real thing. This is what some scholars talk about. So you're trying to read English translations and understand it in an ancient or older society or context of ideologies. And it doesn't work like that. I know some people that say, see, that's what it say in the black and white. I'm reading it in the KJV. That's exactly what it say is what it say.
Hold on, I heard you, James. I didn't mean to cut you off. I was in the other room. You need me to drop the link? Still?
Hey, Smash, didn't you hear me talking? Oh, I'm just joking.
I'm just playing. I mean, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just want to do what y'all need me to do real quick. Sorry about that. Hold on.
Yeah. We got a couple of people that wanted the link to be dropped. I know you said you couldn't pin it.
Yeah, they ain't letting me pin it for some reason.
Yeah, so just put it either in the back chat.
I just dropped it. I just dropped it. If one of y'all share it, it'll let me pin it. So reshare what I just dropped into the chat, and then if you share that, it's gonna let me pin it for some reason. But it ain't letting me pin my own self. I was sitting there playing the game, listening to y'all debate, shaking my head like, man, please.
Oh, man, Smash, I don't know if this is it. Let me see.
I just shared the link in the chat. It say, so if you would share that same thing I shared.
Okay, hold on.
And then I can pin yours. I won't be able to pin mine. I don't know why it's doing that.
Yo, Smash, you should label this Yahweh pulls 5 sources that Mark is real.
So I didn't see, did some more sources come, or am I missing it? All right, there you go, Sadiq. Thank you. Now let me pin that.
I backed them down with Paul. See, Smash, I've been doing this a long time, bro. I've been doing this a long time, man. And I already had allegiance out.
He said he backed them down.
I already had allegiance out. I already had allegiance out before I started talking.
I was talking about Paul, but we all know now that Paul started the Paul letter started everything, not the gospel.
All right, the link is shared.
I just let a couple of people leave.
Go ahead.
Well, I never made that statement. I don't know where you got that from.
My man Black Lion Supreme said that.
No, that's
he's
false.
Back on the scene.
That's false. That's
he said
false.
He backed them down with the. What you say? You backed them down with
so Black Lion Supreme. When you get on, brother.
Yeah, if he agrees that Paul was a real person, and then Paul talks about John Mark, who.
No.
He hadn't got to that part. He said he agreed that Paul's a real person. He needed more evidence on if John Paul.
Yeah, right. I said he got a real evidence.
Yeah, so I guess he may be back. He's back now, so maybe he looked over that and maybe he can elaborate.
Yeah. You saying that it's a Pauline Christianity?
You said what?
That Christianity is a Pauline Christianity. It's not like from the gospel. Mark got stuff from Paul letters. That's what most scholars say.
No. Well, you said Mark got stuff from Paul's letters. No, Mark does not. Mark definitely does not write in the synoptic gospels a Pauline gospel, because Pauline gospel was to the Gentiles, people who were actually not Israelites. So when people often say Paul didn't teach any of Jesus' teachings, well, Jesus said, I come to the lost sheep of Israel, right? So his gospel would have been something completely different. Although they both would have reported, clearly we see that they both kept Torah. Yeshua kept Torah, Paul kept Torah. That's easily proven. So to say they taught two different things is kind of a false conflation of what both Paul was actually teaching and what Yeshua was teaching.
Now, hold on,
right?
What's the significance of them both keeping Torah?
Because they were both Israelites.
I know, but I'm saying you said they both kept Torah. What is that? Some type of writing or something?
They're trying to prove that he didn't. They was teaching the same stuff.
That's their law. That's the law.
You said they both kept Torah, so you saying that's some type of a writing that they both.
Yeah, that's the law that they live by, and which we know that the Torah was only.
So you saying by them having the same writing
after oral tradition.
No, you saying that since they both had the same writing, do you know that they were on the same page?
Paul was teaching.
No doubt.
So what if they didn't have no writing?
Watch this.
What if they didn't have no writing that left room for them
Black?
I love that.
Not on the same page, right?
Jews wanted him killed. That's why they tried to kill him.
Hold on. Paul, show me where Paul was teaching against the Torah.
Did the Jews try to kill Paul? Yes or no?
For teaching against the Torah?
Yes.
No.
Yes, they did. Why else
no, they
would they
did.
want him dead?
Can I tell you what they can I tell you? It's easy to verify.
Don't be circumcised. Is it in the Torah not to circumcise?
Is it in the Torah not to circumcise?
Yes.
No, that's not in the Torah not to circumcise.
Is it in the Torah to eat whatever you want?
Is in the Torah to eat whatever you want?
Yeah, does the Torah say eat whatever you want? You can eat pork.
No, the Torah doesn't teach that.
Okay, Paul did.
No, he did not.
Yes, he did.
And that's a fallacy. No, he did not.
Yes, he
You're talking
did.
about the
What are you
verse.
talking about?
No, you didn't. And it's easy to prove, bro. This is simple for me, bro.
Yes, he did.
But watch this. Watch this. Listen, bro. When Paul talks about eating things, what Paul was talking about was eating the meat that they found in the markets. Watch this.
You can't play
the
that
meat
game
that was
on me. You can't play that game on me.
Bro, I'm
Try to
finna,
switch
bro.
it up like you did the
Bro, this is
rib.
easy.
Like you
Let me
did
tell you
the
something,
rib
bro.
analogy.
Paul
You
is what
can't
I
do
do.
that on me.
Let me tell
You
you,
can't
bro.
switch
Paul
that
is what
up.
I do. Let me tell you something, bro. Paul is what I do.
Not
And I'm
in this
telling
case,
you
you
right
don't,
now.
because it's
I'm telling you
clear.
right now.
It's
I'm telling
clear.
you right now.
It's clear that he taught eat whatever you want.
He never said eat whatever you
Yes,
want.
he did.
No, he did
said,
not.
He said it says if I
Watch
fed,
this.
if the animals can eat whatever they what about you? Did he say don't eat pork? Show
No, you're talking
anywhere
about.
in Paul's writings when he says
Hold on.
don't
Hold
eat
on.
pork.
Hold on.
Show
Hold
it.
on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. You're not gonna see Jesus teach that. So what are you
Yeah,
talking about?
Jesus said don't change. He didn't come to change one tittle of the law.
You're not gonna see Jesus teach that. So what's your point?
Jesus said he didn't come to change the law at all.
Okay, Paul never came to change the law.
Show where Paul says it's okay to eat pork.
He
Go
never
ahead.
says it. He never says it. That's the point.
That is not.
That's the
Show where
point.
he says it's not.
He never says it's okay to eat pork.
He says eat whatever you want.
He didn't say eat whatever you want.
Show him
He didn't say eat whatever you want.
That you
Show me where he
you
says
have to be
that, bro.
circumcised.
Show. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Calm down, bro.
Argument is Paul said you can eat meat from the idols that have been sacrificed to idols, and Jesus said not to eat that meat.
Jesus didn't say not to eat that meat. He didn't say not to eat that meat.
Jesus did say not to eat that meat.
Show me
Paul
that.
said it was okay to eat that meat.
Show me that. Because what Paul was saying was, I just told him.
Finally, Jesus.
It don't just say that.
Bro, hold on. What Paul was saying, he was talking about the meat in the markets. Just like you said, Asar. He was talking about the meat that was being sold in the markets.
No, he's not.
This
just
was
talking
meat.
about no meat that's
Be
being
quiet
sold
for a second, bro.
That's a lie.
Bro,
Revelation 2:6.
Bro, exactly. I know exactly what he's talking about. He's talking
Revelation
about the meat.
14.
He's talking about the meat that was
14.
found in the markets, right?
And Revelation
hey, Black Lion, it's okay, bro.
There's another
Right.
part where it says eat. If the animals can eat what they want, why wouldn't you be able to do the same?
No, you're talking about Peter's dream.
Yeah.
No,
You're not talking about Paul.
It says we wrote giving judgment that they, the Gentiles, should keep themselves from things sacrificed to idols. So that's
right.
Jesus. Now Paul taught something different.
What did Paul say?
Paul said nothing wrong in itself eating meat. Or he said, where's it? Where's Paul? I gotta dig through here. Paul said he was talking about the weak-minded brother. Paul, but food will not commend us to God, neither if we eat not. Paul then explained it is not necessary to abstain from eating such meat. Weaker brother who thinks an idol is
reading
something.
Commentary, bro.
Yeah, I'm looking
You're
for
not
the
reading the
actual
scripture,
line,
bro.
though.
Because I'm
that was
telling
scripture
y'all
we
the
read
context.
earlier.
I'm
But
telling
now
you
I'm
the
just going to
context
go
of the
to
scripture
the
in Galatians.
Where it says,
well, it's 1
animals
Corinthians
can eat,
8:11.
if I feed the animals, what do you think I would do for you? Go to that scripture.
Yes. Which one is it? Corinthians 8:7.
Off the top of my head.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to. So, but not everyone possesses this knowledge. Some people are still so accustomed to idols that when they eat sacrificial food, they think of it as having been sacrificed to a god. And since their conscience is weak, it is defiled. That's Corinthians 8:7.
Right.
So,
now, what is that
clearly
meat
was okay with it.
Hold on. No. Listen. What is the meat that they're referring to? Because the only
something
thing
sacrificed to an idol. So it could be any
Watch
meat.
this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Paul
That's
said,
why he told you everything was okay.
Listen to what I'm saying. That's not why he said that. Paul is saying what they was doing with that meat that was sacrificed to idols. There were priests that was eating the meat that was being sacrificed to idols. Correct. It was certain priests, certain pagans, right? They were eating meats that was specifically After they sacrificed to the idols, they would eat it. The meat that was left over, they would sell it to the markets. They would put it in the markets. And the argument was, well, people could buy that meat and eat it. Paul says, no, if you're buying it out of the markets, because you're not the one sacrificing it. You're just eating it.
Nah.
That's exactly what it is.
You
And I
know
tell
I'm
you
gonna
what,
stop you. You know I'm gonna stop you, brother
that.
Yara. No, watch this. Watch this. No, watch this. When we call something halal in Islam, it's sacrificed a certain way. And if we call something, what is it? What did Jews call it when they sacrifice it a certain way?
Right, halakha.
When it's halakha, it's sacrificed a certain way. So if you initially sacrificed it to an idol, you messed up.
No, you're not.
That's not
turn
around just because it's in the market and say,
no, that's not what the Bible says.
It was sold in the market. Now it's not. Now it's halakha again. No, because
it is because
killed a different way than in the halakha fashion,
prepared in a kosher way.
God pronounced over it.
No, that's not right. That's not right. That's incorrect.
Hey, all right, this is a good show. I got to get ready to close it down. I got to break out, not to cut y'all off abruptly, but I just, sometimes I don't be in here and I got to go. Anybody, we got time for last words since y'all was in the middle of it. So let's go down the line one by one. Start off, G. LeCon, even though they was dialoguing, but go ahead.
Yeah, I got a question for Yara. In Jeremiah 23 verse 5 and 5 and 6, it said, "Behold, the days are coming, declare the Lord." You remember, you know about that, right? It said, "Behold, the days are coming, declare the Lord, when I will raise up for David in a righteous branch, and he shall reign as king and deal wisely, and shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In his day, Judah would be saved, and Israel, we say in Israel, and it's a righteousness of the land. In his day, Judah will be saved, and Israel will dwell securely. And this is the name by which you will be called. The Lord is our righteousness. Is that? Will you say that's a prophecy for Jesus, or was it a prophecy for some other? I
believe it was a prophecy for Yeshua.
Okay, so my question will be, I think it's a time frame during the time of Israel and a land called Israel, a country called Israel, whatever you want, kingdom called Israel, and also a kingdom called Judah. So that righteous God or the Messiah would have been around that period, because it said in his day. So Jesus he wasn't a king, and Judah and Israel. Hold on, Judah and Israel was not around anymore. It wasn't there. So how's that prophesizing for Jesus when he didn't have a kingdom during that time, and Israel and Judah was not a country or a kingdom during that time period?
Well, first of all, your understanding of what they're talking about when they say kingdom. If you say he wasn't a king, if you're reading the biblical narrative, especially in the book of Matthew, he was heralded as a king.
Yeah, that's later writing. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying
it doesn't. I'm saying
through.
Hold on.
No. Can you show me in Apostle Paul writing?
Hold on. First of all, you said he wasn't talked about as a king. Now you said, yeah, he was, but in
Matthew, he was. So in Matthew, in the book of Matthew, he was a king.
Yes, they regaled him as a king. Yes.
Who regaled him as a king?
Nah, this is gonna go on forever. I'm gonna have to intervene. Let's do some last words. Not no question.
Yeah, let me just say, man, the African chronology is undefeated. This is an interesting conversation. I don't really deal with biblical history, AD history like that.
That's clear.
But Yara, man, I find it interesting that everybody don't understand the biblical narrative.
I mean, y'all don't. I didn't say everybody.
But you the only
y'all.
one now. Hold on, because you said the same thing. All of us on the panel. We don't understand.
Yeah, I agree with all
but
y'all.
You understand. So
yeah, all
I
y'all
find that interesting. But good show, Smash. I was trying to come in, but Zoom made me do an update the other day when you was asking people to come in, and by the time I got over here, you had already cut the show off. So, man, the support is always, man. I got the book. I'm mad you didn't sign it. I mean, but I didn't, you know what I'm saying? I got it, but you didn't sign it, but it is what it is. So peace to everybody, man, and I'll catch y'all on the next show.
Word up, salute. Anybody else want to say something before we get out of here?
Yeah.
Black African power. Black African power.
What's up with Bobby Banger in the building?
Yeah, he lit them. What's up? Hey man, y'all let him run through y'all with that wild ass oral history. Man, y'all wasn't supposed to let him get y'all with that.
History before it started, huh?
Yeah, history before it started.
No, before writing, he gonna hit y'all off with the. How you gonna source oral tradition?
No, he didn't run through me. I was on point. What are you talking about?
And let me say this. Nah, y'all didn't. And then y'all let him drag you into his wheelhouse, which is the wild Bible. Never let him do that. Never act me up to a faulty premise.
Is this
all day? So let me finish my point. I want to close with this, man. Remember, man, you got Stone Age societies, right? You got Iron Age societies. Ask Bronze Age society. Ask them what society was the Hebrew Israelites. You can chart them through their archaeology, right? We know when they was on the hill country, little villages, small, none of that. So don't never play with these cats. I want to end with that. Shout out to the Magi, man. With that, I'm out, yo.
You gonna be up in that debate thing?
I might be. I'm think you. I think
I bought a ticket to support because I want to see that. But now I know Sabi leaving me off the list of people who's supposed to just have a ticket on GP. So I guess I had to buy one anyway. I don't feel that way, but I just speak for myself after I buy one.
Smash, I'm gonna send them your email to get that ticket. I
know it's good. I rather since it's the season, that's gonna be a good gift to him to have a successful debate. So I felt like contributing. You feel me?
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah, I'm a supporter. I'm gonna go ahead and support that.
Well, I'm about to. I got a few hours before it starts, so I got to get ready to close it down. Somebody else want to say their last words?
Say this real quick.
Let me give you props.
Fast. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead,
let me give you props, brother Yahweh, for talking about the situation with Martin Luther King mother's death. I look forward to that. Hopefully, you're not an apologist on it. And since you added, because Saber Reggie ain't get the chance to do it when I asked him to do it, he wasn't aware of it. In fact, I want you to go research his brother's death, who was drowned to death, but hung around a lot of Hebrew Israelites.
I'm bringing that out.
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring that out. A lot of people not really even aware of that about his brother, how his brother was killed too.
Mm-hmm.
Right after his mom. People not really aware of that. And this is why I entitled my show. Y'all got to come watch. It's going to be on Sonetta channel. This is why I entitled The Making of a Black Messiah. Y'all got to come and understand really what's going on in this whole scenario.
Hey, and Smash, take the host back, Smash. Excuse me, take the host back.
Okay, that's right. Yeah. All right, y'all. Last words. So thanks for everyone. I don't know how to take it back right now. I'm gonna just close it down and it automatically give it back.
All right, Smash. All
right, peace. Because when I click this button,
this real quick.
Let me take the host back. I'll
reclaim. Thanks for having me up. I dealt with the oral tradition. We know that you can't trust oral tradition. It's the last on the list when it comes to information. Oral tradition is the weakest form of information that you can get because it can't be verified. I showed that Mark.
Man, y'all just be dumping on the ancestors, don't y'all?
I showed that Mark. No one says that Mark is historical and that the Gospels are written by anonymous writers. So I think I did my job here today. But shout out to Yara. He was he did very well in his comebacks. He just didn't prove what I asked for. He never gave me 5 scholars. He only gave me 1, and that 1 scholar did not show that. But I'm gonna let Smash get up out of here. So peace to y'all. I'll see y'all at everybody that's gonna be at the debate. I'll see y'all over there. And everybody be safe and have a good holiday. I'll check y'all later.
Word up.
Hey,
Peace.
Smash, real quick, Smash.
What up?
Real quick. Yara, you say you gonna present something on Sinetta?
Yeah.
Well, when is that? So I could ask you my question. So we go. You
Oh,
want mine?
it's gonna be sometime in February, probably the third week of February, around the 17th, 18th, and 19th, somewhere in there. And when the open slot, he got an open slot. I'm doing a presentation called "The Making of a Black Messiah: The Assassination of Alberta Christine Williams King," and we're going to be talking about the Hebrew Israelite CIA connection that deals with all of that. So,
hey, would it be off topic if I ask you the same question I asked you today?
What's that?
On that show? On that, I was asking you. We just brainstormed just now.
You don't want to repeat it because he's gonna be asking you again. Like if I ask you, did the Israelites go to like? But
hey, I don't know, man. I already invited. I think I had already put an invitation out to Dr. Reggie and Morpheus to come on, so we can all chop it up after my presentation. So if you get it out, if it flows that way, no problem. But I did put an invitation to them brothers, so we can chop it up after I go through my presentation.
All right, thank you. All right, bye.
All right, y'all. Thank y'all for making this a live show. I appreciate it. Peace, peace, peace. Yeah, and thanks for everybody watching. And I mean, just from what I seen from this, I don't know how Garfield even did a show that said Jabari got destroyed from this dialogue right here. He definitely didn't get destroyed, but it just let me show some of the biasness because it was Garfield who brought Richard Carrier into this community. So if Richard Carrier get the brakes beat off him, Garfield gonna feel kind of like guilty and responsible. But nevertheless, I hope it's a good debate. Peace to everybody. Thank y'all for making it a cool show. Thanks for the cash apps and thanks for buying the book. Look, if you ain't bought Black Like Osiris, today is a good day to cop it. All right? Cool.